आज काय वेगळं? आठ 5 ला आलास? झोपेतून उठून आलाय. सर्वात लेट.
लगेच ओके व्हॉट्सअप मला टाक मी हो हे टाकतो मी आपल्या त्या जेनेका BLLP च्या ग्रुपवर.
यूट्यूब लिंक उनको पूछना प्लेनरी टॉक का.
ये बिना विचारते
का लिंक. हेलो अभिजीत गुड मॉर्निंग. ये प्लेनरी टॉक एंड इसका वैलिडिटी का लिंक जो है कॉमन लिंक वो अपने को कसे सर तुम्ही ये साउंड उसका हमेशा निकलता है। सिस्टम में प्रॉब्लम है क्या? वो जैसे अपन ये कीबोर्ड
Very good morning, everyone. So we will start our session by 11.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Meena.
Good morning, Dr. Raja. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
And good morning, Dr. Naveli. Hi.
Good morning, Dr. Amnugoda.
Okay. Sir, can I check my PPT?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a second, please. So I'm just sharing. Check it out. Sir, please see whether it is clearly visible and in full screen mode. Anyone please respond to me.
Yeah. It is very clear.
Moving as well, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, so it means things are okay right now.
Your voice also very clear, so no issues.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. Can you just hold on 1 minute? I also check my PowerPoint.
Yeah, sir. Yeah. I will stop sharing. Okay, sir. Loaded and moving. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So when we are going to start, sir? Somebody told something.
Yes, sir, by 11.
By 11. Okay,
Yeah.
sir. No problem.
So we have 20 minutes more.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So I think probably we can join after 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, 10, 15 minutes. Yeah. Like
Yeah.
10:50, we will be joining again here.
Okay. Thank you.
இப்படியே விட்டுருங்க.
Dr. Neville, how are you? No, I'm not getting your. You have muted.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Raj,
Yeah. How are you? How things are going?
things are going on, but now again there's some pandemic things coming up to the picture.
Oh. They told about to start by 11. 6 minutes more.
6 minutes more. Yes. Yes. Then at the beginning, you need to speak a little bit as a co-chair.
Yeah, I have to introduce
Yes.
the
Yes.
people so that I can start by 11. The first talk has to be given by me.
Yes. And I'll introduce you biography.
Yeah, yes.
And thereafter, you can introduce me.
Yeah, yes.
Speak 3 is by Dr. Ganga, no? Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir. Third is me.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
You are from?
I am from, sir, National Dairy Research Institute, Karnal, Haryana.
Karnataka, yes.
Karnal, it's Karnal,
Karnal,
near
yes.
New Delhi.
Professor Uday is one of a good friend of me.
Sorry, sir, pardon?
Professor Uday, Annapure.
I think we are not getting your voice clear.
My God. Professor Annapure.
Professor Annapurai, I'm not knowing, sir. Raja, sir, do you know?
I don't know.
Chairperson of the symposium. Professor Uday Annapure.
No, actually, in this session, there are 3 speakers. Myself,
No.
and yourself, and Dr. Ganga.
Yes, sure.
How about the COVID situation in Sri Lanka?
Yeah, that's why I told you that there are some, yes, several records, even in my institute also. Yes. Yesterday we got to know that there's 2 patients from my section also. So we had a big meeting and had the brainstorming how to control it and how to take a reaction to. Last week I got to know that Coimbatore also locked down for several periods.
Yeah, all over Tamil Nadu. Only on Sundays. Only one day. Yeah.
One day. Yeah. This is because this is the festival season.
Even the temples, they closed.
Yeah, of course.
It's really a worst situation in our generation.
Yes.
I think we can start.
You can start?
I think we can start.
Yeah, of course. Good morning to all of you. You are all welcome to 20th Indian Convention of Food Scientists and Technologists, All India 28th ICFOST. Yes. And this is the technical session 26 on farmer-centric food technologies. We all know that farmer technology is very important. Even in Sri Lanka also, we have a lot of cultivation for the local consumption, and even in the India also, a lot of big cultivation for the local consumption and even for the exportation. So even Sri Lanka and India also are very good exporters. So this technology is very important to understand what are the new technologies, how we can deliver it, and how we consult and advisory service given to the private sector partners. Even export trade is linked with mostly private companies. So we need to share our knowledge. So because of that, this is very important even for both the region, India and Sri Lanka, and even there are a lot of undergraduates are studying these technologies. So this session is very important to all of them. So my co-chair is Dr. Raj from Bihar Institute of Higher Education and Research. Dr. Raj, do you want to say something?
Have you finished? So that I can
Yes.
introduce you.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. It is my honor to chair the co-chair in the technical session, 26th technical session. There are 3 speakers, including myself and Dr. Neville and Dr. G.S. Meena. So let me introduce the chairperson, Dr. P. Neville R.J. Amnugoda. He is a principal research scientist, also as a director in food technology in the Industrial Technology Institute, Sri Lanka. He received his PhD in food drying technology. He has received a lot of grants and also awarded a number of awards. He has shared a lot of his research findings in a lot of conferences. He holds some membership, including as a committee member and technical committee and scientific committee membership, and international advisory committee board as a technical committee member for evaluation of food dryers agriculture sector modernization project, and received a lot of awards. As I said, the Presidential Award for Scientific Publication, annual research awards from the Open University of Sri Lanka, Achievement Award and Appreciation Award from Second Biennial Research Symposium. And he has delivered a lot of invited lectures, key speaker, and chief guest speech as well. So he is going to be a chair in this technical session. He has published more than 15 publications. So with this introduction, I introduce Dr. Neville Amnugoda to chair the session. Thank you, Kunandal. Yes, sir, you can go ahead. Dr. Deville, are you going to present?
Yes.
Because the first one is mine.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, no issues. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll do that. Yeah, there are two speech of the technical session. My one is technologies promoting sports, with special reference to safe post-harvest in the handling of fresh and frozen foods. Actually, I thought to bring it to as first speech. So, as you know, this is very important area for the India and Sri Lanka. You can see that this is my institute, Industrial Technology Institute. This is the front side of the entrance, and we have a lot of sections in Sri Lanka in ITI. So before that, I need to introduce some useful definitions for you also, like to understand to capacity development resilience. Resilience means stability of a system and builds on their capacity to resist change, the amount of change, ability to recognize disturbance. So this is very important. Like condition like this pandemic situation, to how to withstand and resist and go ahead. So capacity is the ability of individuals, organization, and societies to manage their own development process and adapt to changing situations on sustainable basis. This is very important even for me, also for my country, for my institute, and Dr. Raj, even then ICFOST also, to build up the capacity for the next year planning. So I put this. Yeah. This is my institute. I need to introduce some divisions in the ITI, like we have research and development now, and technical services and marketing services and engineering services. They are under the research and development. There's around 6 research arms, and we are going to introduce advanced platform also similar to like advanced food research and biomedical engineering and marine service under this new advanced research platform. And in the technical services, there are chemical and microbial laboratory, material laboratory, electrotechnical laboratory, metro laboratory, and pesticide laboratory. And other than that, we introduced recently petroleum laboratory and pharmaceutical laboratory. So in the marketing services, we introduced science and business center under that to give well support to the export industrial and export companies to give the technology delivery, training, consultancy, advisory services likewise. And we have engineering services to support engineering facilities, and we have an idea to introduce engineering design center to introduce factory setup and factory layout and machinery certificate likewise. There are a lot more things to give our support under the engineering services Sri Lanka. Let me talk about the value chain and how ITI intervention into the export promotion. Likewise, we know that in the global value chain, the definition is an improvement of cooperation between stakeholders and the coordination of the activities along different levels, which will lead to innovation and better global business performance. So instead of following a supply post, because in the traditional business we used to use supply post, but are we initiate and continue enough work for the consolidating the process of developing linkages with private sector players to make market focus for producers in supporting the growth? This is very useful, very important to focus on the market focus works for producers. So in the field of intervention into the value chain, we need to understand the key constraint, reason for constraints, viable solution, proposed action, proposed facilitations to solution. So ITI, my technology, we intervene under this area, advanced and contact research for technology development and delivery, consultancy services, training, and technical and advisory services to support the whole local and export companies. So scientific creativity and value addition is important in this area. You can see that quality of being creative, inventive, imaginative, able to create, to introduce changes and new idea using new methods of ideas by using observation, curiosity, imagination, awareness, conceptualization, originality of ideas, doing work uniquely is very important to create scientific creativity, value addition, and advance research on this export promotion technologies also. So in the high value products, it involves complex production system, dynamic and changing market demands, critical depends on inputs, critical depends on research and development, essential public-private partnership access to technology, knowledge and information, investment in human, institutional capacity, investment in R&D sections. So students can focus on work on slowly and cautiously while analyzing the problem and gathering data fast synthesis, and they can fast synthesis for the value creation. So actually the value creation is the selective structuring of vague ideas, which is largely a product of inventory and discerning what is and what is not to go for the value addition. So coming to the picture of quality retention, what is the quality? Under these fruit and vegetable areas, we know that fruit vegetable harvest at the correct stage of maturity, and we need to focus on uniformity, well-shaped, clean fruits, free from injury. We need to prevent from rot and noticeable insect damage. So factors affecting the quality are the external appearance, texture, taste and aroma, chemical composition, nutrition value, safe to eat. That's the real problem. We need to focus on the safe to eat. There are a lot of flavor and nutritional quality concept currently more attention on the appearance and texture than flavor and nutritional attributes. So we need to go for the health concept. Like you can see that there's a my pyramid, like by using different colors of food, there's a pyramid. So bottom in the, you can see there are a lot of food items, but yeah, in the my plate also fruits, vegetables, protein likewise, and depend on the eat your colors every day to stay healthy and fit. Likewise, these different colors for each day, like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, we can go for different type of fruit and vegetables to fulfill our nutritional demand. And also there is a big demand fresh cut and fruit and vegetable like snack coffees, and these people are used to have tea breaks by eating these items with coffee and tea. Another area is the good ethical practices. Why GAP is the enhance the marketability required by some buyers and good cultivation business practices. And GAP are the under the GAP we need to focus on the water quality, fertilizer, work health, field sanitation, packing facility, sanitation and transportation, traceability. So there's a concept developed on the global GAP, and food safety. It begins on the farm likewise. And we do have in Sri Lanka GAP and a lot of standard by the SLSI, Sri Lanka Standard Institution. Recently we convert, the government want to push forward organic fertilizer instead of inorganic fertilizer to prevent heavy metal contamination likewise. So these are very important for us to develop the good product that we can promote the local and export companies. There are three harvest practices like genotype variation, quality and storage life, variety development via classical breeding, molecular base. Takes as an example, I can show you that internal browning of the pineapple, this big issue in Sri Lanka. We need to go for the seed shipment, but it takes longer time. When we go for longer time, there's a internal brown color development. So we have developed technologies, some technologies like applying calcium chloride to retain the cell structure, thereby we can promote good quality pineapple. Then we can go for the seed shipment by preventing costly shipments. And we need to go for the organized production like post-harvest losses. You can see we can by using organized production, we can prevent the post-harvest losses in Sri Lanka. This is earlier around to 60%. Now we were able to around 20 to 30% to level up. In developed countries, it's reducing to around 5%. So we need to adopt the cost of production, modern technologies, and plan production of crops on economically viable extent of land. And, there's a big land also, a lot of in Sri Lanka, also in India, also very small holder farmers. These are some techniques that used to cover the fruits likewise by to get the best color, best appearance. That's a good market to attract good market attraction. And optimum production also, we need to go for the optimum production, like you can see that the farmer feels fertilizer spray application to prevent calcium chloride. And when we apply high nitrogen content, there's a sogginess in the cell structure, so it collapses easily. So we can't promote seed shipments. And we are applying some tree life extension with spraying section. In the ITI, we have developed external spray treatment by big around 200 million mega project we have conducted with IDRC Canada. So we introduced this technology and we delivered that technology to Haley, Sri Lanka, one of the biggest agricultural company in Sri Lanka. So thereby we can extend the post-harvest life in the shelf tree life by 4 to 6 weeks. Very interesting technology. And when coming to the post-harvest factors, you know that fruit and vegetables are changes cannot be prevented due to but can be slowed down by within certain limit by application of suitable post-harvest technology. Respirate, so we need to reduce the temperature, giving good control atmosphere. By introducing these techniques, we can control losses and maintain the quality. And this is another area we have developed in maturity at harvest. Likewise, for the pineapple, we have developed maturity indices. Like for exportation, we can recommend full green stage. Like for the dehydration, we go for this like around 20 to 30% mature stage. For the canning, like we go for 40% mature stage. Like in the papaya also, we have developed these maturity indices to understand the industry people and selectively choose the maturity stage for their business ideas. So harvesting systems to prevent mechanism injury, likewise in the field. So by gradually we can convert the farming as organized cultivation, though we can apply good harvest practices and transportation, field packing. This is an example for the bell pepper harvesting, not in Sri Lanka, but in India, but in other country. And Chinese cabbage harvesting, how organized they and use harvesters, and berry picking by using peel packing. And washing in Sri Lanka also, these farmers are used to use this muddy water to even that nature give us a good quality product, but we used to use mix it with the muddy area. So this is how earlier they have done, but nowadays we are gradually introducing these techniques, use of clean running water and packaging system also. You can see that how the losses, process for the losses, and transportation, how they transport. So we introduced this in the supermarket chain. We introduced cold chain system, reefer containers also, and we use hydrocooling to reduce the field heat, and thereby only we can put into the cold room. Otherwise, the temperature won't bring to the reduced level. So we need to couple pre-cooling and then put into the cool room to maintain the good quality and extend the storage life. And post-harvest treatment like hot water treatment for the papaya, treatment grass compound, and alum treatment for the banana to remove the latex. And people are reluctant, in the private people reluctant to use this fungus tank even, and trimming also, sorting, grading. Little by little we introduce this technology with our engineering people to sort, how to mechanically and automation. And these are some wax developed in Sri Lanka, the ITI, biowax also to cover the yams and manure. There's a big demand in the Middle East countries. We monthly we send around more than 20 containers to Middle East countries. and king coconut also, and wax water dams. And we introduce external incorporated biowax by using IDRC Canada project. Also, we apply this technique for the rambutan, mango, Tom JC mango, and this mechanism we develop for this. And we use novel techniques of cold plasma technique to surface sterilization of fruit and vegetables, and ozone treatment and UV treatment, how we can incorporate these techniques. And also recently there's emerging technology of the high pressure technology to surface sterilization of fruit and vegetables, but it is very high costly. But gradually, by doing research and development and pilot scale project, thereby only we can gradually introduce the industry. And you can see that king coconut that we export to the Dubai market without wax, but when we incorporate wax, you can have a very nice appearance. They also use this, like to see this natural appearance of king coconut. Even me also is a very fond to bring this coconut. And there's irradiated fruit in the market also. In Sri Lanka we have a commercial arm, but the problem is we need to bring samples to the irradiation center. So in future, India and Sri Lanka, we need to go for collaborative project, and how we can have commercial arm the private sector also, so then they can easily go for this kind of advanced technologies. And there's ethylene treatment to control, to enhance ripening instead of carbide, calcium carbide. There's a gazette notification Sri Lanka to prevent application carbide. So we have in the ITI, we have post-R sections. So we have continuous training sessions going on to use this technology, only to apply, not to dip the samples. It's the chamber by using ethyl and sodium hydroxide and water. So people are gradually training and used to use these technologies, and control of ethylene by using ethylene inhibitor, ethylene scrubbers, and external impregnated banana fiber packagings. Recently we developed these things, preparation for the market, and also you can see that how nicely we can prevent the bruising and vibrational effect of the fruit. For each and every crops, we can introduce different packaging systems and packaging, ventilation for heat transfer. They are saying 4% of the total surface area we should maintain for the ventilation. So cart designs also we are doing, and cushioning and cold storage also, how to maintain the cold chain from the harvesting from the peel to market destination. Even in the foreign countries also we can maintain by river containers. And introducing of proper pack house management. This is very important. In the, we need to introduce the field pack house also to the farm level, commercial farms, and then central processing centers also. We are delivering this total solution like factory selection, field inspection, construction of these pack houses and things like that. All technology. So this is, you can see how they arrange the market, handling of market products, how nicely and good to give the good appearance. And air cargo, there's some page in the, when we check the air cargo, we send the air boxes, sample boxes, but when we check we check in the air cargo, we can see that this kind of breakage. So we need to prevent this kind of, likewise how they monitor the temperature in the river containers, likewise. And another important area is the frozen food, vegetable and cut fresh market also. We delivered this technology recently during last December also. We had the around 10 resource person workshops. And we need to focus on the introduction of fighters and SPS information management system. Sri Lanka, we are trying to introduce food safety authority and go for the organic agriculture because of lot of conformity, non-conformity in the residual chemical production, microbiological contamination. And we do have a very good site residual analysis in the heavy metal contamination also in the ITI technical arm. So we have developed this kind of analysis system. This is very important to comply requirement of the standard they have developed. So we need to go for the good practices and a concrete behavior. That's also problem of achieve goals in both countries. I think children can get these ideas and doing research in each area for the value creation and develop the technology and deliver the and giving training and consultancy advice services to the whole sector. Thank you for the call.
Thank you, Dr. Neville Amnugoda. The lecture was really good. So let me summarize your lecture. Even though I'm not in your field, I think I can say about a few lines. So the whole lecture was on the vegetables and fruits, how to harvest, how to promote the marketing strategy, and the various fruits, how to store, and all the conditions, the post-harvest harvest factors, the technology you have shown. Hope the people in the same field, they understood. The audience, if they have any questions, I think they can able to send through the chat box. Dr. Meena, do you have any question?
No, sir, I don't. For me, it's okay.
Oh, okay. So the lecture was really good. I congratulate the chairperson, Dr. Neville Amnugoda, for giving such a very good presentation. The first time I had an opportunity to watch the vegetables, fruits, how the people are harvesting, the layman's they are working, and the post-oral harvest technology. The fact, what are the factors involving in the vegetable sector, and so on. Thank you, Dr. Neville. I think the second lecture is mine.
Yeah.
So I leave it to Dr. Neville, the chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Raj, my co-chair. Because of that technical problem, I took my lecture as first. Please excuse me.
No issues. No issues.
Okay. Next presentation is delivered by Dr. R. Raj from Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, BITR. His topic is the science behind the superfood guarantees from algae. That is very important. Even under the new research advanced platform, we are going to establish ITI. We focus on this area also. We initiate a marine section in the ITI, the research and development arm also. So coming to the biography of Dr. Raj, he's a professor research and development, see Balaji Medical College and Hospital. He education qualification MSc and PhD. He has 17.5 years research and professional experience. He served many local organizing committee conferences, like as a local organizing committee in the National Conference on Research and Development, like Cultural Algae, and organizing secretary in workshop as an organizing secretary, the microbial biotechnology, and also as a co-organizing secretary in a national level workshop on microbial biotechnology between 6th and 7th June 2012, held at SME Program Biotech India Private Limited. The scientific committee member in international conference, like in the second International Congress in Plant Biodiversity in Morocco, held at the Hotel Yes, and is and third International Congress on Plant Biodiversity in Morocco, and in the 7th International Conference on Biodiversity and Biotechnology. It's an online conference in Kuwait also. Dr. Raj Award, there's a good award in the Divashree Association of Biotechnology Led Enterprises, and International Travel Grants Award by DST, DBT, IIT, MN, CCS, TDS. And he's a good invited lecturer. He he delivered around 41 offline and 9 online delivery. Altogether, he has delivered on 50 invited talks, and he has published more than 30 international papers plus, including 2 national level. So all around he has published 32 papers. He has published a book on algae for food. That's very important. Cultivation, processing, and national benefits, published by CRCA Press. And he has a patent on technology development on the anti-aging brown algae tea and preparation methods. Yes, and he has successfully guided bachelor's 3-degree, master's 1, University of Algarve, Paro, Portugal. He has an international fellowship on National Science Council, Brain Korea, FST, and area of the special area of the Dr. Raj is algae. So with this introduction, I invite Dr. Raj to deliver his invited presentation. Over to you, Dr. Raj.
Thank you for your introduction, Dr. Neville Namalgoda, chairperson, and a very good morning once again to the delegates, researchers, and scholars. It is my honor to deliver a lecture in this technical session. In the current presentation, I am going to deliver science behind the superfood, guarantees from algae. So there are 2 types of algae according to their size, microalgae and macroalgae. So I am going to show a minimal number of slides and a couple of videos which shows that the nutritional strength of micro and macroalgae. So microalgae are microscopic. They are photosynthetic plants, typically found in freshwater and marine water as well. It can exist individually or in chains or as groups. So what are the major advantages? Microalgae has much faster growth in a very shorter period when compared to other terrestrial crops such as jatropha and palm, etc. It requires less water than land crops. High efficiency of CO2 mitigation is an added value, most cost-effective farming. Only one disadvantage, it needs higher capital investments. So these are all some of the important commercially important microalgae: spirulina, Haematococcus, Scenodesmus, Botryococcus, Anabina, Chlorella, Dunaliella, and Chaetosaurus. So worldwide, there are a lot of aquaculture industries and microalgal industries who are concentrating for various nutraceuticals and biofuel and food industries. They are cultivating all these microalgae. So this is a open reservoir pond closed system. They are cultivating spirulina, single cell protein, otherwise called. It is easy to cultivate because of its high pH. The World Health Organization recommends to consume these algae past 4 decades, since it has more than 70% of proteins. It has, along with the minerals, vitamins, and antioxidants. So this spirulina has high nutrition, low calorie, and 0 cholesterol. So globally, it is called as superfood. On the right side, a closer view of the spirulina open reservoir pond culture, optimally grown. The blue color, it shows the phycocyanin, purified phycocyanin compound. The first one on the left, it is 10x spiral view you can see. And the next one, 100x spirulina. So regarding spirulina, nowadays they are using for various poultry feeds, cattle, and aquatic feeds. So these are all some of the examples. I have shown it here. Apart from that, in various health drinks in United States of America, Australia, and the European community, lot of food products they are producing. In certain ratio, they are mixing spirulina from 50 to 80%, including non-alcoholic beer. So these are the products extracted from algae, especially spirulina, wafers, spirulina capsules, antioxidant water, smoothie, energy bar, and spirulina, chlorella cookies, and ice creams, wafers, etc. So here there is a video how the microalgae sustainable feed suitable for future.
The aquatic ecosystem could give our food chain a helping hand. The demand for food is rising and more sustainable production systems are needed. That's why Europe is opening up to the algae sector. Humans have been eating microalgae for a long time, but attention is now turning to their smaller cousins, microalgae, their nutritional potential. The company, All Microalgae in Pateias, Portugal, is developing algae-based applications for foods like cookies, bread, snacks, and spreads. Food engineer Anabella Ramundo works for the University of Lisbon and helps develop these microalgae products.
It is extremely important to find alternative food sources which are sustainable and also of nutritional benefit to people. Microalgae are extremely important ingredients because they are rich in both protein and bioactive compounds, and therefore they're an extremely important source of nutrition and can be used in lots of foods.
There are thousands of species of algae living both in freshwater and seawater. Larger are called macroalgae, and they make up 20% of all species. The remaining 80% is made of microalgae. These single cells begin their journey to become a source of food in this laboratory, in these flasks that contain a liquid culture. Every microalgae has varying nutritional value. Two of the most popular for human consumption are chlorella and spirulina.
In this lab, we do the analytics that allow us to evaluate whether the growth in the photobioreactors is going well or not. We need to know what happens inside the cell to determine the total protein value and the magnesium consumed within the nutrient medium. We also check the iron and several micro and macronutrients that are essential to the culture and that allow the algae to optimize its nutrient consumption.
Algal cultivation requires exact procedures in order to achieve abundant biomass yield. Traditional yeast, like the one used to make beer, activates the fermentation process, and the culture is injected into large photobioreactors where it grows until it reaches the right quality standard.
There is a seed, an inoculum, that inoculates another reactor, which contains a larger volume every time. We do this until we have a significant amount to process. The processing is meant to give us a concentrate of cells. Then we can either produce a concentrated paste for the aquaculture market, for example, or we can make a powder that could be used as an ingredient or food supplement.
The food industry's interest in microalgae is rising quickly due to new consumer habits, sustainability of production, and also for health reasons.
Our plant-based protein production will allow us to go into different dietary areas, not just vegetarian and vegan. There is also a very interesting element that hasn't yet been developed: clinical and medical food for people who are sick, who have difficulties eating high protein products.
Under the EU's Farm to Fork strategy, the Commission is looking to unlock the full potential of the algae industry by the middle of 2022.
So hope you have enjoyed the basics of this video. So this is another microalgae called Haematococcus, which is very familiar for astaxanthin, the costliest compound. So here there are some of the products from Haematococcus, the astaxanthin capsules and the soft jellies and tablets, and they are also mixing astaxanthin in certain ratio of energy bar and juices, etc. So here there are another product from Denaliella, which they use to produce beta carotene, anti-cancer and antioxidant, which also produces glycerol. So there are, I have shown some of the products, the iced tea and almond milk and flavored cake. They are all, in all these products, Denaliella powder, it has mixed in certain percentages. So this table shows the application, important application of Denaliella's beta carotene. The beta carotene composed of 9,6 beta carotene and all-trans beta carotene, 2 major isomers. So in this application, they add 9,6 isomer as a food coloring agent. It also a source of beta carotene as a source of vitamin A, and they used to mix in animal feed. The beta carotene enhances the egg color, etc. So there are a lot of properties, applications where they use Denaliella. So in the another aquaculture industries, they are using rotifers shrimps. So they use Nanochloropsis and Isocrasis galbana, Tetraselmis, Chlorella, etc. So there are a lot of algae currently used in aquaculture industries, such as Nanochloropsis pavlova, Isocrasis, Tetraselmis, Thalassius sera, Denaliella, Chaetoceras. There are a lot of purposes behind this microalgae. So these are all the aquaculture industries. They are using to grow the bivalves, shrimps, and zoil stages of fishes. So as you are aware, the algae, they are the primary producers, microalgae, in the aquatic ecosystem, the natural food for early stages of fish larvae and shrimp in the mangroves and the mangrove crabs, etc. So algae as a cheap cattle feed has conducted an experiment by University of Queensland, Australia. Here I have shown a pilot tank farm at the University of Queensland, which shows how microalgae derived cattle feed can be produced at a cheaper cost, low cost. The Wageningen University at Netherlands suggesting to use Chlorella, Tetraselmis, Spirulina, Nanochloropsis, Nitschia navicula, Chaetoceras, etc. for a productive, useful products for cattle feed supplements. So when you see the ecological importance of algae, as I said before, the phytoplanktons, that is the microalgae and macroalgae, they are the primary producers constructing. They are the base of all the living organisms. So 2 years ago, Oman makes an algal farm with an investment of over $430 million of US dollars. It is the largest microalgae farming projects so far in the world. So they are also cultivating microalgae in the desert coastal aquaculture system. The National Aquaculture Group, it's the biggest company in Saudi. So apart from microalgae, the seaweeds, macroalgae, they are macroscopic, multicellular microalgae. Generally, it is categorized into 3 on the basis of pigments: red algae, green algae, and brown algae. The advantages, as I showed before, like microalgae, much faster growth in shorter period, cost-effective farming. It requires zero space, water, and nutrients since it is growing naturally in the ocean. So Norway, Ireland, Japan, China, France, and Indonesia, Philippines, they are cultivating seaweeds in the ocean beds. So these are some of the important seaweeds currently the companies, macroalgae companies, they are using. There are various applications regarding the macroalgae, the nutraceutical and health supplements. We can use it for microalgae, Nanochlorosis spirulina, Haematococcus. For macroalgae, Alva lactica and Chondrus crispus we can use. Biofertilizer, Laminaria, Fucus, Podium, they are the major, macroalgae forms. For edible items, Hemanthalia, Galarpa, and Alva lactica, and Nori algae. There are a lot of algae still has to be identified and improved. In the aquaculture sector, they are using Kappa ficus, Saccharina, and Dairia. Cattle and poultry feeds, they are using Ascarapsis taxiformis. So it reduces a considerable amount of methane also. So when you compare the nutrient composition of two seaweeds, Sargassum and Alva lactica, the Sargassum is the best one compared with Alva lactica. The only thing is the sodium level is marginally lower compared to Alva lactica. The other plant regulators, cytokinin and auxin, the Sargassum, it shows higher amount of plant growth regulators. The very important nutrients presented in the macroalgae are they contains more vitamins, minerals than any leafy vegetables we can grow on land. High amount of fiber, protein, low in carbohydrates and fat, aside from omega-3 fatty acids. Good sources of iodine, which is very important for thyroid function, calcium for bone health, and phenolics for antibiotics. So it stabilizes sugar, good for health, heart health, best prebiotic, and promoting our gut microbiota. So this is an important vegetable salad which is used in the which is being used in northern part of Europe. The fresh sugar called Saccharina laticimia has a flavor similar to the fresh peas you would find in the summertime, only on summertime, which makes it perfect addition to the summer salad for the European communities. We can also produce seaweed snacks. The European consumers like healthier snacks. In Italy, 30%, Poland, 36%, and Spanish people, they consume 37%. Of all the seaweed products developed, over a third were in the snack food category, with others being sauces and seasonings, bakery, and soup. It remains important to note that while health and nutrition is very important to consumers, research shows that taste remains top priority. Therefore, any seaweed-based products must deliver on taste as well as the many other seaweed benefits. We can use seaweeds as roasted seaweed, otherwise called wafers. We can also get the seaweed drinks, smoothies from the seaweed kombu, and we can make a crunchy seaweed snacks and vegetable fresh salad, the nori cookies, etc. So along with the noodles, we can use the seaweed seasoning cookies and the other along with other vegetables like onion, etc. In the aquaculture sector, algae are rich in omega, easy to disperse, long shelf life, pathogen-free, and natural food and process. The Australis company, they are investing more on cultivation of seaweed. Here, there is a small video for 2 minutes.
Opening a restaurant is like having a child. These are our vegan shrimp. I encourage you to try them. We have to do things differently than other folks do, or else we're like everyone else. It's made from algae, seaweed, and kelp. but it eats like shrimp.
I think we need new solutions to find a sustainable way to enjoy shrimp.
Algae and seaweed, kelp and algae.
Algae is this amazing thing on our planet that comes in a variety of shapes and sizes.
And it's really the future of food. It's where we're going in the food world.
Shrimp is one of our favorite seafoods by far, especially in the United States. We eat more shrimp than any other seafood. We eat about 4 pounds per person per year. You know, it's a simple little organism that tastes great, but the way we harvest them can be really detrimental for many reasons. Giant nets scrape the bottom of the ocean and cause a lot of environmental damage. What we're doing right now doesn't really have the capacity to scale to meet a growing demand from a growing human population. Algae is more prevalent in our daily lives than you might think. Sushi and nori, you can even find algae in things like our toothpaste or ice cream. So it's something that's already here and we use it. It's time, I think, now to explore how we can take it to the next level and use it for other exciting food applications.
This ingredient is our macroalgae extract and gives our shrimp its structure. If you think of the kelp forest, kelp that washes up on the beach, and how they can be a little bit slimy, this is essentially the sliminess that comes from that kelp. This algae oil right here is very similar to the cooking oils that you'll find in your kitchen. It does have an oceany smell to it. It's briny, almost umami. If you've ever had a seaweed snack, that taste that you get is very much embodied in this oil. Many chefs will tell you that you eat with your eyes before your nose and mouth. So it's really important to make sure our shrimp looks like shrimp. So as soon as people see our product, it needs to read shrimp for them. The shrimp eat a red algae, and that's what gives it its red stripes. The same is true for why salmon are pink. It comes from an algae.
So I will finish in just 2 minutes. So Ascaropsis taxiformis is used as a cattle feed. Professor Alexander Histo, he said the decreased methane emission by 80% by the algae Ascaropsis taxiformis. And he is from Penn State University, USA. And there are a lot of algae, macroalgae collected on the coastal area, and it is being used even in the poultry sector. So apart from that, the seaweed tea, which is very familiar in China, Philippines, and the European countries, they are using for various biological properties. So finally, I would like to conclude the long-chain fatty acids, omega-3, were extracted, and this is from vegetarian source. Astaxanthin is a strong antioxidant. It improves glucose metabolism, thus it helps the patients with type 2 diabetes. The bottlenecks in seaweed commercialization is seaweed juice contains iodine, magnesium, calcium, sodium, zinc, phosphorus, and iron, but it has low concentration of toxic elements such as lead and chromium in some places when we collect the seaweeds. Seaweed refined juice for a health drink application is yet to be licensed for commercialization. For the satisfaction of end users, how to overcome the fishy odor and rich in potassium is a very big challenge. These are all the 3 important points I would like to highlight. Algae, they are eaten by zooplankton, small fish, and crustaceans because they are the primary consumers, primary producers. The primary consumers are in turn eaten by fish, small sharks, coral, and baleen whales. It removes nutrients and pollutants from water and stabilizes the water ecosystem. Thus, algae plays a vital role in the aquatic food chain. Microalgae diet increases the levels of long-chain fatty acid in shrimp muscle tissues. Thus, it turns the shrimp color into pink. These shrimps are considered as a first quality in the world market. Algae eats huge amounts of carbon dioxide than angiosperms through photosynthesis. Thus, it reduces global warming in a drastic amount. So we can say algae is an evergreen superhero. Thank you, one and all. I would like to thank the organizing team and Professor Vikas Singh Chauhan, head of the Department of the Plant Cell Department, CFTRI, Mysore. And I also thank the chairperson, Dr. Neville, and my fellow speaker, Dr. Meena, and other delegates. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Raj. It's very nice presentation you delivered. You incorporate several slides. We can easily understand what we are going to talk, and you explain around 3 microalgae. Actually, this is one of very good area. Even in Sri Lanka also, we began these studies under the National Aquatic Development Authority and NARA Research Center. And even my section also, we have initiated some product development using Ulva and Sagasam.
Yes.
Spirulina is one of a very good product we can
Yes, sir. Yes.
Persons in Sri Lanka, they are exporting to Maldives Island, promote the export tourism trade. Yeah. So very nice presentation, and we learned a lot more and good products. And you explained about the seaweed also, and the seaweed soup powder manufacturing, and at the end you delivered on conclusion, summarize the presentation, so students can easily catch up what you mean. Thank you so much, Dr. Raj.
Thank you.
Hope to have a good collaboration with you. I'll send an email.
Sure.
Yeah, definitely we can share our students also for the interim.
Yes.
All the best, Dr. Raj.
Thank you.
We have delivered 2 invited speech, and the next speaker is Dr. Ganga Sahemina. He's from ICR NDRI. His topic is valorization of domestic buttermilk to fetch extra income for rural farms. So session is focused on the farmer-centric food technology. I delivered a presentation on food exportation and how to maintain the food product quality. And Dr. Raj introduced, we can go for the use of microalgae and seaweeds. And Dr. Meena is going to speak on the valorization of soy buttermilk to fetch extra income for rural farmers. It's the small biography of the Dr. Meena. He's a scientist in the Scale Dairy Technology Division, ICAR, National Dairy Research Institute, Karnal, India, Dairy Technology. So typical qualification is a PhD holder under the dairy technology. So nice to hear it, Dr. Meena. His research and professional experience has 11 years research experience teaching, and 1.5 years industrial experience in Bananas Dairy, Kalanpur. Yes, he has served as a committee member in the National Academy of Dairy Science in India, as associate fellow, and life member of the DTSI Dairy Technology Society of India, and member of Indian Dairy Engineering Association. He won 3 awards. Yes, 4 awards: best research paper for 1, best poster award 2, best oral presentation for 1. And as an invited talks in conference, international conference 1 speech he has delivered, and oral presentation international conference 2, national conference workshops he has participated 10. He's published more than 50 international peer review journal papers, and book chapters around 5, and lab manuals 3, bulletins 1. Yes, earned 1 patent in the applied patent technology conference 1, technology developed under the technology development 12 patents. Yes, supervised students successfully 6 NDRI MTech students, and continue 1 from other colleagues as a co-guide more than 10 students, and he has supervised 2 PhD proceeding in progress. And under the international fellowship 5-month research training at University College, Cork, Ireland under IDP NEHEP. And his area of specialization is processing and value addition of dairy byproducts, membrane processing of dairy technology. Yes. Over to you, Dr. Meena, for your nice. We are ready to hear your nice presentation.
Yes, sir. Okay, so this is last of like good morning, or I can even rather say good afternoon to all of you. The chairperson, Dr. P. Naveli R.J. Amungoda, and the co-chair, Professor Dr. R. Raja, all the audience. This is Dr. G.S. Meena from National Dairy Research Institute, Karnal, which is one of the premier institute in the field of dairy. So, so far you have heard two very good speakers. One is on fruit and vegetables, and another on another dimensions of the food, algae. And now I'm going to talk about dairy technology. Just now I got the slot for this. So my topic is valorization of sour buttermilk to fetch extra income for rural farmers. This is the presentation outline. So starting with, like, we know that India is the top milk producer from a decade. And this is the market of dairy in India. And you can see like the contribution to farmers' income from milk or from the white revolution is even more than the green revolution. And you could also figure out like every 5th rupee generated in the farm sector, this is coming from dairy sector. Here you can see like the sales volumes are increasing, and so does the milk production of India is also increasing. So you could have a look here that how does milk is being produced in India. So suppose if we take previous year data, like annual milk production is 187 MT, then 48% of this is being consumed at the rural area or the farmer's door, and remaining 52% is surplus, which is being processed by organized sector and unorganized sector. So around 40% of that is processed in organized sector, and 60% is processed in unorganized sector. And out of this organized sector, cooperative and private, they are like 20% each. But what is happening to the farmers, like how much money they got? So if the milk is being processed by organized sector, they will got maximum return, that could be 70%. And if it is being processed by unorganized sector, then they will get only basic price, no other benefits. So that is the another story. And even this organized sector, they are also producing market milk because it's a need of the consumers. So 60% they sold as a market milk, which has got minimum profit. So if we see that there is some value addition in other ways, but what is happening to the milk which is being used at the consumption, like at the rural door or the farmer's door? So does this effectively being utilized? So let's have a look. This slide shows the glimpse of milk processing in rural India. So what is happening, like they have got milk, they are eating it traditionally and converting into curd, going for churning. And then they are churning this curd, they are getting this makhan, or what we called desi butter. Then they will got buttermilk as a byproduct along with this desi butter or this indigenous makhan. And then they will convert this makhan by heating to ghee, and it will be stored and preserved. Like this is the end product of this journey of milk. But what is going to happen with the buttermilk, which is also generated in significant amount? And I captured these images has been just obtained yesterday only. The buttermilk was offered to animals, and due to this cold, even they are denying that they are not going to drink. So ultimately, this buttermilk is being thrown in the field, and there is no income from this product to the farmers. On the other side, the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister of India, the government is committed to double the farmers' income by this year. And these are different approaches by which the farmers' income can be enhanced. And under this, the valorization of byproduct or the waste reduction is one of the components which could really help in improving the income. Now, if we talk about the value addition in milk, so if we see the Vision 2020, the value added product was only 23% in year 2014-15, which has raised to 29 to this is around 30%. So still value addition is quite low. And here you can see like these are the some of the value added products. I was talking about buttermilk or lassi. Actually, I'm working on a project in Haryana. So you can see over here like lassi is one of the topmost value added product in Haryana. Even you can find like in other states as well. This could be a value added product. So talking about lassi, those who are not knowing, like we could say this buttermilk is obtained as a byproduct during manufacturing of butter, but it has got different types. So this is the most common one, which is produced in industry, which is called sweet cream buttermilk, because it contains very low acidity, even low acidity is lower than the milk because it is manufactured from pasteurized cream. And this has got the chemical composition, which is almost equivalent to skim milk, defatted milk, like TS is 9.88, fat is 0.59. And even it has got a good curd tension, which is lower than the skim milk, and good amount of phospholipid as well. But the another category of sour buttermilk, which is obtained from the naturally souring milk, like because of the increase in the temperature and if chilling facilities are not available, then milk will naturally become sour. So this is the another category. And this is the third type on which I'm going to focus, like desi buttermilk, or it is also called lassi or chach, which is obtained by churning of curd, particularly in rural area where they are, if they are not selling milk, then they are going to convert into this curd or dahi, and then they are making this desi butter out of this or makhan, and then they are using it. But for this type of buttermilk, industrial utilization is not so far exploited. There are a lot of papers which advocate that this buttermilk has got several therapeutic properties, and even it has got different functional properties which are important for the development of new products. So the researchable questions arising is like, why does majority of the desi buttermilk is still being drained off at the farmer's door? And does inclusion of desi buttermilk in main dairy stream is possible? Does the methods for its processing, preservation, and value addition are available? And what will be the long-term impact of developed technological package on farmers' income? So these are the key questions. And if we see right now what is going to happen or what is happening, like the buttermilk is generated at farmer's door and ultimately it is being thrown. So it is going to drain. So what to do to convert into a usable product or to preserve it? So this is the basically research gap. And here the answer is like, if you apply suitable scientific interventions, we could add value to this drain product or the domestic waste, and we could get a high value product out of this. So the objective of this work is to develop a technological package for the preservation and value addition of desi buttermilk, which is a leftover at farmer's store. Dr. Raja, am I clear to everybody?
Yes, Dr. Meena, yes.
Yeah, yes.
So the key challenges in this work is like this desi buttermilk. It is huge bulk with lower total solids. It has got almost very like 4%, 4 to 5% TS, which is even lower than the whey solids. It has got high acidity because it is coming out from the curd after churning. So acidity is high, and because it is we are achieving it from the after fermentation of milk from the curd. So proteolysis and all these things has already happened. Because of that, it has got poor heat stability. So it has got another challenge, like if you boil it, it may get coagulated. So thermal evaporation, vacuum evaporation, these are not going to work for its concentration. This is the locale of the study. This investigation has been conducted in National Dairy Research Institute, Dairy Technology Division. And for each trial, fresh samples were procured from rural farmers in the morning shift. They were pooled and brought to NDRI as early as possible by 10 a.m. in pre-sterilized cans. This is the methodology which we have followed. Like we got fresh buttermilk, pre-heated, then it was subjected to cream separation. We got defatted buttermilk, which was filtered, and then it was subjected to a membrane process, which is pressure even called reverse osmosis process for the concentration. We got permeate, and it was analyzed and flux was determined, and then we got RO concentrate, or what we call RO retentate, which is having higher amount of TS as compared to the fresh buttermilk because of the removal of the permeate, which is basically water only. And this concentrate was spread right to get desi buttermilk powder, which was packed and stored, followed by analysis and characterization of this powder. This process flow chart you can even see in the pictorial view, like I have divided into 3 steps, like pre-treatment steps, then concentration and drying. So we received this buttermilk in cans. It was filtered from muslin cloth to remove the external material. It was cooled, then it was indirectly heated, then it was like separated in an electrical separator, centrifugal separator, and then it was subjected to concentration by RO process. You can see here the plants, and it is the Wellness tank. This can showing the amount of permeate which is coming out, and it's a loop system, best type of system. So the retentate was coming back to this Wellness tank. Here we are measuring the flux, or like we are measuring the flux, like how much amount is coming out within a minute or 5 minutes, and that's how we got RO concentrate. So temperature was around 35, and the degree of concentration was 3.3 Folds concentration. And this is the third drying steps. So we took this RO concentrate and it was subjected to a spray dryer, which is equipped with centrifugal atomizer. RPM maximum is 22,000, and these are the drying conditions. So we got desi buttermilk powder, which was packed and stored prior to its characterization, and then we dealt with its characterization, like analysis of different properties. Here you can see the details of the pilot scale RO plant which we have used. So it was provided by PCI. This is the block diagram. So it has got polyamide membrane which can work with 3 to 11 pH, 70 degree bar or 70 bar pressure and 70 degree temperature. Membrane area is 0.9 meter square. It has got a tubular module. These are the specifications. It has got triple pump with the SS contact surface 4 kilowatt motor, and this is the flow. Flux could range between 50 to 60 LMH based on the properties of the feed and the operation conditions. And this is the dimension of this plant. So coming towards the results, first please get familiarized with the products. Like this first one shows the fresh buttermilk, which is not white, it is slightly reddish because people in Haryana, they are like heating the milk for a long time. They want somewhat like brownish buttermilk or lassi. They prefer. They make like that. And then it was separated. So these pictures show the separated buttermilk, followed by RO concentrate, which we obtained through the concentration of this defeated buttermilk. And a last picture shows the image of the permeate, which is like crystal clear that it doesn't have much of the things except water and some of the salts. And at last you can see the manufactured powder. So coming towards the chemical composition of these products, here you can see like we have got buttermilk, RO concentrate, and buttermilk powder. So coming to the TS, it has got 3.67% TS, which just a second, gentlemen, please. Hello.
Okay.
मैं अभी presentation दे रहा हूँ. I will talk to you later. Just sorry, sir, for the interruption. So we have got total solids 3.67, which enhanced to 11.10 in RO concentrate. And if you see the fat 0.20, protein is 1.33, lactose is 1.78, and ash content is 0.34. Look at the pH, which is 3.92, quite low. And if you see in case of RO concentrate or RO retentate, all the things has been enhanced significantly due to removal of water. And the powder which we obtained, it contains 98.45% TX. Fat content is 5.94. Protein is 36.44. Lactose is around 48.80, and ash content is 7.18. Here the pH is 4.14 for the reconstructed solution 10% strength. And you can also see the zeta potential values, which is reducing here. But the end result is that RO concentration significantly increase the increase the milk constituents in RO retentate as compared to this defeated buttermilk, and there is a significant difference in these constituents between these 3 samples. Here you can see the color values of them, and even apparent viscosity at 100 shear rate at 20 degrees centigrade. So this is increasing, and this is again for this buttermilk powder. It is a reconstituted solution. The buttermilk powder has got 0.24 water activity, which is quite okay with respect to powders. Now, if we talk about the flux, that how does this RO concentration behave during the concentration? So here you can see the percentage volume reduction, which is ranging between 10 to 70%, which we have obtained, and this is the flux which has reduced from 24 to 10.67 LMH. You can also see this in terms of this concentration factor, and we determined the flux mean using this particular formula, so that comes to 15.07. And this is a usual process in membrane processing, that with increase in the TS, the flux is gradually going to decrease. So flow curve of the samples were determined, like we determined the flow curve of all these samples. And here you can see this green shows the separated buttermilk. Blue shows the reconstituted buttermilk solution, buttermilk powder solution, and red shows the RO concentrate. So this is the flow curve, which is showing the effect of shear rate on the viscosity, and basically it shows the shear thinning behavior. Like if you increase the shear rate, the viscosity is going to decrease. And we also determined the effect of temperature on the viscosity, and here you can see like we increase the temperature from 20 degree to 80 degree centigrade. And this is the RO concentrate gate line, and this is the separated buttermilk. So both of them shows that with increase in the temperature, the viscosity is going to decrease. So it is showing it like inversely proportional relation, and it will get correlated as well when we are heating later stage. And then another activity is characterization of the powder which we have obtained. So these are the different tests which we have conducted for its determination of physical properties, its rheology, its microstructure, its reconstruction properties, and functional properties. So these methods were used, and here you can see the particle size analysis of different samples. Like we have got 3 samples: deflated buttermilk, RO concentrate, and buttermilk powder. And we have determined different parameters which comes under particle size analysis, like specific surface area, span, D32, D10, D50. So these are the particle size. So here you can see, like if we talk about the size D50, so as compared to buttermilk, RO concentrate has low size, like lower particle size, and the particle size of powder is a bit higher. And that could be understood because when we are dealing with the RO concentrate, like RO, so it has got a homogenizing effect as well. That's why it might have reduced the size. And here you can see other parts. And if you talk about specific surface area, so the product which is having low particle size, it is going to show high surface area. So it is directly proportional, and that has been shown in these figures. Now coming towards the physicochemical properties of desi buttermilk powder. So here you can see these are the typical powder properties, like interstitial air content, which is 96 ml per 100 gram of powder, occluded air content, which is 50.54. These are the densities, like loose bulk density 0.54, which is gram per ml, that how much gram of powder could come in particular volume. Like you can see here there, that if we are taking 100 ml volume, how much gram of powder could be fed into this, and this is related to the space requirement and the packaging material requirement. Then if you are tapping it, then what is the packable density? Particle density is 1.92. The porosity of, in this powder is 51.36. Free fat content of the total fat is 1.24. This is the tyrosine value 45.42, and this is the HMF content, which shows the degree of intensity of the heat treatment, Maillard because of the Maillard reaction. So this is 1235.52. Now coming to reconstitution properties like wettability, and wettability is important parameters, that if we add this powder into water, how much time it is going to take to get wet. So this powder shows only 3 seconds wetting time at this standard conditions. So any powder which is having less than 10-second wetting time, it's called instant powder. Like it's an instantly wettable powder. So this has shown 3 seconds only. Even this skim milk powder shows 7 to 8, and whole milk powder shows around 50 seconds of wetting time. But it has shown only 3 seconds, which is quite excellent. And if we talk about flowability, like how does it behave? So we determined angle of repose, and it comes to be 27.15, which shows a good flowability. Like there is no problem in its flow. We also determined this compressibility index and Forstner ratio, and they also advocate a similar results. Now coming to the functional properties of this powder. So functional properties are really important for expression of other properties, and under them, the solubility is one of the important of prerequisite. So here you can see like the insolubility index, which is determined or given by ml per 100 ml is 29 for this powder. You can see over here also. Oil binding capacity is 3.83, and the water binding capacity of this powder is 5.5 gram per gram of protein. So it's quite good. Emulsification activity is 24.99. Emulsion stability is 5.83. Foam capacity is 25, and the foam stability was 15.21%. So these are the functional properties of this powder, which is quite good. If we talk about the structure of this powder, we determined we captured SAM micrographs. So here you can see like the SAM micrograph at 200 magnification, and this graph is as 1000. So again, you can see here the spherical particles of variable size, which we have also seen in the particle size analysis. And there are some particles are sticking to each other. It means they are forming a cluster, and some of them are like even infused. So this could explain that why does some of the its solubility is not 100%. We also captured FTIR spectra for all these products. So here you can see like buttermilk and separated butter concentrate and separated buttermilk is similar, but the powder has shown different types of spectra, and the different peaks were observed between, if you see here, from 100 to 1172 centimeter inverse. And this is the in this fingerprint region shows presence of variable functional groups, and also we observed the peak in the area of like 2800 to 2900. And then another property which we determined is buffering capacity of reconstructed desi buttermilk powder solution. So here you can see the graph which I been given for acidification. Its initial pH was here, and we reduce it up to 2, and then we increase the pH up to 10. So the buffering capacity basically deals with the like how much resistance is offered towards the change in pH. So this is the graph of this powder. And then coming towards the application of this powder. So as I told earlier that we have got very good results in terms of wettability. So if we add water and if we dissolve this powder into water, we could easily convert this into the like lassi, different variants of lassi. It could be sweet or sour. So using this way, we could convert this into an instant lassi powder, and we could generate what type of buttermilks. And we are rightly working on this. If we talk about the immediate benefits from this, so even RO retentate and permeate, they could be used. Like we have seen that RO is successfully concentrated this buttermilk. So it can be installed at farm level, and then we can convert into RO concentrate. This RO concentrate, it means it is the concentrated desi buttermilk, which can be sent to market, and even after dilution, it can be directly used. And permeate, we have conducted trials, although I'm not going to show it here, but it has got huge potential to be used as a natural coagulant because pH is quite low. So for milk coagulation, it can be used. Other potential uses of lassi powder could be like it can be added in different products, ice cream or bakery product, even brown color barfi, peda, pinni, or even dahi or yogurt, it can be used. So with this, I'm going to conclude like reverse osmosis significantly increase the concentration of milk constituents in RO retentate, and samples showed shear thinning behavior, and they also showed inverse relation with the viscosity shows inverse relation with the temperature. RO is suitable for at farm concentration, and thus we have developed a technological package for processing, preservation, and value addition in desi buttermilk. As an ingredient, this desi buttermilk powder can be used in an array of products, and thus this technology has a potential for the utilization on industrial scale. And if this all is happening, so the buttermilk which is being thrown by the rural farmers, that can be used for the conversion of this RO concentrate or this buttermilk powder, and it will act as an additional source of income for the rural farmers from a domestic waste which is being discarded from the decades. And that's with this, I want to acknowledge one of my PhD student and other lab students, and the director of my institute, ICR NDRI Karnal, for providing the facilities. This project is being funded by Haryana State Council for Science, Innovation and Technology, Panchkula. So I acknowledge them for providing the funding. Organizers team, AFSTI, and Dr. B.K. Chauhan and all the team of AFSTI for giving me opportunity. So with this, like nothing is a waste until we really waste it. I conclude my talk, and thank you. For any queries, you can contact me. That's it. So thank you, organizers. Thank you, the audience. Thank you, everybody.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Meena, for your very interesting presentation and with a lot of information. So Dr. Meena's presentation is all open for the, if there's any questions, you can ask.
Dr. G.S. Meena, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
The presentation was really good. This is the first time, again, I want to say this is the first time I'm hearing the buttermilk and various types of the milk, in the sense of nutrition factors, how you are refine using various techniques, the milk and the concentrating the milk and so on. I have only one question for a curiosity. I would like to know, you said about the buttermilk powder, right?
Yeah.
Is it available commercially? Buttermilk
Sir, I told you another type of buttermilk, like sweet cream buttermilk, which is obtained when we are converting pasteurized cream into butter. So that powder is available. My project is focused on, like, as I told, that 50% of the milk is consumed at the farmer's door. And they are traditionally converting this milk into curd or dahi first. And after churning, they are getting this makhan. And the leftover is sour buttermilk, on which I am working right now. So nobody has worked on that so far. No technology is available. Although I have developed, and it will be possible, like it is possible, we have developed a package, but for other buttermilk, which is sour, what we call sweet cream buttermilk, because its acidity is as good as a fresh milk. So it is available in the market. It's available.
Because traditionally, the South Indians, they used to mix buttermilk with rice. And they eat.
Sir, yeah, I did not even enter into that area. Otherwise, it has got phospholipids, MFGM fraction. It is highly nutritive as well. But I am working, so I so far I have not validated these things. That's why I have not shared the results.
But lassi is entirely different from buttermilk, right?
Lassi and buttermilk, like, sir, lassi contains higher amount of tea acid, contains sugar as well. And this does not contain anything. It is like during churning, people add water to curd, and then they are providing this agitation. So its composition is different from lassi. It has got lower TS. The major challenge, like, it has got 4% TS, and 4% to higher TS, we cannot heat it by evaporation because it is going to coagulate. The pH is quite low. So if it is coming from dahi, it means its pH is already 4.6 or lower than that. So all the proteins are in the destabilized stage. So we don't have any other option. Even I tried vacuum trade drying, but it takes a lot of time to get concentrated. So the best way is to deal with the membrane processing, and then we could achieve the things. And I got the success. Like we manufactured the powder. I think it could be first time.
Interesting, Dr.
Yes.
Very nice presentation. Also, I would like to highlight that the chairperson's presentation was also very nice. So I think this is the final stage. Let me ask the chairperson to summarize Dr. G.S. Meena's lecture.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Meena, for your very interesting presentation, and you have delivered a lot of information. Actually we like to see how the industry is going on in India, and the dairy industry is very vast industry in India. So we have an ambition to link with you, because there's one lady in the ITI also. She's recently submitted a PhD thesis on dairy technology. So I can link her with you, and if there's possibility, we can initiate the collaborative research work also.
Oh yes, sir, definitely.
Yeah, you delivered so many information, and the many farmers, how they produce dairy items, and analysis of the value-added products in the whole India, and the therapeutic effect of the buttermilk and other products also. And you have done a lot of characterization and set how you set your objectives. Very interesting, and to address the farmers question very nicely. Very interesting, Dr. Meena. Thank you so much. And also, there are a lot of characteristic parameters we need to analyze under this area. So you have done a lot of studies and the parameters and wettability, probability. Even we have a project on the SPEDINE project on the under my hand, and we have also done a lot of how the parameters are like different 12 parameters and SEM analysis also morphologically, how you describe, interpret, and to give the information to young graduates to understand how they can design a project and set their objectives and go for the right methodology and design activities, and finally end up with the final conclusion that is should be commercially viable. Thank you so much for your effort that you focus that you set in this presentation. So definitely I'll share my information also, because the session is on the farmer-centric food technology. I delivered the presentation on the how food and vegetable processing area from farm to foreign destination, what are the compliant requirements that we need to meet, and our responsibility, like even in Sri Lanka also, considering all this, we are going to establish a food authority. That presently the food control is belongs to Ministry of Health Department, but we had a national stakeholder meeting and we decide to establish a food authority to address these issues and comply the requirement and deliver a good quality and safety product to the international consumers and as well as local consumers. And Dr. Raj, you delivered a good presentation on the seaweed and microalgae, and how we can go for the lot of value addition. Actually, during my Sri Lanka project, I had there's collaboration. Professor Uday Annapure, Symposium Chair, is one of my good friends, and he's the PI from Indian side. I am the PI from the Sri Lankan side. I went to the iMedia company, and they want to come to Sri Lanka because my brother is NACDA DG, National Actor Development Authority DG. So we had a discussion with Professor Deshmukh and Professor Annapure to how to initiate a good venture Sri Lanka, because they want to come to Sri Lanka because our seawater is not polluted compared to India. So they want to establish a good venture enterprise in Sri Lanka also. With that time, we start product development by using microalgae and seaweeds like ulva, agasam also. And with that nice presentation of the Dr. Meera, we learned a lot of ideas, and there's a big avenue to have build up a collaboration and mutually exchange our knowledge. And this is era of the Asia. So India is our big brother.
Sure, sir, sure.
We can do a lot of ventures. Thank you so much for your two speeches. And Dr. Raj, do you have anything?
Just now I received a mail from the organizing secretary, Dr. Vikas Singh Chauhan. He put a CC to you also. He requested to arrange a brief summary of our session. It is about Dr. G.S. Meena's lecture and mine, and also yours. So we have to include all the three and summarize this particular technical session, and it has to be sent to the organizing secretary.
Dr. Raja, this is Dr. Ashutosh Inamdar calling from ICFOST office, sir. Since now we are running short of time for the next session, the summary can be mailed to the office, sir. Please.
Letter. Okay, no problem. No issue. Thank you.
There is no need to read out that as of now.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And I must give my by-heart thank to Professor Uday Annapure, chairperson of the symposium, and Dr. Vikas Singh, secretary of the symposium and organizing committee, and also Dr. Raj for delivering nice presentation, and Dr. Meena delivering nice presentation. Thank you, Oma, very much. You designed this very important technical session on farmer-centric food technologies. Very good. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Chair, the chairperson, co-chairs. Have a nice day. I think we should end this so that the next session can be taken over straight away. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Start. Everybody's there.
Very good afternoon to all, the chair, the speakers, and the delegates for the session, second session to be more specific, on the farm-centric food technologies. This session is sponsored by Ms. Hexagon Nutrition and Mrs. High Media Laboratories. So it's my humble duty, first of all, to introduce the chair of the session, Dr. Pane sir. Dr. Pane sir, presently he is the Dean Planning and Development at St. Logwal Institute of Engineering, Punjab. He has before that he has headed the Department of Food Engineering and Technology, and of course he has completed 7 research projects funded by DBT, and 2 projects are in progress. To his credit, he has many what you call the assignments right now is going through, prominent being the member of International Collective of Experts of Foundation for Science and Technology, Portugal. Apart from many other things, he is also a member of National Scientific Panel on Alcoholic Beverages and Water Beverages, non-alcoholic of FSSAI. To his credit, he has bagged many awards, among the prominent one being the top 2% of scientists for the year 2020 as well as 2021. He is the fellow award for the year 2022 in the area of agro-bioproducts and food technology by International Society for Energy, Environment and Sustainability. Apart from that, to his credit, he has got INSA Teacher Award 2020, Fellow Award by National Academy of Dairy Sciences, Fellow Award 2018 in the area of food biotechnology by Biotech Research Society of India, apart from many other awards. He has given more than 75 invited talks in national and international conferences. He has published almost 150 or 160 research papers, and to his credit, he has 9 books and 40 book chapters. He has patented 1 patent and developed 3 technologies. And apart from that, he has guided 11 PhD students, 32 MTech students, and more than almost 75 to 100 BTech students. He has been awarded the Bypass Fellowship and International Travel Grant by GST to attend the workshop at Italy and conferences at the USA. His area of specialization include value addition of food in food enzymes and enzymatic synthesis of prebiotics. Apart from that, he is an editorial member in many SCI journals, to name a few: International Journal of Biological Macromolecules, Journal of Food Science and Technology, Carbohydrate Polymer Technology and Applications, Applied Food Biotechnology. So I welcome Dr. Pane sir to this session, and I request him to take the session forward.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Namdar, and good morning to all of you, rather good afternoon. So it is our pleasure to conduct this session, and first of all, I will also welcome Dr. Ashutosh Namdar, and he is working as a principal scientist, CFTI Mysore, and his area of specialization is grain processing and flour fortification. He is PhD in food science, and he has 4 years experience in global milling industry in Trinidad and Quebec, and about 15 years of experience in R&D in CFTI Mysore. He is a member of several institute and institution committees, and he has several awards to his credit. West Individual Award for Scientific Contributions from CFTI for 2017. Outstanding Scientist Award 2017 from Venus International Foundation. Young Scientist Award 2014 from Association of Food Scientists and Technologists. Young Scientist Award in 2015 from Venus International Foundation. And recently, Professor Carl Hosny Award for contribution to development of cereal science and technology. And many congratulations, Dr. Namdar. He has more than 10 invited talks, and he has published around 35 papers. And 85 technologies. It is a big contribution in the area of the food technology. And he has also involved in setting of 3-floor mill plants at different places. And he has supervised 3 PhD and 15 MTech or MSc students. And he was also visiting scientist to Switzerland. And he was also involved as the organizing secretary of ICFOST 2018. And he is a very active worker in AFSTI at different positions. Rather, I have seen it always active in one or the other way. So he has a big contribution in the area of the food science and technology. With these words, I welcome Dr. Namdar. And I also welcome all the speakers. We will be having the 4 invited talks. And first talk would be Dr. R.T. Patel. I also welcome Dr. Avyoma Singh from CFTRI, and then Mr. Manish Rod from High Media as well. So starting with the first lecture, that is by Dr. R.T. Patel. So he is a very well-known scientist and well-known person in the area of food science and technology. He is chairman of Welfare Society for Post-Harvest Technology, former director of SIFT Ludhiana, chief technical advisor to food processing industries in India, fellow of National Academy of Agriculture Sciences, fellow of National Academy of Dairy Sciences, former member of Agriculture Task Force, Government of MP, and he has also been working in different panels of FSSAI. He was also board member of Indira Gandhi Agriculture University, Raipur, former member of Search Advisory Board of several ICR institutes, several accreditation committees and BIS committees, and then NASF, IECAR. And he has also was a member of board of management of PHU Ludhiana and University Ludhiana. So with these words, I welcome Dr. R.T. Patel. And beside this, he has a lot of contributions in the area of food technology. He has been visiting scientist to different countries and more than 23 such prototypes to its credit, 7 process protocols, and 7 pilot plants, and published more than 150 international papers, 50 technical proceedings, and over 100 important presentations in different seminars, conferences, and different committees as well. And he was also invited speaker to international conferences in Brazil, Canada, Turkey, Afghanistan, Malaysia, South Africa. Recently, he has visited the USA to explore the collaboration opportunities for Indian food processing industries. And he was also invited speaker in Global Food Security Conference in South Africa as well. And he has achieved Lifetime Achievement Gold Medal of Indian Society of Agriculture Engineers in 2017, Dr. V. Subramaniam Memorial Lecture Award of IAFT and MOFE in 2019. So with these words, I welcome the talk of Dr. R.T. Patel. And I now request the IT team to kindly play the video because due to some busy schedule, he was not able to come. So I request the IT team to just play the video of the lecture of Dr. R.T. Patel, please.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Dear participants,
Sir, are you able to see the screen?
I am Dr. R.T. Patil, former Director, Central Institute of Post-Harvest Engineering and Technology, Ludhiana. Today we will be talking about farmer-centric food processing technologies, which will help to increase the farmer's income and improve the rural livelihood. When we look at our country, we see that we grow n number of crops, whereas in the developed nations, they can grow hardly 3-4 crops. And in spite of taking 3 crops in a year, whereas in developed nations, they can take only 1 crop in a year. The situation of our farmers is really poor. And for that, how to improve that situation, that we have to think about. And we see that one approach is the farmer's participation in the food processing. Because what happens if the raw material costs 1 rupee, the processed product sells at 2 to 3 rupees. Even raw material, if it is costing 1 rupee and well packaged, and sold product is sold at almost twice the cost of the original. I remember buying jawar at 90 rupees a kilo from online services. So, and atta is selling at 50 rupees a kilogram, whereas our wheat sells less than 20 rupees a kilogram. So all these processing activities, they can be put up in the production catchment. That means in the rural areas. Once they are put up in the rural areas, then raw material provider is a farmer. So that industry will have very good linkage, backward linkage with the farmer. They can have a contract with the farmer. They can have understanding with the farmer. There could be many food processing, producers organizations which sell raw material. And if they also take part in this, in processing, they can also increase their income. And by that way, at backward linkages, their farmers will get better returns from their land. With this, I will start my presentation and I will show you how the food processing and production catchment improve the lives of the farmer. So this is the topic, food processing technologies for increasing farmers' income and improved rural livelihood. So I will make a slideshow. So if you look at the Indian perspective, as I told you, we grow many crops, but from how much land we have compared to the world land, we have only 2.4% of the total land area of the world for our production, and only 4% of the world's fresh water. And with that, our farmers, they work very hard and support almost 17% of world population and equal number of animal population. Even then, the agriculture contributes only 15% of the GDP. That means 15% takes care of almost 80% of the population, which depends on the agriculture. And 85% of the GDP is utilized by the urban population. And this picture we need to change. And agriculture contributes, employs 49% workforce. Agriculture is not only producing raw material, but it is providing very good employment to large number of people in our country. And it sustains approximately 55% of the population now. Earlier, it used to support almost 70 to 80% population. Now the cities have grown and the people have started migrating from the rural areas to the urban areas. And that too because agriculture is not profitable. If we can make the agriculture profitable, all this migration will stop and we will have the stronger economy of our country. If we look at the production capacity of our country, India produces almost 310 million tons of food grains.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Too huge quantity. Yes?
Sir, screen share नाही झाली तुमची.
अरे म्हणजे मी ज्या वेळेला हे करतो त्यावेळेला स्क्रीन शेअर होत नाही याचा अर्थ.
हां, तुम्ही आता करू नका ना. मी सध्या पॉज.
Dear participants, I am reconnecting again from the first slide. So you know that the topic of this presentation is food processing technologies for increasing farmers' income and improved rural livelihood. If we look at the situation of our country, or from the Indian perspective, when you see, we find that India has 2.4% of the total land area of the world, very little land area. 4% of the world's fresh water. This is also a very low quantity. Whereas we support about 17% of the world population. That means how much hard work our farmers might be putting. They are sometimes taking 3 crops in a year. So you can imagine how fast they have to run to make the agriculture profitable or agriculture livelihood for themselves. And when they do that, they produce about 310 million tons of food grains. It is a huge quantity of food grains. When we got independence in 1947, we were producing only 50 million tons and our population was about 35 crores people. Whereas now we produced 6 times and our population has increased only 4 times. And fruits and vegetables, it is a 330 million tons of fruits and vegetables we produced. India ranks second in the world in this production of food grains as well as the fruits and vegetables. And almost twice this quantity, we produce the biomass. The farmers produce the biomass. In spite of doing these efforts, what is the condition of the farmer? From agriculture, GDP is only 15%. So that means this 85% of our population or 80% of the population, which is the rural areas, it consumes only 15% of the GDP, whereas 85% of the GDP is enjoyed by the urban people. And in urban people, now there is a lot of migration from the villages to the cities. And that is because the agriculture is no more profitable. And I told you in the beginning, in the preamble, that how the agriculture can be made profitable. And agriculture is such a business, without that the country cannot survive. Because agriculture employs about 50% of the workforce. Total employment provided to the country is 50% by agriculture. And it sustains about 55% of the population. Earlier, it used to sustain 70% population, but slowly the people have started migrating to the cities, and that is why this is the situation. Again, if we look at the fruit production, our country stands in many commodities, which are very important. For example, banana, we are first in the world, producing about 27% of the world production. Papayas, we are first in the world, producing 45% of the world production. And producing mangoes, 40% of the world's mango. So this is how is our strength. And also along with this, we produced unique aroma, flavor, taste, and nutritional properties and health benefits products. They are something like jamun, amla, bell fruit, pomegranate, custard apple, things like that. And the Western world have not heard about them, have not seen their how it looks like, but because they are wealthy, they are buying it from all over the world. And we produced whatever you name, which is grown in the world, we produced in India. In spite of this production, huge quantity, the farmers are not benefiting out of it. Always we see that there is unrest, there is a low price, and when we compare the price of the processed product with and also the packaged product, what consumer pays, compared to what farmer gets, there is a huge gap. For example, if the farmer produces tomatoes, he can sell maximum at 5 rupees a kilogram or 10 rupees a kilogram. Whereas in the cities, nearby cities, we buy them at about 80 rupees a kilogram. Okay. And because of this reason, the middleman benefits, farmer doesn't benefit, and the consumer suffers. When the middleman benefits, he cares only about the quantity he wants to sell, and then he increases the price if the quantity for sale is less. And that is why there are huge post-harvest losses. These post-harvest losses are not made by farmers, neither they made by consumers, but in between those people are there. They are not worried about proper handling of it. And that is why we incur about 1 lakh crore rupees per year as a post-harvest loss. And I have explained what are the reasons for losses, but still in this slide, we can see what are those points which lead to the losses. Handling of raw produce through many stages of middleman. Actually, why not directly from the farmer to the consumer, that kind of handling process which we have. If we have that, then farmer will get the maximum price for his produce. But it is not there. For example, tomato, when farmer grows, he sells it to the middleman, and by the time it comes to our thela and to our plate, 7 or people have handled it. And as many people handle the produce, that many losses will take place. Another thing is that all these products are perishable, and it is better to process them at the earliest. And for doing that, we should have the processing facility in production catchment. And if it is not there in the production catchment or rural areas, and if it is only in the cities, then it leads to the wastage of valuable byproducts. Then another thing is that though our country is blessed to produce all the crops in the world, and we take almost 3 crops in a year, but we do not have the cold chain facilities. Our country is not bestowed with the cold chain by the nature. If we look at those developed countries, they are temperate countries and their natural cold chain exists. Whereas where the production is highest, we do not have natural cold chain, and we are a tropical country, very high temperatures are there. And that is why the perishable commodities, they perish more and there is a wastage. Then non-availability of adequate equipment and machinery for small scale processing. When we think about putting up these technologies and industries in the production catchment or in the rural areas, they should be small scale industries. And mostly The bigger industries which are with imported machines, they are in the cities and they are huge in quantity. And when they collect the raw material from the small farmers, then definitely there is going to be a loss to that material, and that leads to the post-harvest losses. We need to have adequate equipment for small scale processing, and all our institutions now working hard to produce and design and develop all this processing equipment which can take care of our own crops. Then next is lack of facilities for training, incubation, and handholding of entrepreneurs. When young youth from the village sees that the benefit of the modern dairy or taking milk to the city directly to the consumer, he gets 60 rupees. Whereas in the dairy, if he goes, he gets 20 rupees. And that is why he wants to go in for the dairy business. Similar to that, he must be thinking that why I cannot go into the food processing business when he sees that guava juice, 1 liter cost about 100 rupees, whereas the guava quantity in that might be only one, which may be costing only 5 rupees. When he sees that, he thinks that how can I go into this business? And for that, he should be trained, because no other factory will allow him to come in. Even the Kirana store fellow will not allow other fellow to get trained in his store. And that is why the institution should be there to training, incubation, and hand-holding of these upcoming entrepreneurs. And fortunately, all the ICR institutes, all the agricultural universities, they have agribusiness incubation centers, experiential learning centers, where these willing entrepreneurs can go and get the training and then can start their small-scale enterprise. So the simple equation is there: higher the processing, better will be the post-harvest management. If immediately farmer can sell it to the processing plants, then he will not let any small, even one fruit to get damaged. And if there is a better post-harvest management, then there will be lower losses and better returns to the farm. So the next slide, we talk about agro-processing in production catchment. What are other advantages of agro-processing in production catchment? Of course, agro-processing production catchment, because it can provide a processed food of the highest quality at affordable cost to the consumer. Nowadays, even the very poor people, they would like to go for processed food, but their costs are very high because multinationals have entered into it. 100 rupees for one guava juice, okay, per liter, where there will be one or half guava. So why it should cost 100 rupees? It can be profitably sold at 50 rupees a liter. And these small scale industries, when we establish in production catchment, that can provide that. Then ensure traceability of the raw material used for processed product, hence the great for export and elite urban market. When there is a rural industry, they will have a contract with the rural farmers and they will know from what village they are getting this raw material. If it is a huge plant, then all the raw material are mixed together and they cannot find out from which field or which village or which block this raw material has come. And this is a very important issue for food safety. And the world wants the food traceable food to be consumed, and they are willing to pay higher price for it. Then it can also help effective backward linkage with farmers for processing their raw produce. And we had wonderful farm laws introduced by our government, but unfortunately they are repealed. Because of those farm laws, we could have had many small scale industries in the rural areas. Because we want investment in the rural areas for putting up the food processing industries, but they will come only when they are assured of the long-term association with the farmers through contracts. And if it is there, then it will provide effective backward linkage with farmers for processing their raw produce, and definitely they will get better price than selling as a raw material into the nearby mandis. It will also shorten the supply chain. As I told you, longer supply chain, more post-harvest losses and more loss to the farmer. So it will shorten the supply chain. It will increase the profitability of the farmers. And ultimately, it will increase the GDP from agriculture. And FAO has said that increasing the GDP from agriculture by 1% is equal to increasing the GDP from other sources by 3% for reducing the poverty of the country. So even 1% increase in the GDP from agriculture, it will reduce the poverty substantially. And it will reduce the post-harvest losses. And it is a simple equation. If you reduce the post-harvest losses, there will be increase in the farmer's income. Then for this purpose, what are those farmer-centric technologies which have scope to put up in a rural areas? So this is the first one I am showing you. This is garlic processing machines. We know that the garlic is consumed by all in the very large quantity. It is consumed in the restaurants. It is consumed in the dhabas. It is consumed in our household morning till evening, different dishes. And garlic has got a lot of health benefits. Garlic is widely used to prevent several conditions linked to the blood system and heart. Garlic is also used for prevention of many types of cancers and immunity boosting garlic. And that is why, because of these raw materials which we consume in our country, we grow and consume in our country, like spices and condiments and also all these crops, we had better immunity and we could fight effectively against the corona. And this is every day we consume garlic, but we always buy garlic in the raw form and again do that opening up in the house, opening up in the restaurants. Maybe one person might be required to peel up the garlic and make it available in the restaurants and dhabas. Whereas in the house also, there is a lot of time goes in that. Why can't we make a processed product wherever the garlic is grown in the country? They can put up a small scale industry like this. There will be 3 machines required. One is the garlic bulb breaker. Another is a garlic flaking machine, so that the peel is detached, and the garlic peeler, where it is a aspiration due to which the garlic inside and garlic peel is separated. And once we do that, then we prepare it in this shape. We cut them into the slices, pack them into the small quantities or large quantities, and give them to the restaurants, housewives to consume it as a ready to cook product. Next one is onion processing. Onion we grow in large quantity in our country, and especially in Maharashtra, our state. And this onion, how much we consume as a fresh? Maybe hardly 5% for our salad, and 95% is chopped and then put in the oil, then seasoned and then used. When we use that for that purpose, that much quantity, why can't we process and make it available as a ready to cook product? And that is why we have developed the technologies for onion dehydration. The routine technologies of onion dehydration take long time and take a lot of energy. So we have developed a mechanical dewatering and drying process for onion. We chop the onion, take out the juice, and then remaining portion is dried, which is the onion flakes. They can be used for curry making, and onion powder further that can be used for masala making. And the juice which is available from this process is very good for putting on the hair. If we put it on the bald surface, then there is a possibility of hair growth is there. And also if you have hair fall, you put this and it will be reduced. And also if you have sunstroke, that time we can apply that on the body and sunstroke will be taken care of. And for this, we require a very small equipment, and it's a small scale industry. And once you have that juice available, there will be industries coming up on that juice who will make shampoo and oil from it. And if you go to Amazon, you will find lot many companies selling onion oil and onion shampoo costing a lot. Okay. The next one is mango processing machinery, mango processing units. For example, earlier we used to make a pickle in every house. We are not making it today because we cannot cut the mangoes of that size and we don't have the equipment. In the villages, they still might be doing it because in 1 or 2 houses, this cutter is there and that goes throughout the village. And then they make the pickle out of it. But mostly in the village as well as in the cities, the people have started buying the ready-made pickle. And we want that these small scale industries should come up to process the mango so that that raw material can be given to the pickle industry. And there could be many pickle factories could be established in the country. Today, we don't find that many factories for pickle because only big multinationals, they are making pickle and the small scale units are non-existent because they don't get the support. So this is the machinery developed at our IIHR. And there 3 machines are there. Raw mango peeler. So the peel is removed. Then raw mango slicer. The mango is sliced. And thereafter the raw mango cube cutter. And these cubes are made from this. And once you make these cubes, put them in the cold store for storage and then make it available to further processing industries who will make panna out of it, who will make achar out of it, and who will make many different things out of it, morabba out of it. And they need not have to do all this work at factory themselves. Because mostly what happens for the food factories, the raw material is not the raw material we produce. For example, if you go to the ketchup factory and tell them that you take our tomato, they will say that our tomato is not my raw material. Their raw material is the puree of the tomato. Same thing for juicing industry. If you take the mangoes to them, they will say this is not our raw material. Mango pulp is our raw material. Same thing for this one, the achar company. You take the mangoes, they will say this is not our raw material. And if it is a big company, they can have these machines there and they will say that all right, we'll take it. But the small industries, what they need, these are the cubes, mango cubes. So this is a small unit that can be set up in the rural areas. Then the next thing is the superfood moringa. So moringa leaves can be dried and then ground into the powder. And this is a superfood now recognized, that if you eat moringa, your hemoglobin will go up, iron content will go up. And that is why this is not a big high-tech industry. It is a small industry requiring one dryer and one grinding unit and then packaging machines. And you can make moringa capsules, moringa tablets, moringa seed oil and things like that. And the next one is aloe vera gel extractor. Actually, aloe vera is also a wonderful raw material, and it is now being used in pharmaceuticals, nutraceuticals, and health benefits also. Because we juice every day morning, we take aloe vera juice. Then aloe vera is applied to the face as a cosmetics. And this aloe vera juice is not a rocket science or very big business. But whereas now we see that big companies only are selling this aloe vera juice. Whereas if we take this machine we have developed, in this machine what happens, this aloe vera gel is extracted without getting it bittered. And because upper layer we remove, lower layer we remove, and delicately we take out the gel. In other machines where the whole thing is crushed, then it becomes bitter and debittering is required. And this is a simple machine developed at Central Institute of Agricultural Engineering at Coimbatore Center. And by buying this unit, in the aloe vera growing areas, a small scale industry can very effectively be set up. Then the next main problem we have is the tomato. We always see in the newspapers that tomatoes are thrown by farmers on the street because they don't get good price. If they just crush it and they just make puree out of it, they will get a better price, and that can be stored for a long time in the cold storage and then sold to the different restaurants, dhabas, and also for processing industries. And what happens, that tomato, when it is crushed, the volume almost reduces to about 1/3 or 1/4. And that way to preserve it and package it becomes easier. Next thing is for the santras, that is citrus fruits, what we have in the Nagpur region. Generally, all these fruits, they come in the 3 grades, 1, 2, and 3. Grade 1 goes for direct table purpose and it gets better price, but grade 2 and grade 3 doesn't get a price for the farmers, and it sometimes becomes a liability for the farmer, and he throws it and it rots it and it creates pollution. Whereas if we put up a unit, processing unit for this grade 2 and grade 3, and it is a osmoconvective dehydration of citrus segments, we call it. These segments are taken out, and even though it is very sour in taste, in the osmodehydration, because it is dipped into the sugar syrup, it becomes sweet, and this can be kept for 6 months. And it can be given to the kids in their lunch boxes instead of giving the junk food of chocolate. And even whenever you want to make a juice, pulpy juice, you can put these segments in the mixer, put the water in that and mix it, and you can get a juice. Next one, technology which can go very well into the rural areas is packaging of fruits and high cost vegetables. Because these fruits and vegetables, one unit almost cost 10 to 15 rupees. And if that is packaged with the shrink packaging, one machine is required, which cost about 70 to 90,000 rupees. And in that, in one polythene bag, one fruit, if we keep, and we expose it to very high temperature for a short time. So that is kind of the control or modified atmosphere packaging of that fruit individually. And it extends the shelf life to 2 to 3 times, and a farmer can get better price for it. Then the next technology is green chili powder. Rather than red chili powder, why can't we process it as a green chili powder, so that the production of the green chili, total quantity, will also increase in the farm. And this one is a nutritious product, and we get 2 products. One is a green chili puree and green chili powder. And it is a profitable business because it is nutritious and people are liking it compared to red chilies. Because in the red chilies, it is dried for 1 month in the open yard, and there is a lot of contamination in that, and people are afraid to consume it. And instead of that, if this processing unit is established in the rural areas, I think it will help the farmers and also the processor. Next is jaggery. And this is an opportunity for us when the food habits of the people change. Earlier, people used to take a lot of sugar. Now they are averse to sugar because of the diabetes. And instead of that, they prefer jaggery. When they prefer jaggery, why can't we make the jaggery in the presentable form? So this is a cube jaggery we can see here. There is a liquid jaggery you can see here, and powder jaggery. And these three things can be made into the existing gurhal or the jaggery making units with little modification and little care, and they can get many times more price to their jaggery compared to the routine jaggery. And you must be knowing that Amazon and all those onlines, we buy jaggery up to 200 rupees a kilogram. Okay. And the next is cryogenic grinder. This is the grinder because in Maharashtra, lot many places, the turmeric is grown and lot many spices are grown. For example, Konkan, lot of spices are grown. And these spices, they get damaged if they are processed with the conventional methods of dry grinding. Then they do not have phytochemicals which are required for health in them if they are dry ground at very high temperature, about 90 degrees Celsius. So this is what is the unit developed at CFET Ludhiana. It is a cryogenic grinder at very minus temperature. The liquid nitrogen is sprayed on the raw material, it becomes brittle, it is powdered, and that powder temperature is very low. And if it is packed immediately, it can preserve the nutrients. We know that Tata Sampanna masalas, they are nutrient packed. So there must be definitely being produced with the cryogenic grinding. And this cryogenic grinder we have developed so that it can come within the reach of the small scale entrepreneurs. With this, I come to the conclusion of my presentation. Before that, I would just like to appeal to you. Please consume one fruit a day. If you consume one fruit a day, because we have many seasonal fruits in this country, and if whole population of 4 crores, where the 140 crores of population consumes one fruit a day, our post-harvest loss will be reduced by 5%. Unfortunately, we see that in spite of growing lot many fruits, our people not consuming them. Then consume lot of fruit jam. If you consume fruit jam, these are the small scale units and they can come up very big numbers, and that way we can reduce the post-harvest loss by 5%. Then when you greet each other, you take the greeting card which cost about 400 rupees and also the bouquet which may be more than 500 rupees. Instead of that, you give a basket of fruits on the occasion of birthday, on the occasion of marriage anniversary, and that will increase the fruit consumption of our country. Provide vegetables through self-help groups. This is for the government. And provide crushed tomato, jam, sauce, pickles, salsa, etc. also through the PDS shops. Because the small scale units, if you want to establish, they may be self-help groups also. And they may be small NGOs also. They may be industry also. And if they get this market, which is the routine network market, that is public distribution system, we will have encouragement for them to come for this. With this, I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity in this ICFOST, and I wish ICFOST all success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. R.T. Patil, for the insights into the simple technologies that can help the farmers' income, and rural technologies go very high. Of course, your thoughts on increasing the GDP of the country by targeting the farmers' income is well researched, and we thank you for putting the insight into it, sir. We also thank you for introducing the simple machines for the day-to-day spices like garlic, onion, even the aloe vera and the spices technology what you spoke about. And of course, we'll be very happy to take your appeal of eating one seasonal fruit a day for helping the country to minimize the losses in the fruit, sir. Thank you. So it's my honor now to introduce the second speaker. I already talked about him in the introduction part of this session, Dr. Pane, sir. So today he'll be talking on the topic biotechnological strategies for the valorization of agro-industrial bioproducts for the production of food additives. I request Dr. Paramjit Pane, sir, to give his talk, please.
Thank you, Dr. Namda. So I'm just sharing the slides with you. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
So really, it was a very informative lecture by Dr. Patil, and he has discussed about the ground realities and real work which is being carried out at different places. Really informative, sir. So my topic that is related with the utilization of the agro-industrial byproducts, and I will be mainly focusing on what could be the biotechnological strategies, although there are some chemical strategies and physical strategies as well. And we can opt for the green technologies when we are thinking of the ultrasonication and subcritical fluid dissection. And sidewise, we will be also focus on, we can also focus on the zymatic and microbial strategies. So I will be mainly focusing on the biotechnology one. So just one moment, please. So first of all, a little bit introduction. That is, when we talk of the agro-processing industries, it involves a set of different operations, and which are basically from the harvest to the processing to the end product, what we call, can be consumed by the consumers. So that is basically when we talk of the agro-processing industries, and different operations are being carried out, different unit operations are being carried out till the it can reaches to the shelf of the food, groceries, and other things. And ultimately, the net effect is obviously the rapid growth of the food processing industries, both had primary and secondary processed food products. So if we talk of the food processing residues, basically, food processing now, it is one of the largest industry in terms of consumption as well as those prospects. It involves the processing of different agriculture commodities like fruits, vegetables, fish, meat, poultry, milk, cereals, pulses, oil seeds, and plantation products. And when we process all the things, and during processing, although we get number of valuable products, that is food products, sidewise there are also the production of the waste as well as byproducts, and even during the post-harvest losses, which Dr. Patil has already discussed, there is also the production of the different waste, food waste, vegetable waste are there. And even we can think of our kitchen. Even in the kitchen, when we prepare the food, there are some of the byproducts we are producing at our kitchen as well. And think of when we all one or the other community, when we together gather the waste products, how much quantities are being generated. And it is estimated that is around 45 to 50% of the total organic industrial pollutants are being produced when we are talking about processing of the different agriculture community. It is general figure, although we know that is in fruits and vegetables, the waste is more being generated and as compared to the other food commodities. And just look on the food processing sectors when we are talking of. So these are the popular or the what are the more growth on different areas we were talking of. These are dairy, cereal, beverages, convenience foods, meat and fish, poultry, and spices. And different products are being made. We are talking of the sugars, we are talking of food grains, spices, edible oils, alcohols, ready-to-eat products, and bakeries and confectioneries. All the products are being made when we process the different commodities under these sectors. And when we talk of the waste or byproducts which is being produced, and we know there are different unit operations. If we just talk of the cereal industry, there's milling as well, cleaning as well, soaking is there, cooking is there. And you can see the list of the byproducts which are being generated in the every step. And there can be starch, gruel, flour, corn, sleep liquor can be there, and still is there, syrup is there. And we talk of fruits and vegetable industry, pulp is there, seed is there, leaves are there, fiber is there. So all these are being generated. And even when we talk of meat and fish and poultry, sugar industry, dairy industry, they also generate different type of the byproducts. Whey is the popular one. It is a problematic as well. And even there are different technologies are being developed or have been developed, but still the utilization of whey is a major challenge to the even dairy technology people as well. So wastewater is being generated when we clean the utensils and when we clean the machinery. There is also the generation of the wastewater. What to do with that? And naturally, we have to go for the chemical technology, and we can go for the green technologies. Now we have to choose among them depending upon the efficiency as well, because sometimes we talk about the BOD and COD levels that can be also within the permissible limits by using one technology, other technology, but sometimes we go for the combination of the two technologies. And even you can see the molasses in sugar industry. Molasses is a issue, although it is successfully used in the production of alcohol, but still there are different other products which we can explore by using this byproducts molasses when we're talking of. So when we talk of in general, we characteristics of the waste which is being produced during the processing of different agriculture commodities. Mostly they are organic in nature, biodegradable, and actually they contain high amount of the lignocellulose and hemicelluloses as well as some other sugars. So due to this high amount of the carbohydrates, they can be easily assimilated by the microbes. That is, we can grow some of the other microbes to produce some of the value-added products. And it is also naturally, we call it, they are suitable for many fermentative processes. Like I told you that the molasses is the well-known example where we are growing the yeast and producing the alcohol. Likely other microbes can also be used. We can have some high value products as well by using the agriculture or the food byproducts. And when you're talking of, as my lecture is concerned, the food additives, a little bit when we talk about the food additives, what are the food additives? We naturally, any substance which we are adding to the food to preserve flavor or enhance taste and appearance, we generally classify that they are the food additives. And different esculents are there. And this is just a list of some of the food additives which we can produce from the biotechnology through the bioprocesses. Esculents are there, polysaccharides are there, biopigments there, bioflavors are there, bacteriocins, vitamins, and amino acids. Although because we are running short of the time, I will be mainly focusing on 2 to 3 where the work has been done in more enormously and success has been obtained. So first, that is when we talk of the esculents, they are the organic acids, they came into picture. And when we talk of the organic acids, there are number of organic acids. We know lactic acid there, citric acid there, although they are part of fruits and vegetables as well, but they have a main role as the pH regulator. And then we also act as the preservative as well. So in that, if we see just the list of the organic acids, the esculents, which can be produced through the biotechnological means. Now we talk of the citric acetic acid, that is their microbes can be used with acetic vector, and the applications are self-explanatory, and most of us we know where they can be used. Then citric acid, aspergillus niger can be used, galvanic acid, aspergillus niger can be used. Lactic acid, much success has been obtained on production of the lactic acid, even from the molasses and even from the whey as well. Different species of the lactobacilli like delbrueckii and other can be used. I will be discussing in the next slides, particularly on the lactic acid where we stand. And then kojic acid, etanoic acid, and fumaric acid. These can be used, then they can be produced by using some of the agro-industrial byproducts. Basically, if we talk of the lactic acid a little bit, that is the basics of the lactic acid. These are very, very important because sometimes we are not aware of this. Main thing I would like to focus about the lactic acid, there are two optical isomers of the lactic acid. One is the L plus lactic acid, other is the D negative lactic acid, we call it. So L plus lactic acid is generally preferred by the industries. What is the reason behind that? Because the D lactic acid is not metabolized in the humans. And even the elevated levels of D lactic acid, they are harmful to the human beings. And when we talk of, because generally the question raises, that is all the technologies, these products can be made by the chemical industry, no doubt. These can be produced by the chemical industry. What? In chemical industry, there is no technology which can produce the pure L plus lactic acid. They generally, we can produce D lactic acid or a racemic picture of D or L lactic acid that can only be produced by the chemical industry. We are not able to produce the L-lactic acid. That is the major issue with the chemical industry, and only fermentative procedures or the strategies can be used for the production of the L plus lactic acid. And now uses of our L plus lactic acid, if we use, there are numerous uses. Beside this, in the food regulator, in the food exolants, these have been used in the production of PLA even, polylactic acid. That is an important component of biodegradable plastics and liquid crystals. They can also be produced by the L-lactic acid. So in this, when we talk of the microbes, there is a long list of the microbes again. Now, lactic acid bacteria, that can be homofermented and heterofermented. But it is not always the case that is the L plus lactic acid can be produced by the every microorganism. There are only the few microorganisms, and selection is to be done properly and carefully, because lactobacillus casei strains are there. They can produce the L plus lactic acid. Other can produce D as well, and rest mixture as well. So nature of the microbe, the selection of the microbes is very, very important. And even there are some of the fungal sources when we're talking of. There are the Rhizopus oryzae and Rhizopus regis. They are amylolytic in nature. Amylolytic in nature means they can break the starchy material into the simpler sugars, and from the simpler sugar to the lactic acid. So in this ABC, the substrates, there is a long list of the byproducts which have been tested for the production of the lactic acid. These apple and pomegranate waste, sugarcane waste, barley waste, caustic liquor, potato waste, peanut husk, and wheat straw as well, corn cob as well. So if we just compare these type of the raw materials and their efficiency in the production of the lactic acid, much success has been obtained on by using this potato waste. That is, we had one project, that is, we had worked on the potato waste liquor for the production of lactic acid by using the fungal culture. And even we had worked on by using the whey for the production of the lactic acid by using the lactobacillus casei. And these two organisms, these two substrates, they have been used for developing the lab scale technologies for the production of the L plus lactic acid we are talking of. And then another acetylants, that is the citric acid, it has also been produced by using the molasses particularly. And when we use the citric acid, it has the wide range of uses, both in the food, beverage, pharmaceutical, and other industries as well. And the salt of calcium hydroxide is used generally to have the purification of the citric acid, and to precipitate generally the calcium precipitate. So in this, the different substrates again, there's a long list as well. That is rice bran tested, molasses, this quinoa waste, wheat pulp, wheat bran, apple pomace, sugarcane bagasse, and then grape pomace. They have been tested for the production of the citric acid. Although in this as well, the much success has been obtained on using the molasses for the production of the citric acid. So although people are working on the other waste as well, that is the wheat pulp residues and sugarcane bagasse, what as compared to this, molasses along with the organism uses is the Aspergillus niger. It has been successfully used for the production of the citric acid. And if we see the organism choice, this is a table that will show you that is which organism can be used for which type of the substrate. That is for the molasses, generally we prefer the Aspergillus niger. And then even when we use the cornstarch, then we again prefer the Aspergillus niger, but the strains are different. Strains, when we talk about the microbiology, they have important role, because when we see just yeast, it occurs a different strains. That is, one is used in the bakery industry, and other Saccharomyces cerevisiae used in the alcohol industry as well. So the strains are different. All those species can be the same. there you just check this is personalized at ATCC 9142, and there this personalized is GCM7. So strains should be the particularly adaptable to that raw material. Their strain selection is also very, very important. So this is the another list of the substrates or byproducts which have been tested. That is, even the carrot pomace has been tested, coffee husk been tested, corn cob has been tested for the production of the citric acid. Now, another food additive, that is what we call polysaccharides. Polysaccharides have been also successfully produced by using the microbes, by using again growing on the agro-industrial byproducts. And when we talk of the uses of these polysaccharides, they have the important uses mainly as the thickeners and stabilizers in different food products. So they have the important role. And if we see what substrates and what polysaccharides have been produced by using the different byproducts, now we can have the polyolin from the substrate grape maize, sugar beet molasses, and oil will based caraway extract. And again, the main organism used in the production of polyolin is the Ariobisidium polyolins that has been used. And another polysaccharide is a gallon, that is Pingomonas, has been used on the for the growth from the cheese whey for the production of the gallon. And even molasses have been tested for the production of the gallon. And then xanthan, much success has been obtained on the production of this polysaccharide. That is, xanthan has been successfully produced by using the Xanthomonas campestris. Different species have been used, and mainly people have tested the sugar beet molasses and the normal molasses, sugarcane molasses, for the production of the xanthan. And even the growth on whey has also been obtained when we are talking of the xanthan productions. And then dextran and the other EPS, what we call the exopolysaccharides, have also been produced by using the different microflora, Halomonas, Leuconostoc, mesontroids. These all have been tested for production of the dextran. And another important where I would like to emphasize is the biopigments, basically. And when we talk about the biopigments, all we know the synthetic colors or the synthetic pigments, they have number of drawbacks. And even if you just Google on the net, that is these synthetic pigments or synthetic colors, even they can cause cancer even. So they are not normally preferred. Even when we are celebrating the festival of Holi, there we also prefer the organic colors because they are skin irritating as well. What we are eating the synthetic colors in different forms, they are very, very dangerous as well. And even limits have been fixed by the FSSAI. But even still, the people are exploring the possibility of the biopigments production. And when we talk about the biopigment production, there are again two routes. One are that is chemical route is there, and even the mixing, the combination of the enzymatic and chemical, that is also a route for the production of the biopigments from the fruits and vegetables, because we can extract the color from the food byproducts, like when we're talking of the sugar beet, and then we're talking of carrot. From there, we can extract the color by using some of the enzymes. And even we can use some ultrasonication techniques, green technologies we are talking of. Even microwave can be used for the production of color. And the second route is, that is, we can grow the color, this microorganisms. Some of the microorganisms haven't tested on the production of, on the growth on the different byproducts for the production of these biopigments, and success has obtained considerably. In this, when we're talking of the biopigments which have been produced from the different byproducts, they have been used, and the organism is Rhodotrolla glutinase, and beta carotene have been successfully produced, and it has a bright yellow color. And this organism has been successfully grown on the way for the production of beta carotene. And then even the there is another byproducts that we call apple pomace. Rhododendron has also been grown on the apple pomace, and production of carotenoids have been there, and lab seed technologies are available. And another important microflora, that is monescus. Although it is a mold, that has been successfully grown on different byproducts, and bright red color has been produced by using the monescus. So these two organisms have been thoroughly studied. One is the rhododendron for the production of yellow color, and another is the monescus for the production of the red color. And these microflora has another beauty, that is, if we change the media pH, accordingly the color may also change. The variation, that is, red may turn somewhat pink, or light red can be there. So production of different type of colors can be there if we change the pH of the media by using the same microflora. That is the important advantage of by using the microflora, and different byproducts we can explore for the possibility of the biopigments. And then we talk of the bioflavors. On the bioflavors, I think much work has been done when we're talking of the safety I measure. That is, obviously, when we talk of the bioflavors, you think of the dairy products. When we talk of the curd and the yogurt, mainly they are recognized by the particular flavor. That flavor production, that is due to the growth of the particular type of the microflora. That is, they produce particular type of the flavors, and accordingly the product is recognized. And different microflora, like when we're talking of the curd and yogurt, the microflora is different. Accordingly, when we're talking of lactobacillus, mixing of the lactobacillus species, and even when we talk of the yogurt, we add the equimolar mixture of the two organisms. So that is why the flavor is different. So this is just a typical example. We can extract those flavors, again concentrated, we add to the food products, and like that way we can work on the bioflavors. Different papers have been there. And even the coffee husk, apple pomace has been used for the production of bioflavor by using rhizopus and geotrichum. They have been tested for the production of bioflavors, and even there is technology have been developed. You can find the different papers as well, that is production of vanillin from the even pulping process of wood. That is, even although it is not related directly to the food industry byproducts, we are talking of the agriculture byproducts. Then wood can be again treated, processed through the pulping process. On that, the grown this microbe can be grown, and now naturally the final product vanillin can be produced. So different processes have been there. And another important bioproduct, that is bacteriocins. Bacteriocins have a big role as biopreservatives nowadays. And we again, I compared with the pigments with the biopigments. Here the chemical preservative with the biopreservatives. Now bacteriocins, they come under the biopreservative category, and much work have been done and in the NDRA kernel. And these are basically the proteinaceous substances and produced by the bacteria basically. And they inhibit the growth of closely related bacterial strains, and they have the preservative effect for the preservation of the food products. And here, if we see the list of the agro-industrial byproducts which are tested for the production of the bacteriocins. Now, in this, we have been used in a big way: quinoa peel, potato starch liquor, corn liquor, de-oiled rice bran, molasses, pea pod, and soya okara. They have been used for the production of the bacteriocins. Again, I would say, because most of the bacteriocins, they have been produced by the lactobacillus cultures, lactobacillus strains. So that is why they grow more on the substrates containing the lactose as the carbohydrates, because the whey contains the lactose, So the growth is more on the way. So that is why much success on the production of bacteriocins have been with the whey as the byproducts. Different organisms have been used, like lactobacillus culture, enterococcus. Those have been used for the production of the these bacteriocins. So that is the story of the bacteriocin productions. Although every byproduct has another one lecture, so I had just summarized the important food additives that can be produced through the biotechnology means by using the agro-industrial byproducts. Now, what we can conclude from this, that is the waste generated by the agro-processing industry, we say that is biodegradable. When it is biodegradable, we can try a number of the new microorganisms for the production of the high-value added products. Because high-value added products, when we talk, is the quantity is less, what price is high. That is the main focus of the that should be the main focus of the technology when we're talking of the biological component. Because always when we say biotechnological processes, the economics is the major issue. That is, their price is generally high as well. What along with the price, advantage is also there. Because when we talk of the normal foods along with the organic food has a high price. But there are consumers who prefer because of the health benefits. And even when we're talking of the biocomponents, that is biopigments, bacteriocins, although their price is high, but again, they are safer and they have the health benefits as well. And that is why nowadays the more focus is on the utilization of the byproducts, that is whether it should be from the agriculture, whether it should be the food industry. The reason being, when the raw material cost is low or very cheap, then the end product cost would be less as well. So emphasis is nowadays going on for the utilization of the byproducts, basically industrial byproducts, so that we can produce the high value products. And much success, I told you, has been obtained on the exolants, biopigments, and bacteriocins. They are main front runners when we're talking of the food additives. All the work is being going on the vitamins, even on the amino acids, even the work is there. They've done B12 have been produced from the whey. So although they're not much successful when we're talking of in real picture, what much success is on the lactic acid, then biopigments, and then the bacteriocins. So although there can be the other technology which very clubbed when we talk of the future prospects. One is that is when we use the microbes once, the cost is more. We can try the this immobilization. When we talk about the mobilization, we can reuse that cell many times. We are talking about not once. Some has the recycling time of around 8 cycles. When we're talking of the lactic acid production, we had developed a process where we can use the lactobacillus 8 times. So that is another the technique we can adapt. And obviously the enzyme engineering and genetic engineering are there way to reduce the economics or improve the economics of the process in different ways. So these are some of the papers our group had published in different journals on lactic acid, then on even the summarized picture in biotechnology approaches for the value addition of whey. There where we can use the whey in the different ways. Even enzymes can be produced from the whey as well. And then these are again on the lactic acid. Then this is one review where we had discussed how biopigments can be produced from the different agro-industrial byproducts. Then bacteriocins, we had published one paper. So this is a one book where we had focused one chapter, particularly on the utilization of the agro-industrial byproducts for the high-value products. So that was published by CSC Press. So this is all about. And lastly, I would like to thank the organizers, my host institute to carry out the work, and some of the sponsors at DST, and some work we had carried on the University of Birmingham and CSIR New Delhi as well. thank you all. And finally, just home message that you judiciously use the 5 P's: petrol, power, paper, plastic, and potable water. And naturally rest the 5R rule, that is refuse, reduce, reuse, recycle, and be responsible when we're talking of the environment and general prospects. So thank you. Thanks all for the patience listening, please.
Thank you, Dr. Panesar, for the wonderful talk you just presented. You almost covered all the food industry sectors, right from fruits, vegetable, dairy, even to the oil sector, sir. I must say that the presentation was well made with the apt use of audio visuals, which made it easy for the attendees to visualize your thoughts. Definitely, your research on using different microorganisms and the application on the substrates from the byproducts from the different industries will to produce the food additives will help in value addition of these byproducts, fetching a higher income for the food industry, and also producing an alternative, natural alternative to be specific, which will enhance the safety for the end users. The publications of you, which has been in among the top SCI journals, speaks volume of the topic you are working on. And definitely, sir, we'll try to follow the 5 P's and 5 R's what you have appealed to us. So thank you, Dr. Panesar, once again for the talk.
Thank you, Dr.
Moving ahead, we have the third speaker. Actually, before that, I want to bring to the notice of all the attendees here that due to some unavoidable circumstances, Mr. Manish Raut from High Media is not able to present the talk right away. And he has expressed excuse from all of you. So we'll move to the fourth speaker, Dr. Ibram Singh. Dr. Ibram Singh, he is the Chief Scientist and Head of the Department of Traditional Food and Sensory Science at CSR CFTRI Mysore. He has his master's from CFTRI and PhD from PhD in Food Technology. He has over 30 years of experience in research and other industry experience. Apart from that, he is a active member in AFSTI, APEDA, TIFAC, and BIS. He has given almost 80 talks, invited talks in national and international conferences, and published more than 20 SCI journals, papers, and given 3 book chapters. He has patented and transferred almost 18 technologies and guided 2 PhD and 55 master students. And he was awarded international fellowship from Indo-French in 1995-96. A very well-known name in CFTRI for one man go. We can say a one-man show he runs for all the farmer-centric activities and very active. And his lectures, particularly to the farmers as well as students, are always awaited, and he brings all the energy whenever he speaks. Of course, you might be witnessing that in a short while from him. So without wasting the time, I request Dr. Ibram Singh to give the talk on his topic, some insights into agriculture and food processing linkages. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ananda. So let me start first sharing that one. You've seen this one?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So good afternoon. So respected chairman and all the dear participants, and today this is the I just want to, and this is the topic I have to discuss some insight into agriculture's and the food processing linkages. So let us see here the overview of the Indian agriculture in the production side. So we are Indian diverse agro-climatic zone across the country, round the year sunshine, potential to cultivate a vast range of agricultural produce, second largest arable land in the world, potential for large marketable surplus, abundant raw materials for processing. So was full of skilled manpower in research and extension. You can see that whatever advantage what we have if you leverage this one, so India to be the leading food supplier to the India into the world. So this is some highlight of that. And another one you can see that India is the world's largest producer of milk, pulse, and jute, and second largest producer of all the commodities, the rice, wheat, sugarcane, groundnut, vegetable. So apart from that, we are the leading producers of the spices and fish, poultry, livestock, and plantation crops. Why I am telling all these things? So India has enough raw material for doing the processing. So processing depends on the raw materials available. So India has all types of food grains, fruits and vegetables, spices, and many other livestock are available in the country. So we can see that when you ranking with the world, so India having the either first or second in the rank of any products they like in terms of milk, fruits, vegetables, pulses, sugarcane, tea, coffee, etc. All these things we are ranking either first or second in the world. So apart from most of this agri-horticultural produces are very perishable in commodity. What we are facing a problem is the post-harvest losses. We already have told, Patinsas already have told, every year 1 lakh crore rupees is post-harvest losses in there. So now FAO is telling, don't start growing more products now. Whatever you have produced, you start saving that one. Then only that is enough for the whole country for the food. So there is the feedback from the WHO. And you see that heavy post-harvest losses are out on whatever 20 to 25% of the agri-horticultural produce are lost during the post-harvest loss. Because of so many factors, improper post-harvest handling practices, insufficient storage facilities, improper transport facility, hardly any cold chain facility, lack of proper processing technologies, lack of expertise. A few of the factors responsible for this post-harvest losses. So if we try to improve these factors, so automatically there is a loss and reduce in the post-harvest losses. Again, let us see here. So what is the production of the in the losses? How the losses have affected the society or in the country like that. One is the food inflation. The cause is the food inflation and the food security issue in the country, and they affect the basic need for the citizen in terms of the healthy, affordable food, and they may not be having sufficient. And they start that the losses may be accountable starting from the harvesting. Maybe we may not have the proper mechanized harvesting, the collection center, trussing, grading, sorting, drying, packaging, transportation, storage, depending upon the commodity. So we know that the food is coming from the farm to the fork. So now we have to see that where is the food is losses, how to minimize that. So automatically, once there is a minimize the losses, the money return will be better into the farmers. So that is the final option of today's lecture. That one we should give more return to the farms by just saving this post-harvest losses. Now let us say this post-harvest losses, how to minimize the post-harvest losses is the one immediate solution is the processing, is the immediate solution for processing that. And to have a food processing industries, so what we require is what is the linkage between the raw material what you have and the food industry what you're going to do. The linkage is a very important. This linkage will be effective supply chain system, very effective one. Is a key to success in the food processing industries. So that is what we have to find out the linkage between the raw materials and this processing in between that one. So that's why the effective supply chain system is the one most important factor to improve this process. So that is what is supply chain in food processing industry is. One, we have input. Input may be come to agriculture, the fertilizers, pani, water, whatever these things. Then we give up productions. Then after that, it has to be procurement, storage. Then the primary processing, the secondary processing, retailing, and finally is come to the consumers. So this supply chain system, we have to improve this one. So what are the paths before improving that one? What are the problems facing in this supply chain system? Is primary processing is lack of, secondary processing, storage facilities, distribution facilities are the main hurdles facing by the food industry to have a linkage between the raw material supplier and the processor. Now let us see here the food processing in India. Let us see in the very simple way we can see here. We have two strong pillars of Indian economy. One is the agriculture, another was the manufacturing. The manufacturing is the what? The food industries, which are the key sectors of developing the nation. The rapid growth of agriculture is essential only to sufficiency at the level. And you see, this two, agriculture and manufacturing, is a sector provides a vital linkage between the agriculture and the industries. So what is the now, let us say, food processing industry current status? What is we are having now? High priority area, thrust area, predominance of primary processing units. Many of the industries, what we are doing is the primary processing. We are very, very narrow secondary and tertiary processing. If we improve this one, the secondary and tertiary processing, automatically that money, the return will go better to the farmers. Highly decentralized small cottage scale industries. We don't have much of big industries, labor intensive, and secondary agriculture enhance the farmers' economy. Is a present scenario of the Indian food industries. And the challenges now, this is what we are doing, the linkage between the raw materials and the industries. What are the challenges that we are going to face this one? The one is the supply chain infrastructure, lack of primary processing, storage and distribution facilities. These are lacking in to bridge this linkage. In order to get link between the production and processing, whatever the production and processing, the linkage is very, very poor. This is not lack of processable varieties. So the processor needs some raw materials. The production produce some others. For example, tomato. So I need tomato ketchup making, but I need the hybrid variety, more pulpy tomato. We need that one. But the farmers are producing local varieties, juicy varieties. So that's why the linkage between the production and the processing is different now. So that's why so what I need is the farmer is not producing. So that's why there is a proper linkage between the production and processing is a very much. Sustainability of the operation capacity. Whatever we have produced, so maybe sustainability is not there. Today, tomorrow, today you may be getting the 2 tons. Next year, maybe only 1 ton. We may be depending upon the production quality, production yield, whatever it is. So that's why whatever we have planned this year may not be fully functioning in the next year. It's a low capacity utilization. Supply chain institution gaps, procurement of depending on the APMC. So we are procuring from the APMC, not directly from the farms and this thing. So inadequate focus on quality and safety standards. So lack of product development and innovation is a very much important to have the demand of the consumers. The consumer demands a new innovative products and convenient products. that we need to have a develop and innovation in the product development. Another one big important thing is the human resource development. For running these industries, we require a very good skilled manpower, trained manpower required. For that, we need the human resource development training in any institute or any industries. So there is the trained manpower requirement. So this again, another one is a seasonability. So we have the products, raw materials are seasonal. So that's why industry has to plan in such a way that throughout the year, around 300 to 300 days in a year should be run so that the plan has to be made depending upon the seasonally available raw materials. And we already know that perishability is the main problem facing in the food industries. So it has to be very, very scientifically handled this one. The variability, many products, many raw materials are having different varieties, different species. So we have to select which one the best will give for the particular products. So that has to be very, very importantly, we have to take the decision before doing that one. Then another one we have the research. I already told you that the industry is in direct need of the highly skilled trained manpower across different levels to handle various operations. Emphasizes food safety in the storage condition. They should know what is the food safety and what is the storage requirement at temperature, humidity, whatever they require for the optimum storage of that raw materials. Training in the warehouse and distributions, managing and operational level of SRT, food safety awareness, auditing, inspection skills, process development, institution development, focus on packaging techniques, storage, safe transportation, platform to make policy decision, inclusion in academic curriculum. You can see that the role of the trainee, the trained person in the food industries. So the success of the food industries depend on the employed they having in the industries. So they should know all angles of the food processing, starting from the raw material procurement to the final products, marketing, everything. So this is what we require that. And the CFRA is one institute. We have developed many trained manpower from the institute. So then challenge in the R&D. So R&D is another one. We have to be very, very focused to the commodity-centric R&D. So some local, they're having that Zagri, for example. So we have to focus on the Zagri manufacturing, the quality of the Zagri required, what are the production capacity, what is their applications. All these things has to be do the research, and finally that will be helpful to the what we can say the farmers and these things. So that's why the commodity centric R&D. So we can have organized the cluster group and even the APOs, so they can get together and what actually they need, what actually the consumers need, what actually the industry need. Based on that, we can have a different the R&D activities can be done. So that is another one, core validation and feedback mechanism. So what is a very important that what we have depth of large scale problems. Suppose we do some production in the small scale lab, but it should be in the scale up study has to be very successfully done in the farm level, and only that the R&D can give a role in the development of this establishment between these food industries. So now let us see the food opportunity in food processing. Now we have the raw materials. We have some challenges what we require to that one, and we already started the industries, and we already start manufacturing, producing, and exporting these products to the many countries. All these things to enhance this one, we require more, these hurdles has to be overcome that one. So some of the existing food industries, what we have a linkage between for exporting and this thing. The one is we have the fruits and vegetables. So we had around 309 and 330. So as according the purchaser, so fruits and vegetables around 330 million metric tons. India is the second largest producer in the fruits and vegetable production. Hardly 2 to 3% is processed. So there's a very, very big opportunity to increase the processing of this, the 2 to 3 to at least 10 to 20%. So we will have a lot of saving of the post-harvest losses. When the other Thailand and this thing, they are processing around 30, 40%. So here India is only 2 to 3%. So there's a lot of opportunity to process in the tertiary or secondary processing of the fruits and vegetables. And we have around 5 fruits and vegetable producing states: UP, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Karnataka. And vegetable also UP, West Bengal, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, Gujarat. So there's a major 5 states producing the fruits and vegetables. And we are the first in the ginger, okra, banana, papaya, mango. And we are the second largest producer in the potato, onion, covered beans, and carrot. So we have enough raw materials. And this one, we are exporting the fresh fruits and vegetables to the neighboring countries like the UAE, Bangladesh, Malaysia, UK, Saudi Arabia, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Qatar, all these things. So all the processed product also we are exporting, mainly in the form of this one, preserved vegetable and mango pulp, dry vegetables and the mango pulps. These are the major processed fruits and vegetables we are exporting to the neighbor countries. So next, and the process are the spices. So we have a largest, India is the world's largest producer or consumer or exporter of spices. So 109 variety of spices listed by the ISO. Out of the 75, the spices are available in the country. And the trends is coming up to say organic farming for spices is gaining great prominence in the country due to the increasing demand for the safe and the non-contaminated spices, particularly in North, East, South, India, organics, the spices, the momentums are increasing. So the key spices produced in the country includes all the garlic, chili, pepper, coriander, cardamom, cumin, fennel, turmeric, and ginger. So these are the major spices grown and doing the business in that. And the 5 spice producing country states are Gujarat, Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and Telangana. So these are the 5 states, and they are exporting this chili, turmeric, pepper, and spice oleoresins to the USA, China, Vietnam, all this exporting. Processing the grains, India is the second largest producer of food, grains, and crop-value. India houses numerous varieties of cereals and pulses. They are largely consumed domestically. So, however, especially rice like basmati have made a mark in the global market as well. So, major food grains are rice, wheat, oats, cereal, maize, pulses, millets. Out of about 5% wastage in cereals due to lack of storage, infrastructure, primitive grain handling mechanism. So, the 5 states are growing: Madhya Pradesh, Punjab, Rajasthan, West Bengal, and they are exporting the cereal rice, particularly basmati and other non-basmati rice and wheat to the other country like Saudi Arabia, Iran, UAE, Iraq, Kuwait, US, EU countries. So let us say processing of fish. India is the second largest fish producer in the world. So around more than 23% is processing. So we have a longest seashore coastline and abundant rivers and canyons, reservoirs, ponds, banks water, brackish water, all these things. And producing fish producing states are Andhra Pradesh, West Bengal, Gujarat, Kerala, Karnataka. And they are exporting this in the form of the frozen shrimp, frozen fish, frozen cuttle, fish, frozen squid. So this is the one. And the Pipavav serve as the major route port with respect to volume. Bizarre is the highest export value of marine products. So we have the enough processing industry, food processing industry particularly, and exporting as a raw material in terms of that. The meat, poultry, so we have around, this India is the world largest population of livestock. So 7 million tons of the meat and around 83 billion eggs annually producing. So current processing is around, then around poultry is 6% and the meat is around 21% processing. India poultry is a highly vertically integrated industry and matches the efficiency levels of several Western countries. So the producing the country states are Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Haryana, West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh. And we are exporting in the Vietnam, to the Malaysia, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia. And not only in the raw form and even the convenience food, processed meat products also we are exporting. The milk, this is India is the largest producer of milk globally owing to a huge bovine population. So the Indian dairy market is almost the largest and the fastest growing market in the world. So per capita availability of milk in India has this 352 grams per day. And the importance Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh. We are just exporting the dairy products in form of skim milk powder, casein milk, and a cream to the UAE, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, and Nepal. So India's dairy product export is around USD 0.3 billion in 2016 and 17. So the measure, whatever we have processed the agriculture produce, so major importers are the Europe, the Middle East, Japan, Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, and Korea. So most of these foreign investors are also in the business in the countries. So we can see here is the Hershey, USA, Canada, Italy, Japan. So many foreign investors are also in the group. So now what is the role of CFTRI in the context of that one? So CFTRI is the technology developed based on the consumer demands. The consumer demands some requirement. The CFTRI all will take up the projects, develop the technology. Technology is transferred to the entrepreneurs. So entrepreneurs will set up the industries and they produce in a bulk way and distribute to the consumers. So this is a cycle of what actually CFTRI functioning in this one. So this is the consumer. For that we have around different products in different area of the food science and technology. This could be cottage industry, small scale industry, large scale industries. We develop the technology, and this technology will be transferred to the industries. So entrepreneurs can pick up and industries set up that. So this is a way of that one. So we have around 400 technologies imported, small, medium, whatever, large scale, and we already having around more than 4,500 licenses are in the countries. And you can see here many the industries, the companies are our clients, and we are working. They are using the CFTRI technology in that one. So now come to the now. So to survive it, to sustain one industries, we require three peoples. One is a primary producers, and another one is a food processor, another one is a food retailers. So this one. So if you remove from one is other, so in industry can be done. So one is a primary producer. Who's the primary producer is the farmers. The role of farmer is very important here. Once the farmer is removed from the system, no industry will come up. Even the processor is removed, no industry will come. No food retailers, so there will be no industry come. So this is a very important three factors that we require to survive a food industry. Among this one, the most important one is the primary producer, the farmers. Let us come to the farmers. What is the role? What is the farmers, Indian farmers? Agriculture plays a vital role in the country economy. Over 70% of the rural household depend on agriculture. Yes, India ranks the second worldwide in farm output. As per the agriculture employee, 50% of the Indian workforce contribute around 17 to 18% country's GDP. India farmers living the idol of India. They are the most hardworking farmers around the country and working hard for their crops during the day and night. So now come to that farmers, what we can do the farmers. You can see here in the farmers' money, what they're getting is present scenario in the value sense. The farmer is a 3.3. He come to the traders, he came to the wholesaler, he came to the retailer, he came to the consumer price. You can see that the price ranges, that's one. And where the farmer is not getting anything. Who's getting all the things, the middlemen, and so many people are getting that. Now we have to do something for this. So in this connection, the World Farmers Organization stressed the importance of farmer-centric approach to agriculture. Its primary goal has been to change the position of farmer in the food sales. They should be in the food sales. They represent their interests and ensure that they are adequately taken into account in establishing the new policies at a global level. So that's why the farmer-centric activities to the food processing is taken care of by the CFTRI. CFTRI intervention to farmer-centric approach in the food process. Pertin sir already have one. He have developed the many technology, farmer-centric technologies for the farmers, like garlic peeling and the door mincing. Here we are playing the CFTRI, playing the game. Role is to give the training to the farmers who is producing their raw material. That raw material, they directly can be converted into the different value-added products. And using CFTRI technology, some technology, we also given free to them, and they can start their own industries or entrepreneurship program so that they can get the more return in the system. So that is what the CFTRI intervention in a farmer-centric approach in food processing. So let us say here, farmer-centric activity in the form of this training are being conducted at this institute on a regular basis, which encompass a range of the activities like value addition. Yes, we have talked to the farmer. What is value addition? What you are producing raw material? What is mean value addition? So by showing that value addition, then we show them then the processing is a very, very good way of getting return, better return in your business. So that is what we just show them. First thing is we show that what is value addition. Very simple way we have talked. You just say investment, you buy some flowers, you buy a needle and thread. So now you are in simple investment. What you are doing is use just simply the garlanding this one. You make the value addition, you are doing that one. Finally, you are getting in the garland, you are getting more money there. It's a very simple way of giving the value addition. Simple investment, you put your value addition by just putting the garland, then you can make the garland, you can sell into the big way. Another very simple one, we have shown that one. Is everybody, they have somebody producing the maize, the 5 rupees. So on the roadside, you can just simple, small technology, just roasting on the fire and this thing, and this is same technology, same one you put into some of the place where the cinema hall and somewhere. So you can increase the price is 200 rupees. So you can see that one. Your raw material can be sold in different area, different places, and with different monies. So that is a kind of value addition you can. So by showing that one, the value addition for their raw materials, so they can sell. And the Patin Sahab already have told about this for tomatoes. So tomatoes are throwing on the roadside. Yes, now after coming to the CFTRI training, the hands-on training program we have given to them, now they start stopping the throwing now, they start converting to the many value addition products from the tomatoes, and they are getting more money from the system. So the value, we have told them what is the value addition at a different meaning, have a different people. So farmer, what they're getting, they're selling their products. It is value prices. The tomatoes, they're not throwing out now. They're just selling to the processing. Processor will get more money, and the consumer with the satisfaction. So this is all these farmer, processor, consumer, they are all benefited from the value addition. So main objective of our farmers training program in our CFTRI is to give the first and information of how to convert the raw material into the final product using the simple technologies. So the empowerment of the farmer communities through the training works on food processing is the first objective of that one. Dissemination of the practical knowledge to the farmers on value addition process. Certain food products that are grown for them. For example, let us say here, some turmeric grower people coming Maharashtra, they come to CFTRI. So they only know how to grow the turmeric, how to sell the turmeric. Now they come to the CFTRI and they have brought their raw material. So what they have done, we have done is we just giving the training today how to convert to powder, how to sell the product on the basis of the curcumin, how to estimate the curcumin of that. So now the people come to know that what their raw materials, where they're selling this one, what they can use for that one. So we have given a different raw material that whatever they brought, we convert to the final product and showing them then, so this is a product you are buying from the market in the form of powder. So that way, we just show that your raw material, where they're going, where they're doing the business, and how it come to your place in the form of different products. And the cycle, we show them that. And some of them people, they can start their own way of their structure. So that's why extending help for the enable cluster formation, subsequently to start their own enterprise. So this is a main objective of our central farmer-centric activities in the form of the training at CFTRI. So that is the one we have given the many farmers, we have given training to them. They are very happy with the training what we have. We have done a lot of, those are coming cashew nut, groundnuts, soya beans, jackfruit, turmeric, jaggery, mango, many cluster diagram come here and CFTRI. The honey, they're coming the honey. Sir, I want the honey products. So how to make a mini product? We make different formulation of the beverages with the honey instead of sugar. Raisin, so raisin, they've come here, how to make the raisin, what are different types of raisin you are making. So all these things we just show them and we just giving the person the training program to them. So we have, so this is them all hands-on training program we have given mainly coming from this one. Course content include all whatever we had the manpower, we have SRD program. We already told that they should know the packaging, they should have a food safety, what is the FASI, what is the hygienic, what is the, even the, we have HACCP, so how to store the raw materials, all these things we have given in the form of that. Even though we have a CFTRI, we have, especially we have created a pilot plan for the farmers organization. So they only come here, they can learn and their first and this thing in this pilot plan. So we so far from main active we have started during the August 2018 till 2021 December. So almost 1,000 farmers we have trained that one. 47 courses we have conducted, and most of these programs are more than 50% of these are coming from the Maharashtra. Many district of the Maharashtra came to CFTRI, and we conduct the programs and have done. So special organizer for inviting me on this today program organized by the FSTIs. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vivama Singh, for your thoughts on supply chain in the food industry. The scope of food processing and employment generation was enlightening, sir. And the scope and the major challenges and the hindrances what you spoke about in the supply chain needs to be addressed by the stakeholders. And your emphasis on the HRD as well as the commodity-centric R&D is well taken, sir, for the implement. The young food technologists will definitely get help from your presentation on the opportunities in food processing sector, be it to take a job or be the entrepreneurs providing the jobs. We also thank you for giving the insights on the technologies and the farmer-centric activities what CFTRI do. So definitely the people will approach CFTRI, and it has given really insights into all those things, sir. I thank you very much once again, sir. And now I request Dr. Panesar to summarize the session for the audience, please.
Thank you, Dr. Namdar. This session was very informative, and in this session, Dr. Patel has given a very, very informative talk on the different strategies which can be taken to reduce the post-harvest losses, as well as he has also emphasized on different farmer-centric technologies which can be adopted to increase the income of the farmers. Then Dr. Avyama Singh, he has also discussed about the different technologies which are available at the CFTRI, and then different opportunities in the food processing sector, and even the need for the HRD, that is the skilled manpower in the area of food processing sector. And very informative talk was given by Dr. Singh. And my lecture was basically on the utilization of the byproducts by bioprocesses. So that was the today's overall view. Then definitely we will share the summary after discussing with Dr. Namdar. So at the end, I would like to thank all the speakers, especially Dr. R.T. Patel and Dr. Avyama Singh, for the wonderful talk and sharing their views with all the audience which is available during this session. I would like to thank Dr. Namdar for the wonderful help, and it was all possible because he's always active in connecting me all the things, how to run the session, because we are on the online mode. So definitely there are some issues which were overcome with the help of Dr. Namdar. So thank you very much. And I will also like to thank the organizers particularly, who has given us the opportunity to run this session, and as well as to deliver the talk as well. And I would like to thank especially Dr. Uday Annapure, Dr. Lok Srivastava, Dr. Bakash Singh Chauhan, Dr. Naveen Savanna, Professor Bhagwan Shakale, and Ms. Subra Pradhan Nishatala. So these were all behind the show, and they have done a very hard work, and they were communicating with all the speakers, session chairs. Lot of work was behind the curtain. So thank you all. And I will also thank the session sponsors especially. This session was sponsored by Messrs. Hexagon Nutrition and High Media Laboratories. So thank you very much all the sponsors. It was all possible due to the support of all the sponsors. So at the end again, I would like to thank all those which are involved directly or indirectly in organizing this ICFOST 2022. So with these words, I conclude this session, and I think Dr. Namdar can give the final directions further, if any are there. So thank you all.
Sir, you covered everything. Especially thank you, sir, for being so humble in accepting the invitation for chairing this session and taking the session in a very smooth flow. Thank you very much, sir. Of course, for your talk too. And sir has already thanked to each and everyone. So with this, I think it's time to wrap up the session. Thank you all.
Oh, thanks all. Thanks all.
Namdar, I think it's time for us to start the next session.
Yes, so we can start the next session.
I think Dr. Maleshi, has he joined, my co-chair?
No, sir, not yet.
Okay, then. I think we are running short, and I think we are starting half an hour late, madam. Let us keep this thing in mind. Huh?
Okay, sir.
So, should I start? or you want to give any intro? Hello? Hello? Oh, Dr. Maleshi is joined now. I'm happy that
Thank you.
just waiting for you to start the meeting.
Wonderful, Dr. Rao. I had to visit some doctor urgently, so
I have no problem. So you're back. You're just in time. Huh? So, sir, the session, a special session on millet value addition. I think you will have to start so introducing the chair and then
chairman's introduction and all. You should do know about the millet little bit.
No, that I will do little later. Just I think you can introduce the chair and then.
All right, all right.
They have given some sequence. I think let us follow that. That's
wonderful, doctor. Okay, now I am not able to upload host disabled participant screen sharing, so I should allow me to share my screen. Dr. Raj Bhandari,
Yes, sir. Now you can share your screen.
Yeah. A host disabled participating screen sharing. So you have to allow me to share the screen.
Yes, sir. Now you're host, so
No,
you can share your.
No. Okay, let me see. No, screen. You are screening. God, little complications.
Go to share screen, no?
Yeah, that's what I am trying.
But you don't have that window?
I have. I'm not getting that still. Zoom meeting. Suddenly.
So anyway, good afternoon, Dr. Raj Bhandari, Dr. Vinuta, and welcome to this session on millet value addition, processing and value addition. Very pleasant to have you, all the speakers. I think even before time, we are just short of time by 30 minutes. We are running late. Dr. Maleshi?
Yes, sir. I'm trying to share. Suddenly, what
say it straightly, sir, who the hacker is. That's all. That's enough.
Yeah.
Then we'll go as per the sequence.
I think I have to relog. Looks like there's something. It has gone up. I don't know why. Meeting controls. Launch meeting. No, I'm not launching. Download now.
Maleshi, up to you can start off on your own. You know, we
yes,
are all.
Sir. No. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Sir is methodical. He would go step by step.
Wonderful, Dr. Rao. You are there, so there is no problem. Chairman, sir. Come.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, got it. Hello, got it.
Good afternoon, Dr. Manjit. I'm in a session. Can I call you after the session, sir? Okay, thank you.
Disabled share. Madam. Host disabled attendee screen sharing. My God. Gentlemen.
Please close your window.
What is happening there? I can see all of you. Can you see this PowerPoint? No.
Yes, sir.
Yes, PowerPoint is seen, sir, but initial introduction of the chair you can give later.
I'll start. I'll start. Okay. Fine.
Presentation is after a little while after my introduction.
Okay.
So just to introduce chair and
Yeah.
then
I am, but it's echoing is happening.
Sir, you need to disable from one of the device in order to, you have to disable from one of the device. I think you have connected with two devices.
Hello. See, echo.
Malaysia ji, if you log off and connect again, maybe two devices are connected.
Right, sir. I'll do
आप
that.
log off कर लो.
Okay.
Dr. Malaysia ji.
Yes, no. See, again, I'll leave and come back.
So we'll start off.
Otherwise, Dr. Dayakar, you start, no? Then by the time I settle now.
Yes.
Because again, see, it is stop sharing. Okay, I'll completely close.
So I think a very important topic that which we are dealing today. Thanks for the organizers for giving this opportunity to chair this session, also to be part of the panel of speakers. And we have eminent people who are really just doyens working in millets. I'm sure that the audience will be very well benefited by this particular session, because one good thing happening thing is among that the sunrise thing about Indian commodity sector, the new emerging sector, millets. And today we are going to have a special session on this thing, and ICFOST has taken a considered view to really just give a appropriate position for us to speak on and appraise all the audience about various things, especially about the value chain and the processing and value addition that is happening in millets. This is vital in terms of the declaration of the International Year of Millets by the United Nations General Assembly on 4th of March 2020, 4th of March last year. But then I think with 1 year to go, it is important for us to move forward and try to understand the gaps and where we are today, what is the current status, and where we need to go from here to take the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister, Narendra Modi ji, to take this commodity to the world global community, which is very important and vital for projecting as an Indian-based traditional staple for the health and wellness of the global community. Moving towards the nutrition security, that is what is very important. Now, we have been attained food security, but then nutrition security is far from. But to millet from nowhere to bring it to this stage, there are quite a bit efforts that has happened. I think today we are going to speak on these lines, and I would like to introduce my co-chair, Dr. Maleshi ji, who has been, that whole of his lifetime he was working on millets. He's a former head of the Department of Grain Science Technology based in Mysuru. And then now, even after retirement of more than 10 years, then he's very actively engaged into as an advisor in the capacity of advisor consultant to research and academic institutions of and food industries. With 40 years of R&D experience in food science and technology and various international affiliations, he served as a committee member in various capacities of major organizations that are there. He is also credited with IDRC Raman Research Fellows for Advanced Research of Cereal Science and Technology, Best Scientist Award for CFTRA, and a Lifetime Achieve Award from IMR. This were Poshak Anaj Awards. And 120 peer-reviewed scientific journals. He authored 2 books and very well known for his patents and technologies that he developed. 15 of them are international patents, and he guided 35 masters and PhD students and 10 PhD, good number of international research. He had fellowships of IDRC, NORAD, and so of course, with this, I think I would welcome Dr. Maleshi, not only for being a co-chairing it, but the very first session that is going to happen. I'm going to introduce each of the, Dr. Maleshi will be introducing the other speakers also. But yeah, Dr. Maleshi, over to
Yes,
you
please.
for your lecture also, your presentation also.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dayakar Rao. I am 100% sure this session is because of your initiative and the participants as well as the speakers should thank you in addition to this the ICFOST organizers. This is one of the important sessions as you rightly mentioned. Now in this session we have four speakers. I will be presenting something on the processing and value addition to millets. And Dr. Dayakar Rao, the chairman, will give the overall aspects of the millets and their current scenario and the kind of initiative he has started at IIMR, and also the incubation center for millets, and in his capacity as a CEO of the NutriHub at IIMR, what all the initiative he has stated and how he is progressing further, which is very, very important. And the another important speaker is highly knowledgeable, a medical doctor. It is good fortune for the millets that the medical doctor, who is a member of Maharashtra State Planning Commission, has developed love for millet. I don't know whether it's in the recent years or earlier. Okay, Dr. Raj Bhandari, a very, very well-known person, and with his medical background and connection with the government, he always advocates use of millets, right from the children with acute malnutrition to the elderly, which is a wonderful thing to uplift the nutritional status of all age groups. And wherever he goes, he always has a kind of emphasis on millets and their utilization, which is extremely good. And Dr. Raj Bhandari will present on the nutritional aspects, health benefits, and what the progress we should do in that direction so that the millets are widespread used. I am Dr. Rao. I don't have the Dr. Vinuta's biodata. Kindly you only tell.
Vinuta, yes, I'll do that while she's going to make a presentation. Before that, so I think you start off your presentation. Welcome, Vinota,
Yes,
for present, but we'll be having a very elaborate. She's from Indian Agriculture Research Institute. That is what to begin with some indication, but later I'll just read out her CV.
No issues. Yes.
Yes. Maleshi? Dr. Maleshi, your presentation, share your screen and then start presenting. Dr. Maleshi? Unmute. Please unmute. Dr. Maleshi?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, host again disabled participants screen sharing. I think they should enable it.
Who is there?
Yeah, because host disabled participant screen sharing.
Please, is there someone available for us? Technical?
Sir, you are already co-host, sir. You can share your screen.
Madam, it's not taking, no? Okay. Now it's okay, madam?
Yes,
Veena,
yes.
Yeah,
Veena, do you
wonderful.
have his presentation? Then you can.
Yeah. Then I will not take much of the time in the introductory aspects of the millets. I will directly go to the subject of matter because already we are late. Number one, friends, we all know sorghum, pearl millet, finger millet, foxtail millet, little millet, barnyard millet, proso millet, and kodo millet, as well as the brown top millets are the important millets. Out of this, sorghum and pearl millet are major millets. Finger millet is unique on its own, but along with finger millets, the other millets are known as small millets. You can just see the difference in the size, shape, and all. This has really a kind of problem for making millets easy to process. Each one has unique in its characteristics. So to process and make them edible like other major cereals, we need to do a lot of exercise, and in that direction, of late, there are several millet industries coming in forward, including IIMR, where they have the unique incubation center where almost all the machines needed or used for millet processing are available. Now, this aspect, why millets are gaining popularity, I'm sure Dr. Raj Bhandari will cover, and the value-added products from millets marketed, Dr. Dayakara himself will talk because he has more than 100 products developed, and he has displayed, and people are producing using their technologies as well as they are available in the market. Okay, coming back to this subject, if you see the morphological features of these millets, as I mentioned, there is a vast difference between size, shape of different millets, sorghum being the biggest among these millets, then pearl millet, then finger millet, and other kinds of things. See, what we should know when you think of its processing for value-added products, ready to cook or ready to eat or convenience products, either primary processing or secondary processing or tertiary processing, the endosperm texture, if you see, that really is the key for the edible aspects, and the pericarp or testa, whatever it is, in case of sorghum, it is quite thinner and gets detached rather easily compared to other things, but the inner portion of the hard and soft endosperm, if you see, the soft endosperm portion in most of the sorghum is not very high, whereas the hard endosperm is much higher. That's why sorghum is slightly a harder grain compared to other things. Similarly, the uniqueness about pearl millet is, these are all degloomed material. The germ portion is much larger, and it's a oil rich as well as nutrient rich component. This is certainly a beneficial as far as the calorie, protein, and other nutrients are concerned, but that causes this germ, causes poor storage aspects, which most of us know, because pearl millet, once you powder it or crush it, the oil globules get ruptured and they come in contact with the lipase. Among all these cereals, lipase is very active in pearl millet. Okay, so that aspect need to be studied. Here also we have got soft endosperm and hard endosperm, but that is not a major problem. But still, because of its little hard nature, we can separate out the testa or the seed coat matter, but separation of the germ it has not been successful so far. with decortication or pearling or debranding. In other grains, you will see in the next slide, the germ separation in sorghum is not very difficult. Little bit higher degree of polish will separate. But in pearl millet, that's not possible. In ragi, though, the germ or the embryo is very little and is totally embedded, and we normally don't separate out the seed coat from ragi by pearling, and it is always polarized along with that germ also adds, and it may add to the nutrition aspects also. Then when you come to the other minor millets like foxtail, proso, kodo, and other little millet, see, you can see this is the endosperm, and this is the kind of, you can call it as the husk, what is present in the paddy, that kind of thing. And there is a slight gap, and that probably helps in separation of the husk from the grain to get the brown rice-like products. So based on these things, especially proso, little, and foxtail millets, this is the common, whereas other millets have got slightly different, but seed coat separation by different technologies have been followed. So these grains during decortication, the husk separates in two parts, just like paddy husk. But one thing we should know, during the milling, the seed coat is practically not nutritious. It's mostly cellulosic. By separating the seed coat, the next layer in the grain is alluron layer or the bran layer. That is nutritionally rich. At the same time, it is rich in the oil also. So we should judiciously mill these grains also, similar to the paddy, brown rice, and milled rice, so that we retain most of the nutrients, and those grains we either cook like rice. That's why nowadays they are known as millet rice, especially the salt millets. So we can cook like rice, or we can pulverize and make different products out of that. But one thing most of us know, that if the bran is intact, the cooking quality slightly suffers because the bran will not allow the water to penetrate and swell fully. So it's better that we judiciously mill and separate out the outer layer of the bran and make the endosperm containing millets for the consumers. Okay, technologies for processing of millets, we have traditional technology, contemporary technology, and emerging technology. All these are being applied nowadays. It's a good fortune that. See, we have milling. Milling is a very confusing term. In case of rice milling, it's only seed coat separations, whereas in case of wheat, it's size gradation. That's followed for all these millets. Especially in case of finger millet, it's only pulverization. But small millets, it is dehusking and debranding. And sorghum and millet is only debranding like. And we have got popping, we have got malting, brewing, flaking, fermentation. These are still followed, and they have been followed from generations. The contemporary technology, number one, these expanded grains, then extrusion cooking, flaking, health and medical food formulations, nutraceuticals, enrichment, health bars, cooking cereals, spray and vacuum self-drying, irradiation, and nanotechnology. There is not much information available on the spray and vacuum self-drying of millet products. We will certainly initiate with the support of Dr. Dayakar Rao in IIMR, these two, so that we get best quality value-added product comparable to Horlicks or other barley-based products. Then irradiation is nothing but storage aspects, and nanotechnology is mostly for the time being in packaging, but nanotechnology application to millets will certainly help to utilize the body, the nutraceuticals present in these millets, but much work need to be done in that direction. Okay, now coming back to the sorghum and millets, I will not go in detail because the time is short. This is sorghum and this is pearl sorghum. In case of pearl sorghum, you can see few grains, the germ is separated out. In few grains, it is still retained. If you want to further remove the germ, then we lose a lot of the endosperm, but this is much better, or we can go little lower degree of polish, means degree of separation of the seed coat also. In case of pearl millet, you can see this germ portion, protruded portion, and it is very difficult to separate out. But whereas sorghum as well as pearl millet, we can polish similar to rice and make them available for cooking or making high value products. No doubt by milling, we'll be losing small amount of nutrients, but if you judiciously mill it, we retain and we also improve the cooking quality. Only in case of pearl millet, we have the problem of shelf life, which we need to address, and Dr. Dayakara will certainly make a mention about it and the efforts being made in that direction under the really EPIDA project. Okay, coming to ragi, we know that ragi is a spherical grain, small grain, and it has got glooms, and those glooms can be very easily separated. And the degloomed ragi, which is normally called as nylon ragi, when we judiciously mill after applying little surface moisture, grind and sieve, it is possible to prepare the flour, which can be very well used in bakery, noodles, and other high value products. Okay, then the whole meal ragi is normally prepared, and it is used in preparation of various food products, roti, then mudde, ambali, and different kinds of rotis. This is very popular, and fortunately now efforts are being done to mechanize the preparation of mudde and also roti from these millets, whereas ambali is getting popular, and smoothix like products or genie like product what is sold in Karnataka. The powdered millets are available so that you can add milk, stir it up and consume it. But normally ambali is mild fermented, so it has nutritional improvement because of the mild fermentation also. Okay, coming to small millets milling, as I mentioned, the seed coat or the husk is separated, and we separate the bran and we get the milled grains. And all these milled grains are readily available in the market except ragi, decorticated ragi. And these are subsequently processed to make ready to cook and ready to eat products. In that direction, several entrepreneurs have taken benefit of IIMR's incubation center, and these products are readily available. Only problem I see their popularization is the cost. If the government supports by giving some subsidy to these grains, nutri-cereals, then everybody will consume it very happily and their popularity will increase. Then coming to this, these are some of the mills which are available for the millet processing. This is the one initially in villages also, they used to use this kind of plate grinder like either wooden or stone or metals for de-husking. But nowadays there is a considerable improvement in using centrifugal sheller. And there is one small down foundation mill which is an imported, which has got the polyurethane centrifugation thing, so that the grains do not get pulverized. And there are double huller, single huller. This is the traditional old kind of bugger mill which is still practiced in Nasik, whereas this one integrated millet mill has been developed by Born Technologies at Coimbatore. It is quite good, and Dr. Dayakar has that mill, but it needs little more improvement to make it right from the moment you put the raw material. It should get cleaned, graded, dehusked, and the unhusked grains separated by gravity separators. Okay, the concept here is when the millet grains are passed through rubber roll sheller, but rubber roll shellers are still not very popular as far as the millets are concerned, but they get separated. This is the centrifugal sheller, and this is the cone polisher, and this is that again centrifugal. Okay. Now, next, coming to one of the important aspects of millet utilization in the form of flakes, which we all should promote, because flakes are convenience foods and everyone likes. People want to shift from rice flakes for their conventional usage to other millet flakes. This technology of using the edge runner and dry roaster will certainly give us the flakes, and the IIMR was producing it in large scale, and they are popular in Hyderabad. Only thing is here, the advantage is the grains after soaking in water are not sand roasted. They are roasted in a dry heat roaster so that the contamination of sand and others are completely removed, and when they are put into this machine known as edge runner, it undergoes a kind of repeated flattening, and because of that flattening, it gets flattened and the seed coat comes out. So it is a ready to eat product which retains most of the nutrition depending upon the thickness of things. The other important flakes which are normally finding place in muesli kind of products are the roller flakes. In this roller flaking technology, normally pearled grains are used, and these pearled grains are cooked in a rotary cooker, and during cooking, a little bit malt extract, salt, sugars, and others are added, including the emulsifiers. Then when the moisture level increases, when the material becomes soft after cooking, they are semi-dried to around 20% moisture, then put into the flaker, which is roller flaker. Two rollers, heavy duty rolls they are called, and they will have impact. When the grain passes through that, they become flattened. We can make flakes right from sorghum to little millet or other millets. Only thing is ragi is not very popular in this direction, although people are using it, because of the husk content gets embedded and sometimes it slightly affects the eating quality, as since we are not able to dehusk it or debrand it, whereas other millets right from sorghum to others, wonderful products, and these are being utilized, and some of the industries, especially the Tata Soulful consumer, they want to enhance the use of these millets in their muesli. The third one, flaking, is nothing but breakfast cereals, where you go for the extrusion cooking. As you know, extrusion cooking is nothing but cooking and drying and expansion takes place simultaneously, because the material is coming from high pressure after undergoing glass transition stage in a closed chamber. When it comes through the orifice, suddenly it gets expanded, and after okay, then what happens is it gets flattened, then it is dried and blistered. So this is the flakes which are normally known as breakfast cereals. Okay, popping is one of the very important aspects of millets. Sorghum pops are common in Maharashtra and other area, whereas ragi pops, which is known as huri hittu, is extremely popular in Karnataka, and it is marketed very well. It's a traditional product. It's a dry heat technology with minimum energy inputs. From grain to edible product we can get in this direction. Only thing is the conventional method again uses sand as a heat transfer media, but this dry roaster which IIMR has got, which is popularizing, which has given to some rural area also under INSIM product, that makes wonderful products, flake, the popped products, and these popped products can be pulverized, and we can make different kinds of products, including nutritious foods. Under the ICDS schemes in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka and other parts of India, maize was being used, but we suggested them to use millets, including ragi and jowar, under that category. After popping, pulverize, mix them with Bengal gram, jaggery, and add vitamins, minerals. It makes a completely nutritionally balanced food. Okay, next one. This is an interesting new generation products as far as the Indian situation is concerned. It is like rice murmura, where the difference between the popped grain and expanded grain is. Popped grain is like popcorn where the endosperm gets exposed during popping because the grains contain moisture. When it is subjected to high temperature for about 250 degrees centigrade, the water becomes steam and it explodes. Whereas the puri or murmura-like product, we take parboiled grains so that the starch is completely gelatinized, and that is subjected to high temperature short-time treatment in again sand media, and you get the expanded grains. To avoid sand, the use of gun popping technology or the machine was explored. Fortunately, IIMR has got this one also, and they are producing regularly the popped sorghum and they are marketed. Here, the advantage is it is completely ready to eat. There is no contamination, fantastically good product. But the disadvantage, as I notice, is the grains need to be polished or pearled, and the moisture content of the finished product is slightly higher. So that has to be brought down. And by pearling, we are slightly losing some of the nutrients, unlike in the popped grain where it is 100%. This is a expanded ragi, which has got very high potential, but we need to try it with the gun popping machine. Okay, now malting is one of the very important technology, especially it's followed for ragi in Indian situation and sorghum in African situations. In Africa, malted barley is used extensively as a replacement or a substitute to 100% barley malt to prepare local beer as well as clarified beer. But in Indian situation, most of our ragi malt is used for food purpose. It is nutritionally upgraded because of the in vivo biotransformation during germination. The enzymes development takes place, and as a result of enzyme development, the starch partially undergoes hydrolysis and a lot of minerals and others. Okay, the bioavailability of the minerals increases because phytase enzyme hydrolyzes phytate, and the calcium and other minerals which are present, they will be made available. Instead of organic form, they become inorganic form. And simultaneously, the starch partially get hydrolyzed, protein starch partially get hydrolyzed, means they become more bioavailable. And at the same time, some of the anti-nutritional factors like phytate and to some extent the tannins, they undergo hydrolysis and their impact as the anti-nutritional factors are reduced. The one more basic advantage of the malt nowadays is that because the enzyme, when you cook the malt in water, the starch gets hydrolyzed and the slurry becomes thin, or it becomes nutritionally concentrated or high nutrient dense product. So because of the high nutrient dense products, because it becomes free flowing, we can give it to the patients. Dr. Raj Bhandari sir will discuss something about this so that we can advocate this also, because the patients have benefited from our studies at Tata Memorial Hospital, CMC Vellore, and also in Hyderabad, using ragi malt as one of the major component of enteral food. Enteral food produced by using these natural ingredients, using malt, unlike the commercial products where synthetic ingredients are blended like maltodextrin, hydrolyzed starch, vitamins, minerals, oil and all. They are chemically derived and the body sometimes doesn't accept very readily, whereas this food is a natural, and this food, continuous feeding also has not caused any atrophy of villi. So that has a lot of advantages. Sir, we will discuss about it so that we can go ahead with the support of Dr. Dayakar Rao or IIMR in that direction. So it is nothing but a new ingredient in the food industry as far as ragi malt is concerned. With respect to the other small millet malts, the enzyme development is not high. Number two, since they are like paddy, the endosperm itself is around 75%, 20 to 25% husk is there. So the availability of starch for hydrolysis is also low. In addition to that, some of the grains may develop little fungal infection. Ragi is blessed, it doesn't develop fungal infection during germination. In case of sorghum, the technology has to be forwarded, because when you germinate sorghum, many of you may or may not know that the rootlets across spear, what we call it, it contains durin. That durin on hydrolysis produces cyanide. So if we do not remove the rootlets thoroughly, completely, and do not give the proper heat treatment, that may be a fatal. But in case of brewing, it undergoes dilution, fermentation, and all doesn't happen. But if you want to use sorghum as a food after malting, then we have to be extra careful. In case of bajra, malting is done, but bajra, since it contains active lipase, on germination, the enzymes will be further elaborated and its keeping quality goes down. So ragi is the one which you can really promote as a malted food or weaning food or geriatric foods for anybody. It will except diabetics, because during germination sugars are produced. Okay, we have got large number of ragi malt based products in the market. Okay, then ragi based foods for infants are very, very popular. Then there are several brands based on ragi based food for children. Number one, briefly, I will just say about the noodles and vermicelli. Efforts to make this kind of product from millets are in progress in different places, including IIMR. They have got extremely good facility to make these things. Only thing is, we may have to use functional ingredients, which helps in binding, or they have to be mixed with wheat flour. Then we can make it very easily. Which of the marketed products are like that only. But if we process the millet flours to about 25 micron size, then there will be heavy damage in the starch, and that damaged starch helps in developing rigid binding during cold extrusion, and further steaming that extruded strands will make it more rigid, and extremely good quality noodles, vermicelli, or pasta can be made. However, little more inputs need to be given to make non-glutinous vermicelli-like products. Means without. Similarly, the bread and bakery also, because of the absence of gluten, the low volume is slightly reduced, but still there is a scope if you slightly modify the endosperm texture or the starch thing. We can prepare a product just like rye bread, which is very, very popular in Scandinavian countries. That approach, we may need to make it and educate the people that this is not wheat. This is a kind of flat bread, but it has got yeast, it has got expansion, it is more digestible. So this again requires a little more scientific inputs, and definitely if we are able to make that Scandinavian type rye bread from millets, will be helping the consumer to get a nutritious bread. Okay, extrusion cooking is one of the contemporary food technology. We can make wonderful products. Again, in case of extrusion cooking, the conversion charges are much, much less, because we are putting the flour and we are getting the cooked material. Only thing is, the investment on the machinery is very high in this, and the products require little sophisticated packaging also. Compared to popped grain, extrusion cooked grains are sensorily much acceptable, but nutritionally they will be slightly inferior, because during popping, because of the close interaction and glass transition formation, the amino acid score slightly goes down, because lysine binds with sugars and a kind of Maillard reaction happens, and the protein quality goes down until and unless we add protein source to the ingredients prior to extrusion. Okay, this is done. Duplicate. Okay, this is one new area, hydrothermal treatment for parboiling. It's catching up. Now parboiled millets are available in the market, which is a good sign, because during parboiling, similar to the rice industry, which is a generation old industry, and you may be surprised to know nearly 50% of the paddy produced in the country is parboiled, because although it's an energy consuming thing, it takes a little more cooking time, but still people follow because of the nutritional advantages and economic advantage also. The economic advantage is parboiled grains are hard and milling losses are negligible. Parboiled grains are hard and they have got good storage stability. Parboiled grains are nutritionally better because during parboiling, soaking and steaming, the nutrients at the alluron layer, like vitamins, some of the minerals, they get into the endosperm. And simultaneously, very interestingly, the fat globules present in the endosperm, they come out. So when you separate the bran from parboiled grain, we get oil-rich fraction, and the endosperm is low in oil or fat, and we much rich in nutrition. And the other advantage of parboiled millets I see is, even during cooking, even if they take out the water, nothing will be lost. So this is one area, and parboiled grain will certainly have very long shelf life, because microbial contamination is not there, insect attack will not be there, and nutritionally it will be rich. So that needs to be a kind of advocated. Only Dr. Dayakar Rao and we should discuss subsequently, where parboiled pearl millet has got good shelf life. Yeah, finish. Okay. And we are able to make ragi rice parboiling and decortication, which can be cooked similar to rice.
पुलिस स्टेशन की 40 लाठियां टूट गई, पर ये जनाब की हंसी गायब नहीं हुई। और हमारे गले पड़ गया, लेकिन मैं तरीके से पढ़ रहा हूं।
Parboiled millets, as you can see here, they get cooked in the discrete form and there will not be fissuring, and at the same time the nutritional upgradation takes place, and some of the proteins and others, they get denatured. They are available, bioavailability will be much higher. Okay, this is one area, Dr. Rao, we should see is nixtamalization. This is nothing but cooking millets in alkaline media. During this alkaline media cooking, this is extremely very well followed for making tortilla in Mexico and other countries. When we are cooking in alkaline media, the niacin availability increases. So it is a nutritional upgradation, and because of the alkalinity, the starch and protein matrix, they get little bit damaged, and as a result, the quality of the carbohydrates, digestibility increases, dietary fiber or soluble dietary fiber also increases. So this can be further dried and made available to the consumers as a ready-to-eat flour.
Maleshi ji, thoda you need to wind it up.
So nowadays, the food processing machinery recently developed, which use the conventional foods, are being used for millets also. Number one, sorghum roti. This kind of machine is also available in the IIMR, and people are trying. It's a chapati from wheat based. We can use millet based products. We can make dosa, idli, and idli also. These, so what is required, Mr. Chairman and friends, is that sorghum and millets need to be processed to make them ready to cook, ready to eat, nutritionally upgraded, and sensorily acceptable products by pan-India and internationally, because we should know that convenience is seen alongside the health benefits of millets, because even if there are lots of health benefits, if the food is not available in the convenient form, then people will not desire to eat it, and it's not be possible. That's why we have to combine convenience along with the health benefits. So we should process millets in such a manner that everybody likes to eat it without any kind of hesitation. So let us end with the quotation what our IIMR says: eat millet and be healthy. And I thank you and the audience for their patient hearing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Maleshji. So, Veena?
Yes, please.
So we'll take
Yes,
the
sir.
questions in the end.
Yes, sir.
Veena, go ahead. So we'll have the next presentation by me. After that, then Dr. Bhandari, and then Dr. Vinuta. So it's that in that series.
Sir,
You
please.
can unshare. Maleshji, unshare karo.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying, sir. Okay. Don't save. Okay. Okay. Okay, Veena Saga. Okay, no? Hello?
Okay, okay, fine, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
They have recorded my thing, so they will be playing that.
Okay.
Shall I start my presentation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for 28th ICFOST organizers who has given us this privilege to present, make a presentation on value chain development in millets, food processing as a vehicle for demand. Council of Agriculture Research, an arm of it, Indian Institute of Millet Research, and NutriHub. I'm working as a CEO of the NutriHub as well as the principal scientist at IIMR, based in Hyderabad. Now, I'm just going to give you a brief overview of the millets before I just get on to the details of the title and the scheme of presentation. So millets, as we all know, there are two types, major millets, pearl millet, sorghum, finger millet. They are called as major millets, and they occupy about 95% of the total production in the country. Minor millets comprise about 5%, less than 5%. Minor millets are barnyard millet, little millet, proso millet, foxtail millet, kodo millet, and brown top millet, which is recently added to this group, but they are grown in a different tribal and hilly regions of various ecosystems that belong to various states in the country. Now, it is important for us to understand this production of millets, as it is about latest figures show about 16 million tons of millets are produced from about 15 million hectares. Before Green Revolution, they were about 35 million hectares, but it has come down drastically to 15 million hectares. Nevertheless, the production remains stable despite so much of loss of 20 million hectares, primarily because of the yield levels that is attributed to the research that has taken place. Now, Now, in today's context, why we should bring the millets back? I think there are two issues, two sides of a coin. Production side, because these are dryland crops, they are short duration, sometimes 65, grows in well in marginal low water environment, minimal purchased inputs. But they are responsive to high input management. If you give one irrigation, I think the yield is going to be double. Climate change crops, and they have a potential for food, fodder, nutritional, health, and fuel securities. But the most important side is the demand side, because this has been neglected for some time. But today, the government of India has gazetted them as nutri-cereals. I'm going to speak more details about the nutritional and health benefits, but they also offer as a functional and nutraceutical. That's the reason today we need to go back to millets and then bring back our traditional millets onto that. Now, for example, if you look into that, this nutritional value of millets is a mind-boggling, and this is data is taken from 2017 Indian Food Composition Table by National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad, and you see this gives a ample picture about how millets can be compared with wheat and rice which are being mainstreamed. In fact, how the millets are neglected, that you understand by yourself, because the nutritional richness which is depicted in terms of micronutrients. For example, calcium in ragi, finger millet, is 364 mg when compared to rice 7.5 and wheat 39.4. While if you talk about iron 6.4 in case of bajra, that is pearl millet, compared to 0.7 in rice. Similarly, when you talk about protein or energy, dietary fiber, so everywhere you find that the orange blocks shows that the highest among the various cereals, both fine and coarse cereals that are compared with. So no doubt they are nutritious cereals, but apart from that, they do have health potentials, because these days we are talking about the immunity in a big way. These could be a very candidate crops because of the immune nutrients that are present. In addition to the lifestyle diseases that can be tackled, like type 2 diabetes, or in terms of respiratory diseases or heart diseases, even the colon cancer, and reducing the blood pressure. And they are also gluten free, so they are also good for the celiac disease patients. So there are many things that come upon, but there was a need for reviving demand for millets in India, because earlier there was a value chain which was supply chain was disjointed and organized. Now, Indian Institute of Millet Research has taken up this. It is Indian Institute of Millet Research is primarily a crop improvement institute, but we have come up with a value chain with the funding of the World Bank to bring about various interventions to bridge the gaps that are identified in the value chain. So we had a private public sector. This is taken up in 2008 onwards, and then we started with the sorghum as a model crop to establish value chain, and the model is replicated to other millets also. Trying to see how we can create the demand. The solution to revive the demand, revive millets demand, is through establishing a value chain on millets. Now you may ask, what is this value chain? Value chain is bringing all the stakeholders on a common platform in order to function so that the value is accrued to each of the stakeholder, and finally the uh, demand may be created. And when you talk about the millets value chain, the various components, there are on-farm production, that is basically production to consumption chain, value chain. So on-farm production interventions were brought in. Then the processing, which I'm going to talk in detail. And the third one is nutritional evaluation. Fourth one is about entrepreneurship development. Fifth one, promotion and popularization and commercialization. These 360-degree value chain could really just, I'm going to share this success story undertaken by IMR-led consortium. The first intervention to talk about, we have done about this intervention of on-farm production through technology backstopping with the help of ITC, our partners. 3,000 farmers were technically backstopped, and we brought about the end product specific cultivars, not just generic cultivars, but try to product specific cultivars, identifying and try to innovate in the farmers' fields. And we found that the increase in income both in rainy and post-rainy season with the help of ITC, a private partner. Now the farm level value addition was established, and the flaking unit, as you see here, in the village was established, and they were given a field farm gate value addition can be a very source of doubling farmers' income. More than 25 various processing machinery were also prototyped and replicated across this 10 growing states in the India. But most important thing is the commercial color to the, because these were domesticated, commercial color to the on-farm production of millets has been demonstrated adequately, and people, the farmers started shifting towards shifting the millet cultivation from poor lands to better lands, seeing the progress and money in it. So now that slowly as it is just emerging, for 5 years we did that, and we were simultaneously working on diversification of processing technology. So this is very important thing because millets were never processed except that at the farm gate level, some sort of a pounding and other things. Because we were primarily concentrating because of the food security, rice and wheat. The processing technologies were never brought into the light, and that's what we see that there was a need for diversifying processing technology to remove inconvenience, because you know that the making of jawar chapati or millet chapati is so difficult in the absence of gluten protein. So one has to overcome and try to diversify the project so that the consumer may be given wide options through the technologies on millet based value added products. And 60 processing technologies were developed, and also many machinery which were not available were retrofitted using the rice wheat based system, and then brought the machinery also in place, initially prototyping, then piloting, then the commercial scale. So primary processing and secondary processing methods were developed and fine-tuned. Processing interventions improved nutritional value, convenience, and shelf life. As a process, the government has established a center of excellence at the Indian Institute of Millet Research to take a lead role for millet processing by showcasing processing technology and offer troubleshooting to various stakeholders. So now today, what all that is present in rice, wheat, whether all the products are now present in available in case of millets also, whether it is cookies, whether it is semolina, energy bars, or all the convenient products, instant mixes, other products also. So this intervention processing machinery, primary and secondary, I would like to delve on this topic little more, because I was telling that it is so inconvenient to make jawar chapati. We came up with so working with the entrepreneurs and trying to bring out some sort of a tabletop roti makers, and so that the drudgery may be avoided and people may once again come back for making rotis a convenient experience. So removing the inconvenience, and about 60 version 4, it is now mostly available about 5 to 6,000, but if it is given scaling up, this would result in the cost reduction also. Now, there are various other retrofitting designs which we were trying to work on that, because now when we started this effort, being a crop improvement institute, it was so difficult for us to, because there is any machine that which can really take to that. So we had to do that with the consultants and even the experts in the group, and try to bring in changes in the existing machinery that is being propagated by some of the private vendors with regard to the secondary primary processing of this machinery. So when you talk about the primary processing of millets, major millets do not have much problem. The minor millets, which are 5%, their outer seed coat is inedible, and you need to really remove that dehullite. So while dehulling, the aileron layer has to be protected so that the nutrition may be there. So we did some sort of a validation of the machines and try to improve. And in addition to that, we also came up with a degree of polishing, which is a very important role, because the nutritional, there is a lot of indiscrimination, losses of nutrients happening because of the absence of grades and absence of the standards that are needed for the degree of polishing. And we started working, and the CFTRI is also now joined hands with us. So we'll be coming up with much more detailed progress on this particular degree of polishing. But when we come about the processing intervention, just I want to take a minute on this thing. Inconvenience while making millet roti. So you see that if you need it with the normal water, then it cannot happen, because these are the protein is absent. Then you need to go for the hot water in order to, and sheeting is not possible. And only way is to tapping that required skill. So these are three difficulties that are there. So intervention is that avoid the inconvenience by gelatinization of the starch when it through hydrothermal treatment, as it is a traditional knowledge that is available. As a result, the water is gradually absorbed in a irreversible manner. This gives the system a viscous and transparent texture, so that when it is still hot, you can make chapatis with that. Of course, still you cannot make it just like with the ping, but sheeting is really possibility. And with the help of that machine, then you can take it. Now, this sort of a innovative technology has helped us in getting into the same knowledge base for puffing technology, flaking technology, baking technology, or extrusion technology, whether it's a cold or hot, and fortifying the foods with some of the natural rich iron and zinc and instant mixes, which has a lot of market. And apart from that, getting so we also understood that the effects of processing on nutrients. It is both ways. So we selection of this particular processing technology is very important for us because we are targeting them as nutri cereals, and we were just trying to understand whether a particular nutrient is lost or not. What about the protein digestibility, starch digestibility, anti-nutrient, and mineral bioavailability also. Of course, there is a lot of research that needs regarding mineral bioavailability. With the help of NIN and others, we are trying to take these things. But all these processing technologies have been tried and established. Dehulling now, if you see that how various aspects like protein digestibility, starch, and mineral bioavailability can be increased. Of course, there are certain issues that with regard to that, if you go for so there is a partial dehulling has to happen to see that the other nutrients are not really indiscriminately lost. So when you see that the machinery that is used, whether it is a destoning, cum grader, millet mill, or single stage dehuller, double stage dehuller, there are about hardly 6 or 7 vendors that are making money in this regard. There's a lot of need for us to improve the efficiency of that. The milling is the process of separating the bran and germ from the starchy endosperm, so that the endosperm you know that here our products are flour and rava. Rava, what we call as a suji, using different particulate size has to vary. So we have come out with because if you are taking in the form of atta, there is it inconvenient. But if you take in the form of various suji with a different thing, you can go for wide range of products, whether it is a idli, upma, or khichdi. And of course, we need to be careful about not losing the nutrients. And in case of cold extrusion, as I say here, it is again denaturation of protein and rearrangement of the starch molecule happens. And this is one of the excellent technology where pasta and vermicelli can be brought in. There are two variants, both with including adding wheat to that to make it a ready to cook product. Initially, we have prototyped with the help of some of the wheat semolina machine, wheat pasta making machine, and then later we have also come up with some sort of a gluten-free pasta and vermicelli. It has also advantage of bioavailability of various. Not only that, the shelf life has increased tremendously. Up to 6 months, you can straight away. Shelf life is a major constraint in case of processing processed foods in millets. And these sort of technologies can really just, and you can see how the effect of starch changes during the cold extrusion, and this SEM micro photography depicted distinctly change in their granular structure for different blended sorghum pasta. So even in the hot extrusion also, you can see so whether it is extruded snacks or the flakes are prepared using a millet-based formulation through tin screw extruder, that which we tried out, and we found the products that come out are really quite good. Sometimes you can go up to 100% of it, and sometimes based on your functional property, then we can also think of. We found that glycemic index of these things are also quite either fall in the medium to low category. So the extrusion process, you can see that how the raw starch mechanically damaged and into gelatinized starch, how the rearrangement takes place, free polymers and dextrinized starch. And this is what through shear force application of high temperature, it increases the protein and starch digestibility. So I think that's the reason today we have a hope for putting those extruded products in the public funded programs, because already many wheat-based products and other products are also available. Puffing, again, puffing is another technology which is premium products can be brought about ready to eat, and grain expansion technology is used here. We see it's an in-flight snack with some sort of flavoring one can take. I challenge only thing is that it is a batch type, and one has to work, and the type of the noise that it generates needs arresting that particular thing. I think some research is being held so that we may come up with some continuous process in puffing. And there also you can see that how the amylase content plays a vital role in manufacturing of the quality, texture, and taste. Finally, we see that expanded starch at micro level in puffing process, how it goes. So the conditioning process drives the free and bound water to evaporate rapidly and resulted in expanded starch. Eventually, there is an enlargement of the endosperm also. Now, baking is a very important technology, which is a very convenient technology, which most of our rural enterprises are also quite familiar. But it's very important when you are targeting millets and nutri cereals. So, in case of cookies, cakes, and other things, it is 100% millet based can be brought in, but their shelf life is also quite high, more than 6 months. But in case of bread, burgers, and all those things, you need in combination with wheat, where the gluten becomes a very vital component. When it comes to flaking, again, these are I'm talking about the roller flakes. The roller flakes are very important, quite popular in the market. Of course, in addition to the roller, there is a edge runner type of flakes. But here, these flakes can be breakfast cereals, and we have attained quite a good amount of success in bringing the flakes this form, not only from major millets, from also the minor millets. But the shelf life needs further improvement because it is only a 4 months time, and by adding some sort of a some sort of a natural antioxidants is likely to increase the shelf life also. When it comes to the ready to cook foods based on millets, whether it's upma mix, millet sambar mix, because based on the unpolished millets, lentil and foxtail, we could make a healthier meal replacer for regular sambar rice or upma, and made out of fiber depleted polished rice or wheat. So you can see how we can compare and bring in more nutrition to the taste wise. We brought out to some extent that this particular success has been resounding, and many of the startup companies have taken these technologies. And express food, what you find in terms of like in indigo flight and all the rehydration tests, nutritional parameters, sensory and shelf life we conducted, and we try to work out on various products. In fact, only few are kept here, but little may, so it might, you may require about something like less than 10 minutes to cook that and keep it ready for that. Now, the latest technologies are also we are trying to leverage and try to standardize the methods for protein extraction from proso. Millet has more than 12 to 15% of protein. So we are trying to see how this, and also this contains methionine, unlike most of the pulses, where it can really supplement with that of the pulses and make a quality protein available to the consumers. So our endeavor is trying to make some of the end products through this protein isolate and try to take it to the public. Now, development of the recipes for midday meals is another thing, because today we need to mainstream these millets into the public. Lot of pilot scale studies have been initiated in states like Maharashtra, Telangana, Karnataka. So we are just trying to be ready with all these things so that in case of scaling up, I think international year of millets is in offing, and one has to be really ready for taking it to pan India. So traditional millet weaning foods are also attempted. So that you can see the machinery, the processing machinery that are installed in our facility that can be used for our startup companies. This is one of the world's best facility with regard to millet processing machinery. So the startup companies can use them, various processing lines. In addition to that, are not only the products but also the recipes. Preparation is also equally important. Today, you see the mouth-watering recipes that which Indian Institute of Millet Research led. I think we came out with lots of things, and now we are diversifying to get into the international recipes. Whether it is Asian cuisines, American, European, African, and Australia. This is very important because you need to show the world the way out, because there is no gluten, but despite that, whether there is a possibility to replicate into their own cultural ethos and the type of the business that can be taken. And the third intervention I would like to mention is about the nutritional evaluation and certification. We did some experiments with the clinical trials with NIN and brought out this particular thing and trying to bring about the data that is very important for labeling of the products. And with regard to diabetes and how the efficacy, glycemic index, glycemic load, and in terms of anthropometric and biochemical indices, which is very important when you want to target the SNP programs for the school children. So it is very important that we did some sort of intervention studies and came out 8 months along with NIN, and then it is published data now that the results are down. But more than though we did some few studies to begin with, but today's context, there are many other studies that NIN and ICFOST has come out with a lot of meta-analysis that really gives an insight into the evidences for various utilize supplementing millets into their diets with regard to lifestyle diseases and other diseases too. So commercialization was very important when we came out with the diversified processing, how to create the demand. So it was a very imperative for us when we took out to the for public and all the people were asking that there are no products that are available. So we had to really register a brand called Eat Right by Indian Institute of Millet Research, and with the help of our partners, ITC, NIN, and others, we launched into the market on a pilot scale and came up with a lot of learnings that how we can really target. And so various products, commercialization, we even technology licensing to the later startup companies so that they can also go for the entrepreneurs can also intervene based on the model that is evolved by the Indian Institute of Millet Research. So you can see that we were just competing with any of the multinational brand in terms of packaging, labeling, and other things. So that learning was a very quick learning. So we came out with a lot of recipe books, not only in Indian languages, but in Japanese with the help of APIDA and local languages. To promotion and popularization was very important because if you are talking about only processing, but to taking to the market is very important. And sensitizing the consumer was very important. Being a nodal institute in the country, we had that responsibility and we were working thanks to all the funding that which we received, thanks for the industry that were with us and many other stakeholders who are working very intensively trying to take it. It was not one day, but now it's over 12 years that of our hard work that we are able to see that many stakeholders coming up forward. So initially our journey was with started with Millet Rath, and that has gone and taken places, and we were able to sensitize. Then we have gone for media and other things, promotion. Now the latest things that I would like to share before that, I would like to just speak a few words about the entrepreneurship development with the help of ITC. We were trying to sensitize various states and merit training and capacity buildings on primary, secondary, machinery, handling of operation, recipe making, marketing, creation, branding. And not only inside our institute, but also we used to go out and reach out to the other locations and provide that hands-on experience to the people. And every month we have cooking with millets is very different in the absence of this thing. And we do impart a lot of technical knowledge and show the expertise. These are all paid course and startup ignition program. Many startups, they line up and we bring them and we try to provide them. So, but the most important thing that has happened to our efforts is the establishment of a Nutri Hub, a business incubator, technology business incubator, converting our ideas into enlightening, because the last mile connectivity is very important. Having done any research organization would have done, but taking to the market was one of the things. Our architecture of our incubator, we happen to be the sponsorships with DST, RKV Raftar, and ABI of ICAR. And with the vision and objectives and mandate that we were able to take up a 360-degree R&D, launch, training, mentoring, virtual incubation, seed funding also, fundraising also, backward integration, entrepreneurship development, promotion, policy. You can see the range of the activities that which we took up or to take up. Our core programs are to fund some of those people who are with an idea up to 5 lakhs and those who are in the market for up to 25 lakhs. To totally this process of incubation selection is always a competitive way. We give incubation agreement and launch for 12 months structured program for those selected people and provide all the infrastructure that is needed for them. So we see that our entrepreneurship funnel model we follow and then take it up and scale it up on a regular basis. Currently, 500 startups have come up in millets for the past 5 years, out of which we are handholding 200 of them physically, but infrastructure developed for housing processing facility. These are processing facility. They can startups can come and use these facilities. R&D activities they can do that. Technology consultation they can develop and improve their products. So we also provide production facility to some of the startups. That way we take it as so there are lots of thing for about 6 batches have completed, and we see that about 66 startups with 6.2 crores of money is sanctioned for their support during this COVID time. I think we are going far with the 5th cohort, and the growth story of our incubators has been very, very outstanding, whether in terms of admitting or graduating. See, after 1 year, they will be graduated and the new batch will be then the revenue generated and the employment generated is again something to be laudable. And farmers outreaching and women up to 30% of them, they reach out, and investment generated by the startup is also quite so. This way, we try to just work into several sensitization ideation programs. Some of the present incubators who are with us, beautiful, coming from different business background, business schools, and sometimes IT sector and agriculture sector. Most of them, 30% of them are women, and they have a very good business plans. The regular graduation, you can see that these graduated incubators, still we handhold them, though they gone out on a virtual basis, and we work with some of the international partners, say TICRISAT, FAO, and all those things. So important that international year of millets. So we would like to take it forward, and I am so happy to place making a presentation on this platform so that people may come join hands with us, because now our partners are manifold, especially Niti Aayog, say APIDA, we have signed an MOU, MOPI, FSSI, and many other public and private institutions, and also state governments. So about 14 state governments have, we are working very closely with them, trying to mainstream millets in their public funded programs. Our corporate linkages are also quite very appreciative with bigger players. We are trying to rope in and working and sensitizing them so that the millets may be included in their profiles. And other ecosystem partners, industry bodies, and Tata Soulful and many others are also part of that. And we work with the state corporations also, Haryana Agriculture Industrial Corporation, and our TS Agro and many other like Chhattisgarh minus forest producers. And we work with them so that the success of the NutriHub must be replicated across. We signed an MOU with the Chhattisgarh government to work with them. Similarly, with the Odisha government, work with recently we released white paper on millets, so that this has and a position paper that is now based for making all suitable amendments and the program planning for the blueprint for the International Year of Millets. So this way, we would like to way forward, replicating the success chain model of ICR, IMR in a millet hub and spoke model in various state governments, promoting this entrepreneurship and like I told you about the NutriHub activities, mainstreaming millets in public funded programs, and multi-stakeholder led consortium should be led. Take to the world, roping private sector for inclusive investment will go a long way in taking millets not only pan-India but also mainstreaming in export markets as a run-up for the International Year of Millets. I think that is what is we all are waiting for, and now currently things are being worked. I think with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thanks very much for giving me this opportunity. These are some of I leave behind my credentials so that for future connect, I think we are more than glad to work with anyone, including the, AFSTI. And thank you for the INCOFEST 20th INCOFEST board members who have given this opportunity, especially Dr. Uday Annapure. Thank you very much. Oh, that was a marathon. It was recorded. I could not really contain and stop it in between. Sorry. But I think it's Raj Bhandari is waiting, and keeping him waiting after lunch is too much a criminal act. Kindly excuse me, sir, but just over onto your field member from National Technical Board, and also he's on board with the Indian Institute of Millet Research Nutrition Board. And then he has many laurels to his credentials. I think without taking much time, but as you hear, you will know the depth of the knowledge and what he's going to speak. I'm sure that he'll be the speaker of today, actually, for this session. So I'm just preempting this, and over to you, sir. And Vinuta for the next presentation. Be ready.
So, thank you so much, Dr. Dayakar, the chair of this session, and Dr. Maleshi. After both of you wise people, very little remains to be said, as a matter of fact. But I must take pride in the fact that our association with NutriHub, IIMR, has been so rewarding. And this has been the intersection of health, nutrition, and agriculture, where we could discover the value of integrative medicine. So I find myself lucky to be in the midst of the company of all these great people. To begin with, I would want to say that we had this COP26, and there we are looking at embarking on a new journey, that is the Green Revolution 2.0. And this basically is a very, very good time, a very favorable time for millets to be center staged on the global scenario, because the Green Revolution 2.0 basically is for climate resistant and sustainable agriculture and healthy and nutritious foods. So millet agenda fits in so perfectly, and that is why we are heading to celebrate the International Year of Millets 2023. So allow me to put into perspective the historical aspect and the epidemiological shift that has taken place over these years, because I think this part has not been touched upon. So I would want to urge you to kindly think back that our ancestors were tall, strong, and sturdy. And now we have a generation of children who are born small, they are thin, and they are anemic. So this has been a very major shift in over these decades and hundreds of years. So is there a link between diet? Yes, I do believe. And why do I say so? It is because if you look at the statistics, they are shocking. Recently, a group of scientists who gathered in USA, where they were looking at the risk factors for mortality and morbidity, they were confounded with the with the fact that 1 in 2 persons on the planet is malnourished. Now I repeat, 1 in 2. That means something like 3.5 billion people are malnourished. Why? The image ranges from wasting, stunting, vitamin A deficiency, iodine deficiency, overweight, hypertension, and diabetes. So that is the entire spectrum of malnutrition that we speak of. And there is no country which is exempt from this, and no country has a monopoly on the problem, and no country has the solution for all this. So here, India can really emerge as a Vishwaguru to lead the way. And what this group discussed were that 7 out of 10 risk factors for this morbidity and mortality were diet related. So you can imagine in India, what our survey shows now, the National Family Health Survey, which was finished only in 2020, that shows that 1 in 2 child is anemic. 1 in 3 is stunted. 1 in 4 is low birth weight. That means birth weight less than 2.5. And 1 in 5 child is wasted. Again, wasted are small and thin babies. So if that is the state, and believe me, the most astounding and the worrisome fact is that this cycle is intergenerational. So if a mother is anemic, the child is likely to be born anemic and low birth weight. And that is why, and so also the adolescent girls. So anemia over between NFHS 4 and 5, that is 16 to 19, 20, it has shown an increasing trend. Also worrisome is the fact that overweight and obesity has also increased across India. So these factors lead us to ponder over what would be the suitable strategies to overcome this. Because with stunted children, we would have stunted economies. With low birth weight babies, there is an increased risk of these children becoming obese and diabetic and hypertensive in later life. So they are born low birth weight, but they have a propensity or a risk of becoming diabetic in later life. And you can imagine with anemia, you have all kind of cognitive disabilities and underperformance, in scholastic or in productivity as well. So I would want to now get you to understand that millets offer a very good solution because they have been our staples for the last 5,000 years. They have been used widely, and you can see how our ancestors were and what the present generation. So one thing which is remarkable is the use of the biodiversity that has decreased over these years, because earlier there were something like 5,000 edible plants, but now it is it is reduced to 30, and out of these 30, the 3 majors are the wheat, rice, and the maize. This, I believe, as a medical professional, I feel that because most of the diet-related non-communicable diseases, this is the epidemiological shift that has occurred. Earlier, we had communicable diseases. Now they are much lesser, but now we have an epidemic of non-communicable diseases, mostly diet-related. So what have been the causes for this? One thing that comes to my mind is the ultra-processed foods and the fast food culture. Now, ultra-processed food, the industry has dealt the final blow by promoting these foods, and they have created this new category of, of fast food. So foods which have been chemically or physically transformed into prefabricated structures using industrial processes. These are ultra processed and they are packaged and ready to eat, and they contain more than 5 ingredients which could be high sugar, high salt, and high trans fat. And they have a longer shelf life because the supply chain is more labyrinthine and longer, and they contain additives, flavors, emulsifiers, and coloring agents. Now, what science has shown is that these foods are like cyanide, a slow poison. And these foods, if consumed in on a regular basis, would lead to a lot of cellular damage and mitochondrial damage, mitochondrial dysfunction. mitochondria is the energy producing factory in our cell. So if there is damage in those things, then and this is not a theory or a correlation, this is a causation that these cause mitochondrial injury and damage. So as you all know, the consumer behavior is also changing, and with deeper penetration of internet and the digital economy, what we find is every individual has a digital identity, which means by what one searches, the search history, and by the kind of stores one has visited, that is the digital identity. And there is a digital footprint. Anyone who has visited a digital site would, that impression would remain forever, even if you delete it. And the third is the digital reputation, which is being, by the number of likes or dislikes that you put in. And this has been exploited by the big giant multinationals to introduce foods which basically attract people to be more like a trend or a fashion that people go for. So my sincere appeal to all of you would be that what IIMR is producing, they are minimally processed, they are not having any additives or other substitutes, and that qualifies for a healthy snack or a healthy food, which certainly we have heard about how the nutritional value could be enhanced and that part. But the track that we are falling into, which makes us more vulnerable to these diseases, is another thing that I would want to point out, that is the epigenetic changes which is happening in our body system. So epigenetic trait is a stably heritable phenotype resulting from changes in a chromosome without alterations in the DNA sequence. And in simple terms, this means lifestyle and biological factors which basically determine the gene expression, how your gene would express. So this is the basis of most of the non-communicable diseases, that this epigenetic changes which is happening. And there is a multi-hit theory that we talk about, which includes diet, genetic, and environment, which causes gut dysbiosis, and also is a factor responsible for insulin resistance and obesity. So it shows that lifestyle choices can impact gene expression, which means, diet is an important thing. Of course, other things like exercise and habits like smoking and all, they do contribute to those choices. But the mechanism of this is by DNA methylation, which means that methyl is added to the DNA, or the histone modification, which modulates the chromatic structure, which in turn affects the gene transcription and DNA replication. And the third is the non-coding RNA. So this is the mechanism, and therefore, if you want to live longer, biohacking of your body system for longevity, a longer life, to be centenarian and super centenarians, I would condense it to 5 M's. One is microbiome, that is the bacteria and the viruses and the protozoa, all which cohabit our gut. The second would be micronutrient. We have talked about all these micronutrients just now, and millets are particularly rich in all these micronutrients. Dayakar showed that table. And macronutrients, the quality of protein, the quality of carbs, the slow digesting starch and the resistant starch, and also the quality of fat, the polyunsaturated fatty acids. And the fourth M would be metabolic flexibility. And the fifth, I feel that in 4 M's, if we add millets, this is like, opening a whole lot of good solutions, healthy solutions to reverse this trend of metabolic syndrome, which is fast emerging. And we have certainly, Dr. Dayakar also pointed out to the studies we have found statistical improvement in growth parameters. That means the height improved, the body mass index improved, the weight improved with the substitution of millets over a period of 4 months to 3 years. And we found hypertension was controlled, the diastolic hypertension, it came down by 15 notches. And dyslipidemia, the LDL, the low density lipoprotein, we found that was lowered, and the HDL, the high density lipoprotein, increased. And of course, in diabetes, the role of millets is basically proven. And what Dr. Maleshi said, that processing techniques, for example, decorticated ragi would have a higher glycemic index, but when you have extruded products like vermicelli made out of ragi, also the hydrothermal treatment, and with other processing techniques, we can find low, moderate or low glycemic index with these products. So processing has a very important role to play. And I would certainly, along with Dr. Maleshi, also look at the enteral feeding, the malted ragi that we give for enteral feeding, because it is not only supplying with the nutrition requirements of a patient, but it is to have a therapeutic effect. So what I always say, that more than food, millets are nutritious, and more than nutritious, they are therapeutic. And that is why the role of millets in nutraceuticals has to be explored and fully tapped. And we are working towards that direction. So in conclusion, I would only want to give my best wishes to all of you, and take the agenda of millets. Millets is not an option, it is an imperative. You can't, according to me, millet has to be included in our diet. It doesn't mean it has to be all millets, but certainly something like 20% of our cereal intake could come from millets. And as Dr. Dayakar said, complementing millets with legumes to fulfill the essential amino acid profile, those things certainly are most beneficial. So again, once again, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Rajbandari. Every time you give us a surprise pack of the load of information, and it's especially pertaining to millets, where we can pitch both in our country and the global level. So that is a scholarly speech by you, and I'm sure that I think it's time for us all of us to work together. In fact, I think Vinuta, who's surprise inclusion in this session, but I'm very happy. Earlier, in place of Shelly Praveen, where I was trying to contact her, somehow we could not do that. She's a biochemist now taking over. Shelly Praveen, she took voluntary retirement. She was again a scholarly person, working especially on shelf life of pearl millet. I think she's for her being a gold medalist, Vinuta. I think it's fortunate for us to. This is first time I'm hearing from them. I think big people like Raj Bhandari and Maleshi are there in front of them. I'm sure that it's a good opportunity for you, Dr. Vinita. So, floor is yours. We have taken a lot of time, but I think Dr. Bhandari has really saved some time also.
I think it will take more than 10-15 minutes, I guess.
Vinita, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. I'll just share my slides.
but we need to work, Vinuta, just from what Shelly Praveen left. There's a lot of work which we need to do. Especially on shelf life, what Dr. Maleshi time and again he was pointing at about pearl millet, the issue of shelf life. Of course, some of the things that you people have worked out, you are going to present it.
Yes.
But there's a lot of things to do, especially at the molecular level.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And it was really a treat for us and many young researchers like us to listening to the great eminent speakers like Maleshi sir, Dayakar sir, and the Raj Bhandari sir, who so beautifully explained the simplicity of nutrigenomics. And with this all stalwarts, just I am going to present a small piece of work which has been done from our lab. I am Dr. Vinuta, representing IARI. So I welcome you all to my presentation on thermal treatments which reduces rancidity and modulates structural and digestive properties of starch in pearl millet flour. You all know that the pearl millet is a gold mine of nutrition. So if you see the nutritional attributes of pearl millet, it has higher protein content and it has high PUFA content because of the 70% of total lipid is PUFA, and also it has high iron and zinc content up to 11 ppm of iron and 5 to 7 ppm of zinc, and also it has a higher content of essential amino acid content and even dietary fiber too. So if we see all these nutritional attributes, and when we compare to the wheat cereal, and we all know that wheat is the largest global staple crop, and it has the pearl millet as 8% extra protein and 2-fold extra PUFA, 10 times iron content and 6 times extra zinc and 7% extra essential amino acid content. So despite all these benefits, the pearl millet is not popular among consumers or among food industries. There are two main reasons for this. And one of the main reasons is that the rancidity problem it has in it. And other problem is it doesn't have an excellent dough quality, what the wheat dough has. So these two are the major problem. So coming to the first problem, that is rancidity. And this is the rancidity pathway where I'm just giving an introduction of that rancidity development in pearl millet flour. Due to higher lipid content in the pearl millet flour, it's prone to an oxidation, and this oxidation is catalyzed by an enzyme called lipase, and this produces free fatty acid content, and this is called as a hydrolytic rancidity. And this free fatty acids further it will oxidize by a lipooxygenase enzyme, and it will lead to the production of lipid hydroperoxides, and this is called as an oxidative rancidity. And these lipid hydroperoxides, which are further, they are oxidized by peroxidase and polyphenol oxidase, and it will give you the free radicals, and these free radicals in turn it will again enhance the oxidation process, and the cycle continues. And apart from this enzymatic oxidation, there is a non-enzymatic oxidation also it takes place in pearl millet flour, where the lipid hydroperoxides generated will lead to a further oxidation, which leads to a secondary oxidative products like MDA content, like several aldehydes, and these non-enzymatic oxidation also will lead to a formation of adducts with the proteins and nucleic acids, and that's how it forms a flavor formation. So in order to tackle this rancidity problem, so we have developed an innovative technology called as a thermal processing. And this thermal processing, we also have applied for a patent, and this consisting of 3 distinct steps. So one of the steps in this is a soaking treatment or an hydro treatment, followed by when these soap grains are further ground into a bigger particle size, and then it will be subjected to a hydrothermal treatment. Basically, the hydrothermal treatment which we have adapted to inactivate the rancid causing enzymes, and this hydrothermal treatment which is having a condition of 100-degree temperature it maintains, and we have given this for 5 minutes. And later on, after hydrothermal treatment, this the flour is wet flour is subjected to a near infrared rays treatment, and you all know that the near infrared rays treatment between 0.7 to 1 micrometer, and this not only it will quickly dry the or it will quickly take out the moisture content, but also it reduces or inactivates the rancid causing enzymes. And after near infrared rays thermal treatment, then the flour was the ground into fine powder, and it was stored for 3 to 6 months. And in the fresh flour, what we have found is that there is a significant reduction in the enzyme rancidity causing enzyme activities. As you see here, there is a significant reduction of lipase content up to 47.8% in combined thermal treatment as compared to an individual thermal treatments. And if you see the lipooxygenase enzyme, there is a significant decrease in the activity up to 84%, and the peroxidase activity, there is a significant reduction up to 98%, and also we found almost nil activity of polyphenol oxidase in the combined thermal treatment. So when we stored this thermal treated flour for 90 days, and we could also observe there is a great reduction in the rancidity development, where you could see here that there is a significant reduction of rancidity, that is hydrolytic rancidity, by 67% as compared to a control flour. And also we could see there is a great reduction of oxidative rancidity of 66% as compared to a non-treated, the pearl millet flour, when it is stored for 3 months. And even the secondary oxidative products, there is almost a non-significant increase in the secondary oxidative product like MDA content was observed. And this shows that this thermal treatment is highly effective in reducing the rancidity in the stored flour, where you can store the pearl millet flour now at a room temperature without any rancidity. So our aim is not only to reduce the rancidity in pearl millet flour, at the same time, we need to take into the account of the functional properties of the flour, where either the treatment what we have given, it should either enhance the functional properties, or it should preserve the native functional properties what it is present in the pearl millet flour. So for that, we also have analyzed the pasting properties. So when we have seen the pasting properties, there is a significant reduction in the peak viscosity of individually thermal treated flour as compared to a combined thermal treated flour. And this, not only it is decreased viscosity was observed, but there is a decreased pasting temperature was also observed in the individually thermal treated flour, so that it signifies that there is a great deal of the destabilization of starch structural configuration in case of these individually thermal treated flour. And this starch structural properties changes we also have been observed using FTIR, where we could see that the ratio of crystalline to amorphous structure region, it has significantly reduced in hydrothermal treated, I mean individually thermal treated flour as compared to a combined thermal treated flour. So signifying that there is a destabilization of starch crystalline structure in the pearl millet flour matrix, and that's how there is a decreased peak viscosity was observed in the individual thermal treated flour. So therefore, the individual thermal treated flour are not that much effective as that of the combined thermal treated flour, both in the reduction of rancidity and also in preserving the functional properties of the pearl millet flour. The starch digestibility kinetics has also been carried out, and where it shows that there is an increased starch digestibility in the individually thermal treated flour as compared to a combined thermal treated flour. And this was further also been validated by the starch fractions which we have analyzed, like rapidly digestible starch, slowly digestible starch, and resistant starch, where you could see that the starch digestibility what we have observed in the increased starch digestibility was highly correlated with an increased rapidly digestible starch in case of the individual thermal treated flour as compared to a combined thermal treated flour. So not only that, we also have carried out the in vitro protein digestibility, and also we have derived a PDCAS score, because we know that the pearl millet is having a good amount of protein, and also it has a good amount of essential amino acid content. So with that respect, we could see that there is no much change in the protein digestibility of that combined thermal treated flour as compared to a native flour, but there is a decrease in the protein digestibility in case of individually thermal treated flour. And not only that, we also have seen the microstructure of the starch and protein using confocal microscopy, just to see how these the starch and protein arrangement of these molecules which are there in the flour matrix. And we could see that the compact arrangement of starch in case of the native flour, and it was almost replicated in the combined thermal treated flour. But if you see the individual thermal treated flour, there is the disbursement of the starch molecules you can see, and also there is smaller size starch molecules and less compactly arranged starch molecules you can see in the microstructure of the starch of flour matrix. And similarly, we have seen the protein microstructure where we could see that the protein, the denaturation of the protein, which is substantially taken place in the individually thermal treated flour, and that's how it might have led to a decreased protein digestibility because of the combination or there is a coagulation of these proteins. And further, the overlay pictures of the starch protein is also been shown here, and it is showing that there is a tight complex formation between the starch and protein in case of individual thermal treated flour, and compared to the, in case of the combined thermal treated flour and the control flour matrix, and that's how it is not enabling the alpha amylase enzyme attack, so that there is a decreased starch digestibility we could see. And all these the research the experiments have been published, and this concept, it shows that the combined thermal treated flour, it is highly effective not only in reducing the rancidity of the pearl millet in the stored pearl millet flour, but also it is improving the nutritional properties, and it preserves the functional properties of the pearl millet flour. So with this, I think we have addressed this rancidity problem. But another problem what we are trying to address is the improved dough quality in pearl millet flour by regenerating vital wheat gluten in pearl millet flour. And also we have taken up another initiative of this vital wheat gluten extraction with an efficient economic technology, taking into the account of a high demand of vital wheat gluten in India, where all the vital wheat gluten in India we are importing from several other countries, including China, France, and Germany. And all the imported vital wheat gluten is currently being used in the dough for baking industries, extruded snacks, and also certain amount in the flour fortification. So with this, we also have optimized this vital wheat gluten extraction, and its drying method is the major USP of this technology, and this also we have applied for a patent. Later on, this vital wheat gluten protein was reconstituted in pearl millet flour at different concentration, and also we have observed a superior dough quality in the pearl millet flour. And this is also this product which we have named as an Allur, and this is soft bajra atta, has been licensed to a private company. And also in the last year, this product has also been appeared in the main page of the Indian Express. And these are the several other recipes what we have prepared from soft bajra atta. And this is another product. Let me skip this. And also we have come up with a recipe book called as a Nutri Twist, where we have quoted more than 150 recipes which can be made out from the soft bajra atta, and these all recipes are exactly replicated what we can do it with the wheat dough. That means we can consume the same taste of the food, different food items, but with loaded with nutrition. So this is what our agenda in this, and these are the different dishes which we have tried out, and even some of the sweet items, and several other like this products we have the prepared along with the collaboration of Institute of Hotel Management. And this brownie where you have seen here this is made out of soft bajra atta. It contains 95% of bajra atta, and this is highly popular. And the taste, if you see that one of the president of the Chef Association, they have tasted it, and he said that this is far more the tastier than the normal wheat brownie. And this is a hit of this soft bajra atta. That brownie is a great hit. And these are several other products which has been prepared from the soft bajra atta. And these are the glimpses what we have showing here is in collaboration with Institute of Hotel Management, we have tried several dishes. And with this, I want to thank all the organizers of ICFOST for giving me this opportunity to present the small piece of work. And also I want to thank Chairman Dayakar Rao sir and Co-Chairman Maleshi sir for their for giving me an opportunity to present this. And I want to thank our director, Dr. A.K. Singh sir, and my head, Dr. Shalli Praveen, and all my collaborators and team members to carry out this work. Thank you all.
Okay. Dr. Dayakar?
Yes, yes, my sir.
Can I say something?
Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Okay, Dr. Vinuta, in fact, I was very keen to interact with you and told Dr. Dayakar we will have one video conference among three of us, because somewhere in one of the webinar I think you presented or something about this biochemical aspects of the pearl millet and the enzyme development like. Okay, so especially lipase inactivation, as you are rightly pointed out, is not a big problem. But how did you manage to inactivate lipoxygenase, polyphenol oxidase, and peroxidase?
Yeah, sir. Actually, what we have done is we have taken two technology, that is hydrothermal treatment and the near infrared rays treatment. So if we see the like lipase, we all know that it is a heat resistant. That is why we could not able to reduce much of the lipase activity. And we are not much interested in reducing lipase even too, because it is just producing free fatty acids content, and that's not a problem if it is not getting oxidized further, because free fatty acids are good. And since the lipooxygenase enzyme is heat sensitive and it could not able to resist the heat treatment, so that is how we have standardized this hydrothermal treatment from 5 minutes to half an hour, 90 minutes. And in everywhere there is we could see that nil activity after 30 minutes of lipooxygenase. But then the problem is that the pearl millet flour got brown color, something darkish color, and which is not accepted by consumers. So based on that, we have just optimized to 5 minutes so that the color change should not get compromised. So that part we have taken care, and lipooxygenase activity, that's how it got reduced. And not only that, even the near infrared rays treatment, because of its powerful penetration to the surface layer of the flour, that is also highly effective in reducing this lipooxygenase enzyme, because it is highly heat sensitive.
That's wonderful. But one of the treatment you have mentioned is a kind of wet heat treatment, no, after polarizing. Okay, that will not be an impossible thing, but it may involve little more economic or energy inputs.
The energy input is definitely
Exactly compared to the grain treatment.
Otherwise, no way to reduce the rancidity. We have tried that. Without wet treatment, there is no way to reduce rancidity to the extent what we have achieved with this.
Okay, Dr. Mita, this wet treatment, what is the biochemistry of that inactivation of the rancidity developing enzymes?
Yes, sir. In the wet treatment, what happens? Actually, all the enzymes require some water to get activated.
Okay.
Without water treatment, if we give any kind of treatment, enzyme does not respond to any treatment because they want some water activity. So that is the main reason why we have given an hydro treatment. So in this hydro treatment, what happens? All the enzymes will get activated, irrespective whether rancid or any kind of enzymes. And that enzyme activation in that stage is very, very important, so that all these activated enzymes will get inactivated when we give some treatment. So that is why that wet treatment is very, very important.
Wonderful. This is a pioneering work I really appreciate. And in fact, Dr. Dayakar, you should invite Dr. Vinita to IIMR and we'll have one-to-one brainstorming session. Because, Dr. Vinita, one more small question and I'll stop here. These enzymes are in dormant stage in the grain?
Yes, sir. These enzymes are dormant in the grain provided the moisture content. The moisture content, if it is less than 14%, what FAO is recommending, that is 14%, because FAO recommends 14% or less than 14% in any food products or flour product, because it will inactivate all the enzymes, in the sense that moisture is not sufficient enough to activate those enzymes.
Agreed. Yes. But on storage, although the moisture content will not increase if you pack it properly, but still they become active and they cause the rancidity, no?
Yeah, that is one thing that because you know that the main rancidity problem is to catch oxygen. And that is the main in the packaging, that if you give it for long-term storage with so much of amount of oxygen present in the packs, whatever the kind of packing we do. And definitely slowly it will just some amount will get, it catch oxygen and it will do this
So
job.
IR treatment also is beneficial.
IR is highly beneficial not only for the quick drying but also to inactivate the enzymes.
Wonderful,
It
madam.
has double edge.
Yeah, good luck in your efforts, and let millet get benefit out of your knowledge. Okay.
So I think we are running out of time, and it's time for me to summarize and conclude. Post with Thanksgiving will be from Dr. Maleshi for all the speakers and the organizers. So it was a wonderful feast of presentations right from the beginning. Though we started a little late, but Dr. Maleshi had a kickstart doing that post lunch for a man of this age. Marathon, in fact, a lot of insights that was brought in with regard to the morphology, primary processing, secondary processing, and he has taken a journey right from each of those processing technology with and application into the millets. Whether it's a flaking, different type of flaking, popping versus puffing, malting, how ragi could be a best source. Then he brought out something with the help of vermicelli noodles and pasta, extrusion part of it. Then baking. Then we have gone for the extrusion cooking, and of course he came up with the parboiling industry. Then he had to really just wind it up because of the time was running out. But then see the insights that were brought in. I'm sure all those who are listening were extremely benefited. This is a knowledge which, in fact, for millets, it is truly maybe for other commodities you may get it, but one who worked extensively on these things, I think there is nothing comparable with that, and ever. And then I would thank him for this wonderful presentation. Then followed by, of course, I'll talk about myself in the last, but Dr. Raj Bhandari, again a champion, where he has taken the global scenario. Then he took us how the millets could be pitched in, and what a beautiful way to conclude, saying that millets. It's not an option, but it's an imperative. And then, of course, much of his limelight was stolen by my presentation with benefits and all those things. But nevertheless, he brought such an interest into the subject, trying to take us through that where millet can be benefited both within the country's programs as well as the programs when we are talking about the international year of millets, how we can pitch the global whether in terms of the malnutrition and other aspects. And he has taken the help of NHFS and then try to brought out some solid data backing, trying to tell that this is a very important thing for us to really a great opportunity for a country like India to really pitch in millets and how these problems could be resolved with regard to the SAM or MAM, whatever it is. And with regard to, in fact, he is a scholarly person because he want to cut down, but if time is given for prebiotics, non-alcohol fatty liver diseases, and though he must have touched, but he has a depth of knowledge. In fact, we are working very hard at trying to bring about the gut microbiome and how that is going to be a game changer in the days to come. And that work which we are going to do under his leadership with the help of Indian Liver and Biliary Sciences. So thank you very much, Dr. Bhandari ji. I think your presence always enriches the audience, and every time you come up with something, a spark in your presentation. I think today, once again, your spark made people sleepless post lunch. So thank you for both the eminent speakers. Next is Vinuta. Vinuta, yes, it was definitely a pioneering work. In fact, I heard this work from Shelly Praveen, but see, you are so young, but you have brought out so clear in your presentation I think you have lots of things in offering in the days to come. But I think it is time for all of us to come together, work together, and try to understand the science of it and how, because pearl millet is the major millet which comprises more than 50% of the total millet production in the country. And the major problem is the shelf life. So you caught the right point, and some breakthrough in this particular thing. I think it is not the end of the world, but so you are showing some light at the end of the tunnel. So this has to take in a long way. And then there are some projects. In fact, there is one task force constituted by the government of India where Shelley was supposed to contribute something. I wish that what she has left the legacy to you. So you should be able to put some points in that particular thing, showing light, because people are talking, and Malaysia, myself, we were in fact intensively thinking that what is the way out. In fact, APIDA program, Shobana is also there, part of MDRI, and CFTRI is also part of this program. We are working and trying to bring about, but this is a path breaking, and that I think we need to move in that direction and take these results to the end users, because the moment you talk about pearl millet, people give up, saying that Arey, uska shelf life theek nahi. So now you should be able to tell, it is not that you should restrict yourself, you should become an extension worker also, apart from biochemist, to champion the cause of taking it to the public. Especially in a North Indian situation like that, we will be with you, Indian Institute of Millet Research. And I spoke to our Director IR also on this regard. So we will work together. Wonderful on this. And of course, I made a presentation, so I have taken enough of time. In one word, I say that that was on a value chain, but the sweat and blood that went in to bring to that level was something. But today I'm very happy, standing tall and confident before others. So that I'm very happy the response of many people, well-wishers, stakeholders who are joining hands and taking this millet movement ahead. So I think we should compliment and congratulate ICFOST for arranging this very vital and very important session on millet value addition. And I'm sure that with the audience that it received, this is definitely as a run-up for International Year of Millets, especially on technical aspects that which we covered. So all good compliments to ICFOST, especially I know Dr. Uday, the moment I proposed, he just agreed to that, and even VK Chauhan and all the team that they were who were on the ground, whether it is Abhishek, whether it is all other supporting IT staff. So one and all, in fact, we would like to thank them. And I think the final thanks,
I
Maleshi ji.
will propose vote of thanks to you, sir, Chairman.
Okay, sir. Okay, okay.
Yeah, no, me and everybody will appreciate your commitment to the millets. Okay, and it is, I'm 100% sure it is because of your initiative. ICFOST has taken up this, and it has come to some shape and beautiful presentations as well as informative. Apart from this, IFST was not very keen on millets earlier, but you have made them to know that millets are important, which is very, very most worthy thing. And we all are with you to take millets to the higher level. And I personally thank Dr. Raj Bandari, Dr. Vinuta, and to Dayakar Rao as a millet sincere worker as well as chairman of the session. So I will also thank ICFOST for giving an opportunity for all of us to join and think something about better for millet. Thank you. Right.
Sir, we should also thank the sponsorer Yash, Miss Yash Foods,
Yash.
based in Nasik, that Mahendra Choria and company.
Correct.
He was supposed to be here, but his grandfather is not keeping well.
Bagar Mill.
Bagar Mills.
Wonderful.
So Vinita, I think from here we need to take on. Okay.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
So we'll
I'll be in
organize some
touch.
meeting. We'll organize some meeting and then we will discuss.
Vinita, I have noted down your publication that about anything else you have on this pearl millet enzymes in case I would like to have a look at them.
Yeah, sure, sir. We'll have one work it is going on that on enzymes, especially lipase. The molecular work it's from the pearl millet. I think certainly we can do that.
Very useful for our Abida project also. So, and my email is mallish@yahoo.com. Simple. mallish@yahoo.com.
Mallishi@yahoo.com.
Kindly pass on some of the. We'll have close interaction. That's what I'm repeatedly telling that they are involved Vinita for us. Okay, great, wonderful. Anyway, you made it today possible, right?
Shobna is also there, I think, keenly observing.
Yeah.
So over to the organizers. Once again, thank you. As we have summarized, ICFOST organizers. Who is there? Namdari?
Yes, sir.
Who is there?
So myself, Vaishnavi.
Vaishnavi. Over to you, Vaishnavi. We completed our session. Thank you. We have conveyed our thanks to the organizers.
Yes, sir, sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Oh.